just on another level. He is still that guy!
No introductions. No warm-up. Kickoff is now. The Rainbow Six North American League season kickoff.
That is crazy work.
10 teams, new rosters,
Stuck there. Oh, my Lord.
new stories. We don't call ourselves legends. We earn it. Who will set the tone before the season even begins?
That was a nasty shot.
Will they prove they belong? Will they shock the world and earn their spot at the main major? Only one way to find out. Group stage begins April 1st. Earned here, not given. Welcome to the North American League season kickoff.
The NAL is back, and God, does it feel good. It feels like we're in for a treat in 2026. We've got so many new roster changes, new organizations, and what feels like more new faces than we've ever seen in any league around the world at one time. 12 rookies, wild stuff ahead. And we get our look at all of that today in the NAL kickoff as we get things started. Welcome back to another year of the North American League, everybody. We are so glad to have you with us. I'm Jonas Willinger, alongside two guys who need absolutely no introduction, Foxay and Laxing. Lax, this is a crazy year. And we always know we're gonna see a lot of roster changes. I feel like that's Esports, that's Siege, but it feels like this stage coming into 2026, we have seen more chaos than ever.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've talked about roster manias time and time again, but this one definitely takes the cake, and especially here in the NAL, as you said, we have so many rookies entering the scene, so that really just brings even more eyes, even from the T2 scene, to watch these players develop, for us to watch and develop. I'm really excited to see how this kickoff looks.
And it's a crazy time to be living in, because when we were playing Lax, it felt like every T2 player that was going to come into the T1 scene was anticipated. Ambi, Yogg, all these players,
Foltz.
Newers, Merc, Foltz. Yeah, we knew these players from the T2 scene that they were stars already. And now there's such a huge pool of players that you can pull from. There's not one specific team, one specific player to look at. So it just goes to show that some of these players have to be special enough to have been selected for these teams to be able to debut. And I'm excited to see it all unfold.
Well, our job here over this month of kickoff is to figure out of all the chaos that happens, out of all the 10 teams we have in the NAL, which 4 are going to get to represent the region at the Salt Lake City Major. Unbelievably, it feels like it's just around the corner, only 1 month away. To do that, we're going to put teams into 2 groups of 5. Hopefully you've already got an idea. If you don't, we're going to give you a look into those groups now. After that, we eliminate 1 team from each group and send the rest to a double elimination bracket. I mean, there's so much to talk about here, Lax, but right at the top of Group A, we have to talk about 100 Thieves joining the NAL for the first time and seeing what they can do to make their early mark here.
Yeah, 100 Thieves, I mean, super excited. We got that teaser during SI. Now they are officially here. They have their team. We know what they're going to be looking like. But then you got to look at all the new faces. 5 Fears, 1 of 30, and then M80 Rebellion. I mean, it is absolutely stacked in Group A. So these newer teams, these newer players are really being thrown into the thick of it.
Yeah, it's scary to be caught into Group A because there's 3 really known teams that are in that bracket. But as for Group B, a lot closer in comparison. 2 of the teams, SSG and Dark Zero, that had full roster rebuilds that we know and love those orgs, but now they have new faces. Alongside joining them with Outlast, we have Cloud9 with their new rebuild, and then Wildcard 2. So at the end of the day, it's anybody's game. But that being said, I wouldn't want to be in Group A against 3 known good teams that could be fighting for that top 4.
There are so many known quantities and yet even more unknown quantities as we dive into this. So hopefully to clear things up for everyone, we're going to dive into something that it feels like everyone has been fascinated by over the last week, thanks to our good friend Alphama. He's got power rankings dialed in. And so we've decided to give our own twist on it and take a look at these 10 teams in the NAL and where we think they stack up. Starting with number 10, the newest face, Outlast Gaming, a team, Lax, that's near and dear to my heart because they come from the T2 scene with all 5 players not having a single minute of Pro League experience.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of it though, Jonah, is, sure, they might not have that T-level 1 experience, but they did get here. They all put in the effort, they all put in the work to make their names present here today, to really showcase what they got and to be able to take each and every single hurdle in front of them and take from that and grow as individuals. So I am really excited to see what this roster is going to bring as we start this kickoff.
Yeah, Outlast is one of those teams that we're looking forward to seeing. But as we have the whole bottom 6 teams that we have ranked, I mean, there's a lot of notable teams here. I mean, you got to be looking at Foot Locker Fitness. I mean, we've seen Packer win almost every T2 possibility tournament out there. For him to come into T1, and it doesn't really go the right way, but now he's back again with a newer roster. He's got Bino on his team. And then you have all of these other teams that we have seen as well, like Cloud9 and SSG, that have brand new faces entirely, Lags.
Yeah, absolutely. And then, we're going to be revealing the top 5 here. I mean, we're already starting out here with 100 Thieves. I mean, this has been a little bit of a shift in terms of their roster change, previously known as Auction, now 100 Thieves. So I am curious, why we're putting them at 5 is just for the simple fact that they still have a pretty good core, but we do see them at middle of the pack. And then we have to reveal the others to see where you guys think we're correct and where we're putting them. I will say, though, where Alfama was wrong, we have all God tier players in the NAL.
Exactly. Every single one with a big old G by their name. But as we get into these top few teams, Fox, right, we go from the unknown to the known. We look at rosters that haven't made a ton of changes and who we very well think are coming out of this, heading into the SLC major, potentially trying to make their mark on an international level.
And one of those teams that needs to make their mark this year more than ever is Dark Zero with their brand new rebuild. I mean, we didn't see Dark Zero at all last year, and they just decided to scrap the team. They picked up the previous SSG guys, plus a few additions, Faults, J90, and Newers coming from SSG, but now with Kino, and the only Dark Zero member that stayed was NJR. And even though they lost Ashen, it feels like such a well-rounded team, yeah. And they picked up and got players that they exactly needed to make this roster a feared one.
No, I completely agree. And coming in third, the bronze medal, as you put it during rehearsals, it's got to be Wildcard. I mean, this is a roster. They did make a significant change with removing Dash for Adrian, with this a tremendous pickup for this team. But now it is time for them to solidify themselves in the top side domestically. We know what they can do internationally. They always seem to be the best whenever they go international. Now, this is the stage that I am expecting them, or the kickoff rather, that I am expecting them to lead the charge and be within the top 3. Possibly even number 1, given this significant roster change.
And as for the top 2, the teams that we're expecting to be at the top, M80 and Shopify Rebellion. M80 on one hand, still the same roster, besides one, they ended up getting Ashen, they lost Kino. So there's a lot of firepower on this roster, but the reason why they're not one is because you have to figure out who's going to be playing what with a team filled with stacked entry players. And that's the difficulty for M80 that we hopefully can see them surpass.
Yeah, and then for the Shopify Rebellion, I mean, we put them at 1 just for the simple fact, and if you remember seeing Super's quote on Twitter saying that they're sticking with the program, they understand their system, they're bringing in Thesis to be able to make things work, revolutionize some of their strats, and allow Seth really to focus more on the coaching aspect. And you can't really fault a team for trying to rely on what they know best. So that's the only reason why that they are currently at the top, because they don't have to change anything, unlike the rest of the others.
Right, it's easy. You just rock from stage to stage, from year to year, trying to improve on the performance from, in this case, from SI, and you've got a potential winning formula. But let's take a look at what the day we have ahead. Starting things off with the newest face into the NAL. It is 100 Thieves to kick us off against 5 Fears. But Fox, we have quite a slate of matches ahead. We end with Outlast. What do you have your eye on today?
I mean, any one of these games could go any way with all the changes that have happened. For me, the one that I'm looking forward to is SSG Dark Zero, just because a majority of the SSG roster has now found themselves on Dark Zero with good additions, and SSG has had to go through a whole rebuild, essentially building around Dream and picking up players here and there to be able to fill the big shoes that the previous SSG roster has left.
I'm going to have to completely disagree, and this might sound like a snoozer to you with the one that I'm about to say, but I have to say that last game, Wildcard versus Outlast, one, I just want to see these new guys really come into it, and to go against a team like Wildcard is already going to be a big hurdle in front of them. But for Wildcard, I really want to see this addition of Adrian and what he's able to bring to this roster, and not just that, even from Spiker's point of view, taking on Dash's roles, I'm curious to see how well his IGLing is going to just perform even better now that he can utilize those shields and make it work within those rounds.
Well, we'll start to dive into some answers here as we take a look at our first best of one of the day. 100 Thieves and 5 Fears going toe-to-toe to kick us off. When we look at this 100 Thieves roster, Fox, we look at a team that is, yes, configured of those OXG components, but with some pretty significant shifts. You take Grixer, you take Forest, you put them aside, and you welcome Spirits and Panba into the mix.
Yeah, we have a list of positive and negatives that me and Lax will go over. And I think some of the biggest negatives of the fact is a lot of these players, one, Panba's out, hasn't played since 2025. Spirits, he is a very gimmicky player. He loves the shields. He loves playing Game and Glass. But the positive of these two players joining this team is the fact that they don't have another IGL that they have to listen to. They can finally find success on their own. Panba was not really on his own roles on that later half of DZ up until he, quote unquote, retired. Spirits was stuck on these gimmicky operators because he couldn't build teams around him. But now with Spirits taking the helm as the primary IGL, he can suit and position everybody on his team in better ways to be able to find success when he plays Blackbeard, when he plays Blitz, when he plays Glass, Ying, any of these operators. And those are the biggest takeaways is, yes, these players didn't really look great on their own on the previous rosters, but now this friendship team has a lot of potential.
Yeah, I mean, Fox, I want to piggyback off what you're talking about with bringing on Panba, bringing on Spirits as the IGL and Shield player. The thing I am worried about most with this roster, and I've heard it from previous players, from, you know, even your time when you ended on Oxygen with Yaga and our little bit of experience, a lot of these players aren't super vocal. Now, I'm not in their comms, I'm not in their boot camps, I'm not listening to every single game that they have, but my general understanding is they don't talk that much. So at least for us at the time and how we saw Oxygen develop in that later half of everything, we did see that communication being instilled, but that was off of Forest. Now that's shifting to Spirits, which I've heard from numerous players that Spirits isn't that vocal, but now he's taking on this leadership role. And as you know, being an IGL, having to transition into that role from one team to another, I'm curious on your thoughts personally, what you think that is going to look like for this team. If Spirits can't get a hold, who's going to be the next person to step up and try to rein in the troops?
See, that's a great question because I don't have an answer for you. That was the biggest falter for OXG. If Force wasn't there, the rest of the team would crumble. So now a lot of that pressure is on Spirit's shoulders.
Well, let's talk Forest because he's now going against his former team, this time on the 5 Fears roster. We talk about him joining this team, Lax, and being that potential leadership voice that JJ can use to support him. I mean, with a team like former Envy, the core here, who was having a pretty decent finish to 2025, maybe this is exactly what they need to push them in the right direction.
Yeah, I think it's extremely crucial that they got Forest for this roster because what we saw from Envy out of last season is their attacks were pretty abysmal. The defenses were solid, attacks didn't look too great, and that's where we saw Oxygen shine because of Forest, understanding where he needed to move those pieces on attack. So him and JJ being able to work in unison and understand the shot calling, what they can do, how they can make a round play in their favor, I think Forest is going to be so instrumental for this side, especially on attack, and it also gives that veteran leadership that this team just never had. So I am 100% on board with this roster change, and then as you said in the beginning of this, them keeping the core from that Envy roster I think is only going to make things that much easier of just slotting these extra pieces in.
I completely agree. When you have players like Snake and Fens that are going to be on that entry, something that Envy never really had was that veteran leadership, somebody who's able to calm everyone down in high intense situations. That's exactly where Force is going to be. But we could also see it flip-flop completely because we know Force loves being being aggressive on blitz, loves being aggressive on the shields, and sometimes he will go too aggressive, but that's where you need the confidence of that experience, where you have the younger players like Fens to be able to follow him up. And Snake, it's nice to see him backed with all these players to finally have maybe a little bit more limelight, because I wouldn't really say his name has been in the highlight reels since he had his little stint on TSM so many years ago. So now this whole team comprised of young players with Snake and Forest that have a little bit of experience to be able to calm everyone down. They're in a very good position, and no better of a matchup than 100 Thieves, a team that's also trying to figure out their grassroots. And we always talk about it. When a player leaves their previous roster, they always end up beating them. And Forest left the OXG guys to join this team. So that is a situation that you have to keep in mind when you equalize the pressure.
Yeah, and just everything that we were talking about. I mean, I have a quote from JJ himself. You know, he was talking about Forrest on defense is really aggro on his role. On attack, he helps me IGL and plays everything from shields to lurking. He's been a great mentor to the team so far, but especially for him. So again, just highlighting Forrest's impact already is already mentoring JJ to become a better IGL, be able to understand these attacks better. I really just want to get into this game. I don't even want to keep yapping at this point. I want to get into the bans and figure out where this is going to be unleashed, because it is going to be interesting to see, one, how this new 100 Thieves look is going to look, and then also from this 5 Fears aspect as well.
Well, you asked for it. Let's dive in. We'll take a look at where we're going for this very first best of one of the NAL kickoff. And of course, we got to start things off, Fox, by going to Fortress. This one should be good.
Yeah, I've been loving Fortress, and it's a great playing ground for 5 Fears to be able to take them to, because it's a map that no team has really played comfortable on. It's not like a clubhouse, not a cafe, something where you know what you're going to be seeing. There's still a lot of untapped potential, and for a team as 5 Fears that can play very aggressive a lot of the time, specifically using those shields with Forest, this is a great map to be able to take position with the Blackbeard, with the Blitz, and that's something that 100 Thieves is going to have to worry about. A lot of those players are going to be focused on Forest, but if they take those shields off the board, that's where the IGLing is going to come into question from Spirits. What is he going to play? How is he going to line his players around him if he's on the Ying, if he's on the Glaz? And this battle really comes down to a battle of the IGLs for me. Who's got the better brain? Who's going to set their team off on the right foot forward going into the rest of kickoff?
I do think this is really going to favor 5 Fears, just for the simple fact is they are bringing on Forrest, and he is playing against their old team. And I doubt, just with a little bit of transition, a little bit of time this team has had together, that they're going to have a lot of pieces played for this map, that they're going to have a lot of rotations to be able to make off the cusp of something not going in their favor. So just for that simple fact, I think it really is going to fall on Forrest, on JJ, of understanding where they need to put the bans, where they can place these players, and how are they going to move on attack. Because once you get to this defense, it's really just about knowing that blueprint, knowing that layout, how to play off one another, play those trades, and fall back into, you know, whatever your setup is going to look like through and through, and just playing those layers. I do really like this map for 5 Fears, but I really want to see Pamba and Spirits really want to take charge in their roles that we usually previously saw them on when they were actually finding success within those rosters back in the day.
I agree. There's just something that I want to be able to set the tone for 100 Thieves when it comes to the rest of the season. Something that we've seen from the OXG roster for the last couple of years is there's a little bit of complacency. And now that they've joined, something that we've seen with Gomez and Yogg being on XSET, going on to M80, every time to now OXG and now to 100 Thieves, every time that they are building this friendship style of a roster, it never really pans out. So I'm really hoping for them to wake up now that they're on an org like 100 Thieves, to be able to have Spirits and Pamba on the team, and everybody to be able to put their best foot forward, because that's something that we haven't seen from these players in a while.
Completely agree.
Well, we get a chance to dive into this one right away. Our first look at 100 Thieves, 5 Fears. Can both of these rosters figure this out as they try to make something happen starting the 2026 kickoff with a bang? No better people to send it over to right now than to Parker and Jesse as we dive into our first match of the day.
Oh, thank you so very much. And it's wonderful to kick off the kickoff, I suppose, with one of the big orgs that joined us as of late. 100 Thieves is an org that fans of Rainbow Six and fans of most esports, in fact, have been salivating over investing in their community, and they are here. And honestly, not a bad set of players to pick up, Jesse. They picked up the skeleton of the OXG team, added 2 very good players from DZ, and now they go up against the old core of that Envy roster that seems to be a little improved with some veteran leadership.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Parker. I mean, we've got 2 brand new orgs to the league. 100 Thieves made a huge splash at the 6th Invitational, being announced as joining the North America League, but 5 Fears as well, a new face to the NAL, obviously picking up that MV core led by JJ Blast. Now we got Forrest in, the desk broke it down. It should be exciting. Am I crazy for thinking this might be game of the day? I mean, I know 100 Thieves are a much bigger name than 5 Fears, but I think when you look at the matches that we have throughout the day, this might be the closest we get.
I mean, this whole kickoff is going to be about figuring out which teams can make the biggest improvements the fastest. The only team that is largely unchanged is Shopify Rebellion. Everybody else has a new cast of characters. Some of them have completely new identities. Some of them have mostly the same core, but have changed things up. You think M80, you think Wildcard, they're not going to look like the exact same teams. So it really is just a question of who finds their footing the fastest. 100 Thieves certainly has their work cut out for them, because while they do have that core of OXG, Jesse, I think it's fair to say the OXG core has some struggles with big games. This OXG team finished atop the standings in one of those top 2 positions back in stage 2, and then got decimated in playoffs, losing every single one of their maps, and only made SI through that LCQ run. And well, OXG had a better performance at SI than I think we expected, but still not exactly the most confident given their abilities. This 5 Fears roster started off so strong in stage 2 under that Envy banner, winning 4 of their first 5 games, and then losing the next 4 and ultimately failing to make the top 6, didn't make it to playoffs, and didn't make it to SI. So both of these teams have ways to improve. Which one will show up hot here on Fortress?
Parker, it's going to be a battle between 2 new faces here in the North America League, but not new players. These 2 cores have gone up against each other in the past. Of course, met twice last season. It was 7-5 in stage 1, 7-3 in stage 2. So that was Oxygen versus Envy. Couple players have changed out, but we know the history. We know the expectations are higher for this 100 Thieves team. I'm going to be looking at 5 Fears on these first couple of rounds just to showcase exactly how much they've improved in the offseason. There's no pressure on this team, right? They're still a young core, even though they've got now a season behind them. Guys like JJ, guys like Rivals, even guy like Fens don't have that same history that we see on players like the guys on 100 Thieves. So it's going to be really on them to show up and kind of give an example of what they are going to look like throughout this season and throughout kickoff. I think they've got the opportunity to upset here. I think they've got a good potential to bring it to 100 Thieves, maybe more than people are expecting, but we really just don't know because both these rosters are so new.
I mean, all of these players are known quantities at this point. We've all seen them before. We've talked about them before. It's more about how they gel, right? And I mean, when you've got a kickoff like this, you have such a short window of opportunity to make your mark to qualify for the Salt Lake City Major. We've changed the way the schedule works here, where you don't have stage 1 to qualify for the first major. We have majors, again, 2 of them this year with SI included. And then for those that participate, there will be EWC in the summer. So stage 1 and stage 2 are going to be happening after Salt Lake City. You don't have that same kind of buffer to feel things out over a couple months. You've got basically 3 weeks, if not less, to figure this one out. And if you stumble on your first match or 2, depending on how tight the competition is and how competitive your group is, that honestly could be your shot at SLC gone.
Everything really does come down to those playoff games, Parker, but it's important to get yourself in a good position. This would be a necessary win for 100 Thieves if they want to cement themselves in a solid spot for that upper bracket. Games being played on Fortress. I don't feel like we haven't touched on that too much just yet. This was a map that we got to see Oxygen play at the 6th Invitational. Unfortunately, Parker, you and I casted that game, and it was a 7-0 defeat, so it wasn't exactly the best showing from Oxygen. Both these teams played it in the SILCQ. Both of them had decent success with it there, so this is not a brand new map for these cores, but still not one that I would say is exceptionally comfortable. I want to touch on the op bans quickly as well. I like the Blitz ban from 5 Fears, get that out of the hands of Spirits as soon as possible, and the Snake ban as well. Siege's newest operator has been proven to be a bit of a menace over the last couple of days in other regions.
Spirits will be the one calling on this 100 Thieves roster as well, so he will be doing some IGLing. Yaga was calling for that OXG squad alongside Forrest at SI, so Yaga's still there for some experience, but it will be interesting to see how Spirits handles this. The suspicion would be that he'd play on Shields, but no, he's on Twitch playing that F2. DMR gone from the French operator, and gone is Fens, as 100 Thieves will strike first in their matchup.
Okay, bit of an answer back. Those spirits will fall, and there goes Pamba getting one back as well. So the Azami goes down. Big swing from Rival. It's just equalizations all over the place, Parker, and we're now down to a 3-on-3 with just over 60 seconds to go. These players on the 100 Thieves have yet to breach the bomb site, and Diffuse gets in a bit of a precarious spot here in the bathroom hall.
Yeah, they're going to have to fight their way through this one. Yaga will make the job a little bit easier, shredding through JJ, leaving just Snake and Rival. Snake playing under the name Captain Jack. I have to raise my eyebrows at that one, but hey, he's fragging out. 2 kills so far, and back to even footing we go. Diffuser still just out of reach for 100 Thieves. Both players from 5 Fears now guarding it with their lives, and Adam might be able to get an easy one on the Denari of Rival, who pops up and shreds him. Every kill for 5 Fears on these last 2 surviving players. Can Yaga manage to punish them for it? He finds one, but an immediate trade from Snake. Good patience, great teamwork, and 5 Fears take their first round.
Well, it wasn't the cleanest round of Siege we've ever seen, but at the end of the day, the clutch potential and the teamwork is good enough from 5 Fears. This is what I was saying, Parker. We're 1 round dead. I'm not going to overhype anything, but the 5 Fears team have been a core for a long time. They've got 3 of those players from Envy. The teamwork was really key in this round. Everybody was playing close enough together that they could, if somebody lost a fight, re-swing, get that pick, play a little bit more aggressive. I have to give credit to Snake in that round. I felt like his decision-making on when to take fights and where to take fights was absolutely critical. He was so good in those moments, never overextending, never overstepping, but always behind his teammates to make sure that they did not die in vain. Really nice team play coming out from 5 Fears. Close one from 100 Thieves, but they don't strike first.
Now, I don't have the most detailed stats on Fortress for one reason and one reason alone, because it's the newest map, Jesse, and we don't exactly have a lot of stats other than what we saw at SI and the qualifiers obviously up to this point. But if my memory serves correctly and the numbers that we have are correct, this is a map that will eventually be favorable to the attackers, but like so many, was defender sided through most of the 6 Invitational. That means 100 Thieves have their work cut out for them. We also say that when a team is still finding themselves, attacking is much harder. 5 Fears still has much of that same identity that they had when they were on that old Envy roster. I would argue that 100 Thieves has to deal with more motion on that roster, which to me means they're the newer team. They have to work through things, and they're going to have to work through this round down a player as Yaga gets destroyed outside of the building by Snake.
Snake's just on a bit of a heater, Parker. I think after how round 1 went, he's saying, yeah, I'm going to keep this up. Goes for a little bit of a peek. Just playing, I believe that was over towards the museum side, over towards Horse. So able to get a bit of an early pick over towards the window and start things off strong for 5 Fears. That's the Capitao as well. I mean, that's such a critical operator when you're going for these executes. You can see with the glass being brought out by Adam, some of those smoke grenades will be missed during the miss of this execute. Still have 3 left, with Spirits holding 1 as well, but even still, those smokes can be so powerful if you're bringing glass and the fire bolts as well. Always going to be a high value bit of utility there. So up to 100 Thieves to try to recover this round from this point. I like Gomez playing down below, but so far he hasn't been able to find much.
I mean, you've been knocked off stride. You've lost your Capitao, a very powerful utility operator. Good guns now as well. Access to an LMG, an assault rifle, and a DMR. That new DMR, very strong and seeing quite a bit of pick rate across the operators where it's equipped to. Funny enough, when was submitted to us and we saw the rosters with all of the positions, certain teams had listed players just as DMR. That was it. There's no role, there's no job. They just are DMR. They play a character with a DMR. That's all they need. So far, though, things are going really, really well for this 5 Fears roster. Another kill will come in. Snake so far with 5 kills, all very high impact, and it leaves 100 Thieves with their hands empty. With a minute to go, they're going to try to go for a pick towards the bomb site with the glass and the Mav combo. Adam not able to do much with it. They've trapped JJ in the corner. The Spirits is harassing him. French-Canadian player reunited with the shield. What on earth was that? What? How does JJ get away with it? Another from Snake. How How about 4 from Snake? A ridiculous run out from JJ and a devastating round for 100 Thieves.
All right, welcome back to the NAL. 100 Thieves, good to see you. You're going to have to deal with this a couple more times. JJ Blast hops out the window. He has to dodge nade. That's the only thing he can do. He can't swing. He's going to get killed by the guys that are holding his swing. Obviously can't do anything with the Monty. If he lives through that scenario, that's insane. He lives and somehow gets an angle to kill spirits in the midst of it. This isn't even talking about the ridiculous kill streak that Snake is now on. I believe he's up to 7 after that round finishes off. Got those last 2, maybe just 6. No, he did get the last 2 both. So Snake is having an incredible game. JJ is doing things that make absolutely no sense, and 5 Fears, they're up 2-0.
Really just clinical stuff. And I mean, again, how are you supposed to be able to execute a bomb site with the fire and the smoke arrows of a Capitao if he's not available? Right? I know that what we've heard right now from scrim reports, and if you watched SAL yesterday, which Jesse, I believe you betrayed me by casting with Denmark.
It was of course fresh air. Yeah.
You've made a powerless enemy today. I hope you understand that.
Finish your point.
EML obviously went off too. You'll know that we're in the information meta. Lots of Deimos, lots of Dokkaebi, lots of Snake, the newest operator, obviously coming from Metal Gear Solid. If you haven't followed along, yes, that exclamation mark that is underneath 5 Fears banner in the center right of your screen is the Solid Snake icon. These operators are really, really good at roam clearing, great for executes. They can be a real menace in the post plant as well. So if you're getting rid of these intel ops, you're going to need some kind of paralysis, right? That's what intel ops can do. Capitao's great for that. You don't have the smokes. You can't conceal yourself. There's a glass on the board. That makes the glass weaker as well. It also means that you can't use the fire arrows. How nice would a fire arrow have been on JJ in that corner? Can't do it! And JJ ends up getting the kill and escaping because of it.
Well, these are the consequences of the early round, and hopefully for Snake's sake, he can make things awkward once again. He gets logic bombed and will have to play back down the main stairs. This is a kitchen defense, don't forget, so the bomb site will be 1 floor below. Looks like there's no real help for Snake on the top floor. They've fully spread out across the bottom floor. We do see teams do this relatively often, whereas they don't roam too heavily up above, just because it can be tough to lock things down up there. Snake at 7-0 is certainly feeling confident enough to try a couple fights, but knows better than to die for it. He's going to retreat back down into Hammam and just play a position that they're not going to know on 100 Thieves.
I mean, this is one of the slower rounds so far, 90 seconds in, and teams yet to come to blows. Logic Bomb had gone off. The Deimos and Dokkaebi can still work in tandem to find these defenders, even if Solid Snake is banned. Can't really run a third intel op with the way that this 100 Thieves lineup is, so they will instead go with, I guess, Grim and Flores can sort of work for information, Grim in particular, but not the way that those nuisance or enabler ops like Lion, Jackal, Dokkaebi, Deimos, etc. can. So at the moment, 5 Fears really strong on the roam for the first 2 rounds. 100 Thieves have matched that by bringing in some anti-roam ops, but have not been able to find anything, and with a minute to go, you're kind of running out of time.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been watching Gomez, and rightfully so, because it's his job to find some kind of an angle, get some kind of a pick from up above, but he hasn't been able to root anybody out. That means it's going to be a full 5v5 execute. Under 45 seconds to go. It's about to get messy.
Gomez looking for the drop. He'll find it. Encountering a castle barricade. This will slow him down. 35 seconds to go. Gas canisters being tossed out. JJ with 1 in back pocket. Down goes Rival. Striking first is 100 Thieves. This is what they need. They have been at a disadvantage through most of these rounds, and they are finding their marks, but Snake, who is yet to die, will go 8-0, a double drop from 100 Thieves. Inside the bomb site, Pambazoo gets Fens. It's Snake and JJ to clutch out. JJ with 1 kill, another for JJ. Yaga getting diffused down. It's Gomez to watch all by himself. Yaga gets diffuser down successfully, tears through JJ Blast, and finally they claim Snake. As 100 Thieves will get on the board. It was a scrappy round, but the job gets done in the end.
Yeah, low time execute Parker, but they got the information. They really were able to isolate a lot of those players inside the bomb site. You know, they were able to clear out the majority of the other positions around the map. There was nobody holding them up above. It was really just Snake that was trying to get extended outside of the bomb site. And Snake, because he's outside the site, isn't really able to help his teammates much. Comes back in for 1 trade, ultimately not good enough to do more than that. So his teammates struggle inside the site. Not a lot of places to play thanks to that buck up above. And it's a good collapse from 100 Thieves. That's a really critical round, because if you go down 3-0, that's a full site rotation. That's a full confidence boost over towards 5 Fears. And when you're you're the underdogs coming into this game, when you're the team that I think only 20% of people or something predicted to win this game, going up 3-0 would have been a massive boost to the mental.
Yeah, hyped against this team defending. I mean, the job might get harder when you swap sides. So if that's the belief, which again, we say this at the start of every single stage, every single season, every single live event. It's entirely possible that the script gets flipped because of the meta and because of the teams, and suddenly a defender-sided map becomes attacker-sided. We have to wait. Yeah. But if conventional wisdom with Fortress holds, and this is the defender-sided map, then the job gets harder for Five Fears moving forward. And all the things I said about 100 Thieves, Jesse, applies to them as well. So 3-0 would have been a devastating start for 100 Thieves. They buy themselves some breathing room. And honestly, if you are a weak attacking team on this map, 2 rounds is the goal for most teams in these situations, as the 4-2 scoreline is most common in Siege. If 100 Thieves are able to get another one pretty quickly, I do fear for Five Fears mental, as when they were on that Envy team, they did have problems closing out games. Now, it is a different team, but old habits do die hard. We'll have to see if Five Fears falls victims to the same thing that Envy fell victim to back in Stage 2.
Yeah, I wouldn't read too much into attacker-defender sided for this game. Obviously, well, I will. We have had a meta change, but no, you didn't. I mean, you said it. We've had a meta change, which is going to change things up, but also just the fact that these are kind of younger teams, and whilst the better teams have kind of made this map more attacker-sided, often when you don't have the experience, it does lean more towards the defenders. Now, Gomez nearly found the head of JJ Blast. Here's the reinforcement, but it's still too slow to get that frag. There was almost a big opportunity there. Instead, they'll just have to breach their way into Master Bedroom, get themselves an angle that way instead. Five Fears in a decent position still with 60 seconds off the clock.
Spirits reacquainted with this shield roll. He mentioned that he would be IGLing and would likely be doing it from the fortification of these shield ops. Five Fears opted to get rid of the Dokkaebi instead of a second shield operator. Only Blitz unavailable for this 100 Thieves roster. Down goes Gomez. By the way, the Ash is gone. Snake will die very early. He's been an incredibly impactful player so far. They will have to do it without him. Good news, though, for Five Fears. His gadgets, passive gadgets, they will still persist even if his gun does not. Now the Glass of Yaga looking for an opening, completely blinded, finds Forest either way. An impressive shot, smoked and blinded at the hands of the Ying. Pambazu doing great work to facilitate this push from Yaga. Now Fenn's in a really awful spot, just him and Rival, as Fenn's is pushed into the bathroom from the Monty. Spirits breathing down his neck. Fenn's yet to find a kill on this roll. Amidst the smoke is Rival. He could spring free and clear and do some serious damage. The Glass just in front of him. Oh my goodness. Does Rival know this? He does now! Finding a single kill, but chased off of the position. Benz is gone, so Rival will have to do it all himself, and there's a Monty still on the board to make matters even harder. Adam and Spirits, the last two standing. It's a 1v2 for Five Fears. They've got a read. Rival knows exactly where Adam is and vice versa. It'll be a Deimos and the Ela in a showdown for the ages. Monty getting the plant down, Rival sweeping across. Off of the plant comes Spirits to give information. This is a great call and a very smart move as Adam capitalizes, well read by Spirits, and a great adjustment to give 100 Thieves another round.
And all the credit to Rival. He brought that damn close. Every decision he made in that, Parker, every micro movement that he decided to commit to was the right call. Just missed his shot on the final frag there onto the Deimos. That was so close from Rival, pulling back around that they had no business winning. But 100 Thieves, they stand tall. They managed to not let things get too out of hand, despite misrunning him a little bit in the midst of that. Just not expecting kind of a cheeky spot out in the hallway. I like that they went for a bit of a different approach here too, Parker. The first round, they attacked on this office bomb site. They tried to take it from the south. They tried to full clear the top floor. It didn't go horribly, but they traded out a lot of kills. They didn't manage to get the man advantage they were looking for. And this time, they say, screw it, let's cheese it up. Let's go for the Glass. Let's go for the Ying. Let's go for these operators that will not be giving fair fights. Again, things get a little bit messy at the end of the rounds, but in the end, they still have that information advantage. They still have that positioning in the util a little bit better. So they will tie us up back now 2-2. I expect that cheesy style of play from 100 Thieves to continue both through the rest of this half and likely the stage to follow.
Oh, I mean, you said before we even played a single round. Oh, let me do my best Jesse voice. Hold on a second here.
Oh boy.
Parker, dare I say it, that this might be the match of the day.
I don't sound anything like that. I don't have
You sound
anything like that.
exactly like that.
I don't sound anything like that.
You literally sound exactly like that.
Close to me!
And I think so far through 4 rounds, it's living up to the billing. Now, obviously, we've still got 3 more matches to go. One of which, in our very next matchup, will be a team that made no changes other than a assistant coaching change in the offseason, and a team that is making their pro debut, which will go by the name 1 in 30. You might have seen them compete under a different name that will be touched upon when that actual match starts. They are up next. That could be a particularly exciting one, especially, and no shade here, but if SR underperforms expectations, that could be a very, very close game. So far, though, these two teams on very even footing. I am eager to see what happens when the side swap comes in. With the way the last 2 rounds have gone, 100 Thieves looks like they're getting more comfortable. I honestly think they might have the advantage carrying through the remainder of this first half.
Well, JJ is doing his best to stall out the old tower push, as it has been successfully stalled for now. They're wasting smokes on both sides, but still 2 more in the pocket of Adam. He will use one of his here. This was the bomb site where Yaga was immediately spawn pieced previously, so his existence is going to be a big boon for 100 Thieves when they go for this push.
I mean, obviously, when you ban the Dokkaebi, you don't really have another ban to get rid of the Monty. So what do you do if you're 100 Thieves? You use this operator that has been such a thorn in the side of the defenders. And those last 2 rounds, the paralysis that comes from a small opening that glass can see through, well, it can do some numbers here. Adam gunned down by JJ as he goes for a bit of an ego swing through that A doorway. There goes the glass. So the fear that we had, or rather the fear that they had and the assumption that we had, is now gone. A missed opportunity by Panbas. He could have collected 2. JJ taking matters into his own hands, and he will find his second. All of the kills so far for his team. Going on to this team captain, Jesse, how many siege timing events are we going to see on this 100 Thieves roster? They've missed 2 kills now because of it.
Yeah, it's been a little awkward for 100 Thieves, but really it's 5 tiers who have been playing so well to peek these angles so quickly, not give them that big of a window. Fens gets on the board for his first frag on a Gomez. Yaga wins in a couple of shots here to JJ and loses the fight. All alone, his spirits on the Monty, and JJ is up and having
You can't do that
time
on television. You cannot do that on television. That's not allowed.
You can't tell JJ what to do, Parker. Frankly, back-to-back opening picks the last 2 rounds, playing out of his mind on the smoke 5 rounds in a row, and he puts himself up to a very nice stat total at the end of this one. I mean, he has been just miraculous in these close range, difficult situations. He's going for swings when it's not being expected. He's playing aggressive. Doesn't matter that he's on smoke. Doesn't matter that he's still got toxic babes to waste. He's willing to die for it. He's willing to take risks, and it is paying off big time against Siege's biggest new org.
A fight for the ages. And JJ Blast, a man who, when he made his debut, if you recall, was towards the bottom of the standings in the NA League. And, well, he has made his presence known. He's been quite good so far in this matchup and has just continued to improve with time as his teams get more familiar. And he's doing all that in a leadership role. Obviously, that's really tricky. We do have a fragging IGL in our league. It's Packer, or sorry, not Packer, it's Spiker. Packer will be in the game next. Spiker, if people recall, leads that wildcard team and happens to frag really, really well. Now, obviously, with Adrian joining that wildcard roster, Spiker's going to be on a different role. There's now opportunities for other people to take up that Spiker mantle. JJ's always been more active than not. And yeah, 2 opening picks in a row. One not close enough, but the other to help the team in a flawless round where he got a 4K. I think he'll take that.
I just want to say, JJ has always gotten active in the kills. He's never been so successful in the kills. You go back to last season, he ended the 2025-26 season with a 0.64 KDR. That is the lowest of any returning player to the North America League. So he was not really known as a fragger last season, more known as a dyer when he was playing for MD as their captain. But with the team changing a little bit around him on this new mantle of 5 fears, JJ is playing out of his mind. I've got nothing but good things to say about how he has played so far through this matchup, Parker. And again, I mean, you look at him and Snake. Snake is doing this from kind of like a roam position, a little bit out of the mind. Often he's flanking, and so they don't really know where he's at. Not to take anything away from his kills, but JJ's doing it from one of the hardest positions in Siege. He's on the smoke, his position is known, and he's still working all of these frags out. So yeah, it's clear the work that has been put in over the offseason. It's clear how much JJ has been practicing both with his team and I think on his own game as well. There was a great tweet that he put out just before today's game, I believe it was, where he said, It's been a very long off season. I spent a lot of time internally working on myself as a player and as a leader going into this year. I am definitely ready for the year without a doubt. I don't think he could be living up to those words more.
I absolutely agree. And he's been sensational in his role. I mean, obviously, we don't know the entire inner workings of this team, but bringing on a guy that was just on your screen there in Forest to be a veteran presence, to be that experience, might allow JJ Blast to be, you know, kind of loosened on that leash. Maybe give him a little bit more leeway to do some damage.
Yeah.
Look, I know that when you play on a certain role, you're not going to get a lot of kills. And if you play a specific role, there are going to be accusations of you not being the best player, or you not being able to stand up against your opponents, etc. There are very few people that play this game professionally that are incapable, when given the opportunity, to frag well. I think we are so used to seeing players that are just unbelievably talented at this game that when you see guys who are towards the bottom of the standings or have poor ratings, you tend to think that they're bad. People call them bums and say that they're terrible at the game. In all reality, they're one of the best 300 players in the world at their role. So even if JJ does finish towards the bottom, even if a guy like Forest, who on some of his previous teams had really poor games from a fragging perspective, these guys are still able to pick it up where necessary. Forest has top fragged before. JJ's capable of doing it too. So don't sleep on these players if they're given the agency to get those kills. As JJ was on smoke, which is a bit odd.
Yep.
Well, you end up in a position where he can still do very, very well. We're still in a tech pause here. I think we're getting back in the lobby. I'm not really sure what's going on here, but we'll update you when we know.
I believe a tech pause was called, but then it didn't get selected in time, so we're just rehosting so that not tech pause, excuse me, maybe tac timeout, so that we can get things sorted out. But yes, obviously, just getting everybody back in the lobby as we do reset here. It's a great point you make about JJ. I mean, he is incredibly talented, as all players are in this league. You do not get to the NAL without being one of the best players in the world, and I think it's great that they can kind of represent a bit of a newer face here. Five Fears are not an organization that a lot of fans will be familiar with. They're a brand new org, just founded in 2025. And have made a bit of a splash across esports. You know, they've got a pretty decent Call of Duty team that was competing last year. They have the #1 Rocket League team in all of Africa, which is kind of crazy. They get to go to the international events and have a good time. So I don't know, this Five Fears team, I feel like it's almost the perfect org to be represented by JJ Blast, who himself is a bit of a newer name in the R6 scene. And it's good to see them off to a strong start. We'll see how the second half really goes, but it's been a very fun game of Siege to watch, at least for the first 5 rounds.
An electric 5 rounds, absolutely. And I mean, you got a good cast of characters on both sides of this matchup. I know that the 100 Thieves guys don't really do a lot of media. They don't really do a lot of talking. You look at that roster, and of the 5, you know, which one would you say would be the main person doing media? I suppose it would be Spirits. I know it's been Yaga at times in the past, but I mean, I don't know if Pamba has ever spoken to anybody on an official broadcast. So I mean, you're looking at a reserved and a relatively quiet team with a very loud and very big org that's active on socials. On the other side of things, Five Fears is a relatively new organization in most esports scenes and is certainly growing and growing quickly, picking up good players across the board. And then the team has tons of big names on it that you know will do some talking. Snake is very active on social media. You know, he's been quite popular back since his TSM days. You've got JJ, who is one of probably the biggest up and coming characters in the North America League. Forest is Forest. So, I mean, you've got no shortage of people who, if they need, they can give good content, they can give great interviews, and they can easily be I don't want to say like a lightning rod for their team, but they certainly are capable of speaking out and speaking up. So a good match so far. Teams can do their talking on social media, but they've all been doing it inside the server. And obviously the scoreline's not on your screen, but it's Five Fears up 3-2. The first half almost concluded.
It's been a really strong game, I think, from both teams so far. I mean, you mentioned kind of the content that's been going on between these teams, and I think it was a great podcast that you were able to do with a couple of the 100 Thieves guys, with Spirits and Yogg, jumping on and talking a lot about this team's journey and their evolution. I feel like Spirits in particular is a player who has gone through so many ups and downs.
Yeah.
Started in the Canadian division of the North America League back in 2020, playing for Altiora, to go from an org like that, which most people have not even heard of at this point in time in Siege.
It sounds like a bank.
It really does.
I bank at Altiora.
Yeah, to go from that to now 100 Thieves, excuse me, is kind of a crazy jump from Spirits, and he's been all over the map on different organizations throughout his career, but it feels like now being given the keys, given the reins to this new team that has been formed around the old Oxygen core, it's maybe the most exciting time to be a Spirits fan, just because it is such a, I don't know, open field of possibilities.
Yeah, I mean, it's really just, it's about potential. I think when you look at the landscape of the North America League, and again, for those that didn't tune in for the first initial rounds of this matchup, SR is really the only team that stayed where they were. They stood pat.
Yep.
Every other org, every other team made changes, some of them completely significant. If you have not paid attention at all, SSG completely blew up. All 5 of those players gone. Some of them in other regions. They're not even all in North America anymore. DZ completely blew up. Oxygen does not exist anymore. So there's been a lot of upheaval, especially at the top, and it will be intriguing to see which of these teams end up cementing themselves. I mean, if you're somebody who wants a sure bet, I mean, SR making top 4 is probably the safest bet that you can have based off of all that upheaval. Probably M80 next, because while they lost Kino, they did pick up Ashen. Some things will change there, and of course the meta might not be super favorable to them, but they are still a team that is tried, true, and tested. The bones of that team, very, very strong. As for all the rest, it is a complete coin flip as to which of these teams will finish towards the top of the standings, and you don't have a lot of time and a lot of room to make it. If you blow a couple games, that is it. Your odds of making Salt Lake City completely up in smoke. So we are back in the game. Tactical timeout has been taken. Tech host is done. 5 Fears with the lead. Final round of the first half, and
bomb located by attackers. 10 seconds left before insertion.
I don't like the letters RH. I don't like them.
They're rough letters to see in the midst of it, let me tell you that. I'm not 100% sure what the rehost is for. They were playing bathroom and office, but that is a valid site. Should be no conflicts with that, because they lost it back in round 4, so something clearly going on there. But of course, we apologize for the delay, and we will get things sorted relatively quickly here. I'll disagree with you, Parker, because that's what I like to do when we have some open time. You said that the only teams you can really bet on are SR and M80. I feel like we have to throw Wildcard into that mix. They were the best team from North America throughout last season. Obviously, M80 got a major win, but consistently, and certainly in the 6th Invitational, Wildcard were the #1 rated team from NA. They make one roster move. They lose Dash going back to Brazil, but they end up picking up Adrian from Team Secret. A lot of people would tell you that's an upgrade. So I feel like those 3 are the safest picks for top 4, but now we're giving 3 different teams a top 4 spot, and you start thinking, okay, well, maybe it's not as safe as we might expect, especially because this is getting determined in a bracket format. And hey, if you're a top 3 team, but you go up against 2 of the other top 3 teams, you still might not make it to the first major in Salt Lake City.
It's a tricky one, and again, it comes back to, you got to be good and you got to be consistent. At this point in time, in all of the major regions, of which are up to 5 now with the addition of the Chinese League, you have to be consistent if you want to make it. Consistency was a major issue for both the OXG core, which now most of them are playing on this 100 Thieves roster, and the NV team, which is now mostly competing under the 5 Fears roster. Consistency was the problem. OXG in stage 2, incredibly consistent. They finished 2nd. They looked like they could beat any team when they were at their best. And then what happens? They go into the playoffs and they lose 0-2-0-2, and that's it. They're done.
Yep.
Then they need to go through the LCQs. There are no LCQs here. If you don't make it through this kickoff, there's no second chances. The NV team, very consistent to start, won their first 3 games, dropped their 4th match, won their 5th match, and had all of us wagging our tongues saying, oh, this team looks like they're a top 4 team. And then they get blown out in their next 4 games, and that's it for them. They don't even make top 6.
Yeah.
You have to be consistent if you want to be one of the best teams, whether it be consistent in a regular season, whether it be consistent in a kickoff or a qualifier, or whether you have to be consistent at a LAN event. If you have too many off days, yeah, I mean, you can huff that copium, Jesse, and you can say, oh, you know, we just had a bad day. The teams that are probably winning the event, they might not be having any bad days at all.
No, 100% I agree, Parker. It's about being good from start to finish. And because this format is so fast, it can be a bit unforgiving at times because you don't have a whole lot of time to get better. If you've got serious issues at the start of the stage, it might not be enough time for you to be able to get those things sorted out. One maybe more forgiving part of our format is that we do have 2 groups of 5, and 4 teams from each group will make it to playoffs. So only one team's going to get eliminated. We're here in Group A to start things off, of course, with 5 Fears versus 100 Thieves. The other teams in this group are M80, Shopify Rebellion, and 1 of 30. And 2 of those teams we just brought up as maybe the best 2 teams in North America. So that starts to limit the spots a little bit. This game starts to become even more critical if we expect M80 and SR to otherwise win out against the field. I think most people would tell you that Packers team 1 of 30 would be in the final spot just because they came in through Challenger Series. But whoever loses this matchup here kind of gets put in that boat where it's like, all right, well, you're kind of on the chopping block 50-50 between you and Packers team 1 of 30. It gets a little bit scary, even though it's only the first game of the season.
Thank you so much for your patience, by the way. And we're not really sure what the culprits are here as to why there have been continuous rehosts, but we will update you when there is more information to be had. For those that are unaware, there was also another change to the pacing of our professional matches. So at halftime, coaches are given a timeout, quote unquote, if you want to call it that, to discuss. So when we come back from this break, we will then go into another break. So we're gonna get the break. We're gonna get 3 minutes of action. I'm certain it will be exhilarating, and then we will get another break while we bring in our lovely people on the desk. I don't know if you watched the EML side of things,
yes.
But it was nice how they were brought in to be able to talk about it and have the coaches be able to fill that time and equip their teams and their players on those teams with the ability to do well in the second half.
Yeah, it's cool to be able to give that a little bit of a rest period for the teams just to reset mentally. Obviously, after round 6, you swap from attack to defense or from defense to attack, and getting that little bit of time just to talk with your coach, talk with your team can be nice just to reset a little bit. Gives us a good opportunity in the broadcast to yap a bit as well and bring our analysts back in to fill us with some knowledge, fill us with some expectations as to what may come ahead. I know that's something that I always enjoyed doing back when I was a desk analyst in ye olden days, coming in these half times and yapping a bit. Now they got a whole segment for it, so it's nice to see that bit of evolution for the broadcast, evolution for the game.
I think that, Jesse, the desk is really, really good right now. Probably better than at any point over the last 2.5 years.
I agree. And honestly, it was all uphill after I left.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Yeah, no, they're doing a great job.
Better looking, better sounding,
Yes.
better equipped,
For sure.
better spoken, and if Laxing is around, better smelling. He's a well-perfumed man, let's put it that way.
Oh my God, you have no idea. I had to spend a good couple of like a month and a half just with Laxing and Jacob in Copenhagen a few years back, and man, it was just like living in a land of flowers. Okay, whether it's the good meats he's cooking up, whether it's the colognes, whether it's just his natural odor, I don't know, man. Gabe's a good smelling boy.
He takes himself very seriously, whether it be the cologne, whether it be the hair products, the well-groomed beard. I know that you tuned in for the NA League here, but unfortunately, this is now a Laxing glazing session. Let's talk a little bit more about what comes next, by the way. With the rotating schedule over the 5 play days that we have here in the groups, there will be 2 teams that take the day off. Today we started off with 100 Thieves and 5 Fears as our very first matchup. They played under another name that happens to have another business's name in it, so I'm not really certain about the legality of me saying it, but we do know that they are now competing under the name 1 in 30. That's the team that Packer captain that made its run through the Challenger Series. They will be playing up against Shopify Rebellion in our second match of the day. As you can see on your screen here, this is what you're looking at. Space Station Gaming's new identity will go up against Dark Zero's new identity in our third match. And then Wildcard, who just tinkered ever so slightly, will be going up against Outlast. And if you are curious as to who Outlast is, don't worry too much, because you might wonder who they are. They're one of the other teams that qualified through the Challenger Series. You might know the name Trevmac. He's been around for quite a long period of time. He's been grinding. It is nice to see him rewarded by making it up to Tier 1. They will be rounding out our final play day. Cloud9 and M80 are the 2 teams that have today off. If you are a Cloud9 or M80 fan, you will have to wait till tomorrow. Cloud9 will be in the second matchup tomorrow. M80 will be in the final matchup of the day.
I am a loyal follower of TrevMac on TikTok, and I was scrolling this morning, and he posted a great clip from Coastline right before his game. Said he's playing his first ever Pro League match today and asked for some good luck. The comments were filled with well wishes, so I'm excited to see that final game of the match, how Outlast can do. It'll be a tough task, I think, going up against Wildcard, one of the best teams in North America, but hey, there's no easy games here in the NAL, and certainly I imagine the guys on Outlast will be excited and hungry to cut their teeth on this competition that they have here in NA. So will be really exciting to see all of the rookies participating throughout the day today. We've got 12 new rookies in the league this season, if I'm not mistaken, which is some of the most amount of rookies we've ever had in the North America League. So it's super exciting to see all the new faces coming in and joining the league. Just with the Challenger League giving 2 brand new teams a chance to join this league and a chance to kind of show themselves off through open competition, it really did open the floodgates. And hey, we might have the new generation of top level talent being showcased for the first time today.
I think it's great. You know, there's a lot of familiar faces here. They've been moved around. You've got veterans teaming with the newbies. There will be experience that is bestowed upon these newer players because of the veteran and the old guard still competing. But obviously, new and fresh blood is always good for the game. You know, a year ago, we were playing under the name Siege X. Now it's just Siege back again. The X temporary for the 10th year. And with it, it's still a new game, if you think about it. They completely overhauled things on the back end. They've updated much about the game that you see in front of you. So why not see some changes with the teams, with the orgs, and with the players? We do have an update as to what this lengthy tech pause has been caused by, and that's Forrest's PC going kaput. We don't know what exactly is wrong with it. He had some issues with it. He is trying to work around restarting his computer. Hopefully that will be resolved in a couple minutes. So just bear with us here as we continue to talk about these teams and talk about this matchup. 3-2 is the scoreline for 5 Fears on our very first match of the day. And again, we have 3 more matches to be played.
Parker, I have a question for you.
I hate when you ask me questions.
No, it's a fun question. It's a fun question to kill our time.
That makes me even more worried because when you say it's a fun question, it usually means it's not.
Which rookie joining the North America League this season are you most excited to watch play today?
Troy Canadian.
I should have seen that one coming.
Troy Canadian is my favorite rookie. I think he's got a lot of potential. He's got to work on his aim. That's undeniable. But I feel like he's got some real leadership traits. I think he could command a good team.
Well, I would have to go with the man playing in our next match, Mike W, who's been down in tier 2 for a while. You and I actually got the chance to cast him at the Spoits Contender Series last year when we had the big tier 2 tournament in Toronto. He came out, played some great games. We got to chat with him a bit as well, and he's been signed, well, not signed, but picked up for this 1 of 30 team to play here in the North America League. I think he's got to be my most excited player to see playing here. 20 years old, jumping in as a rookie. And if I can pick 2, and I'm going to pick 2 because it's my question and I make the rules, I would also say Raid Bullies is a guy I'm very excited to see play. A lot of hype behind his name, of course, joining the new SSG core. 19 years old, the youngest player in the North America League now. Really excited to see what he's going to be able to bring for that SSG core.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mike W is a really easy one. He looked sensational in that Spoit event. Now, granted, that is not exactly the high water mark for competition, but you had some pros there. You had some really good players. You got some guys who are now on the cusp of being able to compete in the EML. You've got players who could definitely hang there and hang in the NAL. So I think Mike W's got his work cut out for him. There was a period of time where he was actually rumored to be joining this 5 Fears roster. I do wonder if Forrest actually took his spot from what I see of the roster list. But I mean, it was a long tryout process for 5 Fears. I know that JJ and Mike W would have made a great pairing. They seemed to want to play with each other, and I know that we kind of talked to him a little off the record, Mike W that is, at the Spoit event about the fact that he might be going pro at the time, and he was very hush-hush, you know, wink-wink, but didn't give us anything because obviously why break that news ahead of time? Speaking of breaking news, good news. We are back in Fortress for the final round of this first half of our first match of the day. 5 Fears with the lead. 100 Thieves looking to close this gap. I think it's fair to say, Jesse, if 100 Thieves are able to take this round and push a 3-3 first half, they will be in very good and comfortable position to close out this game.
Yeah, we already see some aggressive moves coming right back in after the tech pause. Here comes Snake, goes for a bit of a run out, doesn't quite find anything for it, takes a little bit of damage instead, so no success there with the run out. Snake was at 8 frags before the rehost, by the way. We lost the stats, unfortunately, but Snake was leading the lobby with top kills. JJ Blast had tied him with 8 frags of his own. Snake playing a very aggressive play style through this map, roaming all over the map. JJ, this is his 6th round in a row on smoke. Why change it if it's already working?
Of course, I mean, if you lose Snake early on a gamble like that, I don't think you can really be that mad. JJ gambled a few times, Snake gambled a few times, to your point, and it works out, and it knocks 100 Thieves off stride. That early gamble by Snake to kill Yaga just in the 2nd round completely defanged the offense from 100 Thieves, and Yaga's back on that Capitao roll, taking out the Brazilian operator who enables so much of the execute. Would have been a major dagger to the hearts of 100 Thieves team.
Well, it is going to be a clear in through Old Tower, at least based on these drone positions, but we've got quite a heavy extension. They've got players all over the map, but it's Pamba from New Tower who actually strikes first, taking down JJ Blast, who again had found so much success on that smoke roll previously. With him off the board, the stall potential really does get limited for 5 Fears. They're going to have to come back towards the bomb site now, give up a bit more space on the roam, and that's going to be even more awkward. Your clash of Forest dying to Yaga.
Yeah, I mean, these are very odd operators to lose early, right? You tell me, here's the operator lineup. Look at the 5 players on the team. Okay, now you got a clash and a smoke. Where should they die? Not 1st and 2nd is the answer to that question. And unfortunately, that's the situation that 5 Fears finds themselves in. Tons of stall potential completely gone. Gas canisters will not be able to stop the advance of 100 Thieves, particularly the Shield of Spirits. Same with Forest on that clash operator. So things are pretty grim for 5 Fears at this point.
Yeah, you got to think somebody like Fens has to make a bit of a move here. If he can get behind the Monty, that would down the defuse kit. That could be all they need. Snake's working his way up White Stairs too, so opportunities abound.
Mercy killing continues. A glamorous way for this first half to end, I suppose. 100 Thieves looking for a flawless end. They'll find it. It was flawlessly done by 5 Fears in the previous round. 100 Thieves took about half an hour, but we are back on even footing between those rounds. 3-3 setting us up for the 2nd half.
Yeah, and I think good adaptation there coming through from 100 Thieves. They slow things down a little bit and managed to find themselves that 3-3 scoreline, as you said, Parker.
All right, well, it's the halftime, Jesse, and our studio is going to want to talk through the first half of this match.
Well, thanks, Parker. 6 rounds in, Lax, we've seen quite a bit and, well, a little bit longer of a timeline than we wanted, but already a good early impression as to what 5 Fears and 100 Thieves are capable of. What's your early impression so far?
I mean, really impressed with 5 Fears. Like I said, I like the way that they played their defenses. They understood how how they played against their attacks. I really like the defenses. They did very well playing their trade games, but towards the end of it, this is where they struggled before, is they would get overzealous. They would play too aggressive. They would lose early engagements. This is where they struggle. Now the bigger thing is now them transitioning to attack. This is where everything needs to come to fruition with this addition now being added from Forest. This is where everything should look completely different on their attacking half.
Oh, 100%. I mean, we highlighted 5 Fears' weakness last year. All came from their attack side. Forrest was brought on because he is very good on attack. He's arguably the OXG's reason for why the attacks were able to be so coordinated. And that being said, we saw it slip away towards the end of that defensive half. That was the biggest issue. And now hopefully going into attack, we'll be able to fix it. But here are some of the over-aggressive plays that we're talking about. I mean, we get the first pick. That C4 easily could have taken JJ Blast out. But that being said, thankfully they didn't. When 5 Fears is playing together, playing slow, the trade game that they're showing and displaying in these defensive rounds is amazing. Transitioning that to attack is their biggest difficulty and their biggest challenge that hopefully they've been able to correct from last year into now.
Well, clearly, JJ off to a good start. 5 Fears looking to get a bit ahead here, tied at 3 going into the second half. Parker?
Halftime half, I suppose. Yaga using it for a presumably much needed bathroom break. So
I noticed that, yeah.
You know, when nature calls, you can't always afford to ignore it. You gotta pick up because bad things can happen if you choose to leave them on red or let it go to voicemail. So
Parker, it just shows the multitude of benefits that this new halftime brings to our game.
we are helping the viewers better understand what's going on by allowing our desk to flex their skills. We are allowing teams and their coaches to reassert what their goals are for the second half. And we are also engaging in very healthy bathroom activities by allowing the players to not stress their kidneys. And ultimately, I think that is really quite beautiful.
Well, we'll load back in, and of course, as we do return from the halftime, 100 Thieves have moved on to the defense, and 5 Fears will move over to the offense. I said I don't think it matters so much who's on which side. I didn't want to read into it too much, at least that when we were early on in this game. But I think Laxing had a really good point before this game started, and that Envy's attacks were not very good last season. That was probably their biggest issue that they had as a team. As Envy have morphed into this 5 Fears roster, the question is how different will the attacks look from last season? And I think Force coming into things is going to be a bit of a difference maker. This is what Laxing wanted to see in the pre-show was, is Force going to make their attacks better? Is he going to have a bit of an impact just because he has so much experience as an IGL and as a bit of a cheesy player? Well, now we get to find out.
F2 is back in a big way. Not only was Snake added as an operator, but changes to the FAMAS came in, which allowed it to have a grip. And look at that, it's already being used by Snake. The DMR 417, widely considered by many to be the best gun available on attack, no longer being run by Twitch. Instead, you'll go with the high fire rate of the F2. 5 Fears is off to the races. It's chased Adam out of his position as he sees the blitz. There was no blitz available in the first half because of the operator bans. Now we will see the German operator flex his muscle. Forrest, of course, running those shield ops. Please, just for the love of God, do not put him on fuse shield. That is all I ask of you. Now at the top, White is the main issue. Pambazoo firing away, disoriented by his own Gajmat mines as a gas canister goes out. It'll buy some time for 100 Thieves, Jesse, as they get off of that position.
Yeah, they've repelled this push really nicely. We wanted to see Force impact on the attack, and we see that immediately through the first round from 5 Fears. But Adam plays it really nice. He gets out of there ASAP, and Pambazoo comes in to support him. So those two players combining over towards White Stairs have made things really, really nice. There was an opportunity to kill Adam, but I think it was JJ just on the museum window who wasn't able to get the kill. So a little bit of a missed opportunity for 5 Fears. They are still playing around White Stairs and White Hall. They've made it now deep inside of Museum, so it feels like Forrest has started to get a little bit of ground for his team. They can use this to stage and execute, but they've still got players lurking on the south side of the map.
Fens will strike first for 5 Fears. Just a little bit over a minute to go on the clock. Adam is down. All of those gas canisters have been used as far as my count goes, Jesse. So obviously you lose the gun, the shotgun, and the SMG-11, which is quite dire, but your stall potential is now gone, and the shield on the side of 5 Fears is gone too. So without the smoke, you don't have to worry as much. You can, pardon the pun, breathe a little bit easier. Spirits taking down JJ Blast. The advantage will go to 5 Fears, but then Rival turns this one on its head. Neither of these teams able to shake one another. Fens with one, Snake with another, and there goes Gomez at the hands of Snake, who picks up a big 2K. The lead was so good for 5 Fears through much of that first half. They surrendered it in round 6, but they pick up where they left off here in round 7.
Yeah, and 5 Fears just determined to make that White Stairs push work. They eventually do get it done, Parker. That space was never retaken by 100 Thieves. They decided it's just too risky with the blitz playing around there. Adam goes down. He did have one Toxic Babe left in his pocket when he dies there, so maybe a little bit of stall potential off the board. I don't think time was really the issue, so I don't know if it would have made a big difference in the end. But really, I think it comes down to this trade game, the coordination being played by 5 Fears. Keep in mind, at the highest level, this bomb site and this map is attacker-sided. We see just teams able to collapse in on it because there's so many good ways for the attackers to immediately get to the site. They wasted no time on 5 Fears, walking in through the front door, getting up that staircase. They're immediately at the bomb site and then spend almost 3 full minutes working frags, giving themselves an advantage, using their cheese operators of both the blitz and, more importantly, the glads in the midst of that to give themselves the advantage. The attacks are looking sharp, 1 round deep.
Obviously, you don't want to get too ahead of yourselves here, but I will say the growth that we have witnessed from 5 Fears through these 7 active rounds, significantly better than anything we saw when they were playing under that Envy banner. And they made quite a leap up from stage 1 to stage 2 last year, and then on a pretty decent run through the qualifiers as well. So this team is just continuing to improve, adding Forrest to the roster, having this team firing on all cylinders, adding Fens as well, and Five Fears is looking like they could easily be a top 5 team here. Now, granted, we are saying this based on the old landscape. We have no idea what DZ is going to look like. We don't know what SSG is going to look like, what Cloud9 is going to look like. No ideas. So, all we can do is speculate. But if everything had stayed the same, the underlying fundamentals of this Five Fears team are looking pretty good.
I might go as far as to say the most underrated team here in the North America League. It's easy to say that when they're up 4-3 against 100 Thieves, but they've really been impressing me so far, Parker. And of course, just sticking together as that core from Envy gives me a lot of hope as to what they could accomplish this kickoff. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. They still have a map to win, and it's a very close game even still. 100 Thieves could pull this one back. They've got a bit of an extension going on inside of Bathroom and inside of Master. Ooh, Spears just ran his yokai drone into a Denari tripwire that will destroy your own drone. I have done that in ranked before. It is not fun, but happens to the best of us. Spirits, they'll be down 1 camera off that.
Candela's going off. Last one used by JJ Blast is he picked up 8 kills in that first half. Obviously, the scoreboard has been wiped. Forest has found an entry point, getting the defuse kit down. Rival to keep them at bay. Nitrocell goes out. Rival dies. Forest manages to get diffuser planted though, and suddenly all hell will break loose. Snake with another kill. JJ and Forest on the board so far. Five Fears shredding this 100 Thieves team. Adam, who has been the standout performer on so many teams he's played for, will need to clutch this one. He's spotted by the shield of Forest, and now there'll be a feeding frenzy. Fens and Snake searching for the final kill. Fens will get the job done, and another round goes to Five Fears as they live up to their name. Five Fears, 5 rounds so far.
And Forest on the Blitz, gotta be the MVP for me on that one, Parker. Forest played Blitz 35 times last season over the last 365 days, and he's one of the best shield players that we have here in North America. Sometimes, you know, he had been criticized from overextending and being a little bit too aggressive, but that time, what does he do? He finds a gap in towards the bomb site. He plants the diffuser. I feel like the players on 100 Thieves are just a little bit preoccupied over towards that bathroom roam. They lose sight of the objective just briefly, and that opens the door for Five Fears to take into the site, and then these 2 kills. This one first from Forest is absurd. He pushes up, gets the second kill as well. Those just aren't frags that most people would be able to get on the Blitz, but Forest is not most people, and he gives Five Fears a sizable 2-round lead.
This is going to be tough to overcome. Again, we thought that it would be a defender-sided map. If that is the case, 100 Thieves did not receive that memo this morning. Either that or it is still defender-sided, and Five Fears are just doing some serious work. I mean, when you look at the way the Five Fears defended, they were all over the place, right? They were playing very aggressive. It was forcing 100 Thieves to bring intel ops and dedicate quite a bit of time to roam clearing, providing that there wasn't an early altercation. And time again, Five Fears were quite interested in drawing blood within the first minute of action. Now it's 100 Thieves getting a bit more active on this roam. When they swapped sides, Five Fears kept up that momentum and that tempo, Jesse, but they did it as attackers, which is a little bit harder to do because you have to respond to what the defenders have. And if you find that there's an opening into the bomb site, which is exactly what happened on the previous round, well, it puts it in a really rough spot. The defenders then are basically boxed out of their own bomb site. The advantage of defending is completely gone. I like the read that Five Fears has made, and I'll be interested to see how 100 Thieves recovers.
Well, Parker, I don't know if it's one of the 5, but one of my fears has been realized here in round 9, and that's that we've got a Snake, but it's not being played by Snake. So we'll try to refer to Rival as Rival and Snake as Snake. But yes, the operator has been brought for the first time here in this game, being used to get information on Pamba's position just inside of Hammam. This is a bottom floor bomb site, of course, being held by 100 Thieves. They've chosen not to go up above for a second time, and hopefully they can start to work themselves a bit of an advantage because the defensive side hasn't worked out so well for them. It's early damage onto Forest playing the Blackbeard, but broadly they've done a good job of keeping Five Fears out of the building.
The slowest round so far. Forest still well acquainted with these shield ops. 100 Thieves not removing a shield so far. My goodness, the run out for Pambazoo. He might have been on sabbatical, I want to say. He didn't really quite retire, did he? He was just gone for a short period of time. The Troy Canadian retirement, as we'll call it. Which is, I don't want to play anymore. Oh, I'm on a new team and there's a new meta. I'm going to come back.
Yeah.
Run out there, knocks Five Fears off. Down goes Snake / Rival. I see what you're saying.
Big play by Gomez coming through here. Spirits jumps over, but it's instead his teammate who finds the frag. This bomb site, such a difficult nut for Five Fears to crack, Parker. It is just Snake in the 1v5.
I mean, he gets one. continuing to stat pad, and he gets some credit here from Gomez as he shot from multiple angles. This is a really hard spot for him to be in. He's on those tower stairs. He has the right idea that Yaga is encroaching upon his position, but if Yaga is smart, all he needs to do is just sit and wait at this doorway. People that don't play with good headphones don't realize that when you lean or reload or anything like that, you do make noise. If you play through TV speakers or you happen to play in a noisy environment, you're not going to hear those movements. These guys, though, they're dialed in, and you best know that upstairs, they heard him clear as day. They just wait him out. They get the final kill. Not much that Snake could be done. And 100 Thieves get on the board. They deny a match point situation. That would have been a 3-0 start for the second half. It's good, but 100 Thieves has tied or trailed this entire match, Jesse. That is frankly just not good enough. They will need to find a better pace if they want to close out Fortress in the win column.
I agree, Parker, but I will also say I think there's hope on the horizon. For the first time, we see 100 Thieves play an extremely aggressive style of defense. That round really started with the double run out from Gomez and Pamba, and it worked for them. One was a distraction that was good enough. Pamba then's able to come out and get that frag. That finds the man advantage for 100 Thieves. This is the run out right here from Pamba. It gets them started on the right foot with the lead on the numbers, and then it just allows things to snowball from there. Once you don't have your full 5-man stack, the plan has to change from 5 fears. And when you're a younger team, when you're a bit of a newer roster, adapting without your full 5 players can be some of the most difficult things to do in Rainbow Six Siege. They try to just force it in through medbay, force it in through the main floor hallway. It doesn't really go their way. Yogg ends up with a couple of kills. I think it was Gomez that ended up with a couple of big ones in the midst of that too. So really nice to see those frags coming out in favor of 100 Thieves. It will ban out the Azami to try to stop that happening next time, but that won't be till round 12 if we go back there, as it will be locked through the next 2.
Pamba's who really got the party started. It also helps that Forrest was knocked off stride really early, took a lot of damage. And I mean, if you're playing a shield op and you only have a fraction of your HP, there really isn't that much you can do. You can't play with the same impunity that you usually have. You don't feel quite as invincible, right? You're one bullet away from death. This is... I'd be so pissed off if I got killed by this, man. I'd lose my mind.
I mean,
this
is music window.
Yeah,
this is a weird place to enter the building. It's pretty rare to see someone enter through there. Maybe there's some intel that 5 fears do like to enter that part of the map. I don't think it's happening this round though, but something toxic to watch out for in your ranked games if you like to enter through music. Instead, it looks like 5 fears are going to be clearing over to the top floor. So the last time they came to this site, Parker, they went for that really direct push with the Blitz and the Glaz. Glaz gets banned out by 100 Thieves, and I think the plan kind of has to change for 5 fears because of that. They're going to be aimed on clearing out these roamers from the south side of the map. That means Gomez playing here instead of Old Tower. That might mean Pamba, who's playing inside of Games right now. These players that are disconnected from the bomb site will be the first targets for 5 fears.
As we saw the struggles that 100 Thieves had in this particular area, dropping on Old Tower will necessitate completely baiting out this utility, and then you can sit in this cubby spot that Fenz was looking at and do an awful lot of damage to the defenders that are playing in near the site. That'll be Gomez being watched, and he's shot at from 2 different angles, not aware that JJ Blast has opened up the exterior walls. That's a frustrating position for Gomez to be in, and with a minute and a half to go, 5 fears up by 1 player.
Yeah, they've wasted decent time in this roam game. They want a bit more, but Spirits actually is the one to answer back. They trade it with Yogg dying to Rival, but still man advantage for 5 fears. And at what point do these roamers fall back? Spirits surely now will return to his teammates on site.
I was going to say, if you're able to play this well and get under their skin, then why not continue the roam? And they are clearly under the skin of 5 fears, but the difference is that 5 fears still has utility, they still have intel, they still have gadgetry, and they have a numbers advantage that has not gone away. So you need to catch these players off guard, and we tend to see teams get really active at this point in a round, Jesse. This is where they will go for broke. Swing or be swung. You cannot have 3 players sit anchored inside of a bomb site. The attackers will clamp down on you, especially with how potent Snake is. He knows exactly where you're looking. That's really devastating for these defenders. 30 seconds left to go in the round. 5 fears looking to sink their claws in. A good swing. Down goes Pambaz, who is sitting duck inside of the corridor. Spirits bites the dust as well. And Adam will need to clutch out. He's got a nitro cell. It gets tossed. It's shot. Does not go off. And Rival will seal the deal. Pushing 5 fears to match point for the Org's first time ever.
It's just clinical looking, Parker. Everything is on point right now for Five Fears. It's a beautiful roam clear to come through the south side of the map. You saw them opening those angles. It took them a bit of time, 90 seconds to get that first frag, but they were taking that time to open walls, to make things difficult, to pop those gas pipes, and eventually they caught a player out. It was Gomez who went down first to JJ. Then things get a little bit messy, but they're able to trade things out. The coordination is good. JJ gets a critical pick in the hallway onto Pamba, and then this plant is really nice. I believe it's Rival that shoots that nitrocell just out of the air, stopping Adam's last hope to deny that plant and giving themselves that match point. Nobody thought Five Fears would walk in and take the opening game of the NAL up against 100 Thieves, but they will have 2 opportunities over the next 6 minutes to get that done.
I mean, this team knows adversity. This OXG roster that they competed, most of the players rather, competed under. As we've said, 100 Thieves in mind is often the spiritual successor, but not the actual successor
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
to that OXG core. Because, of course, you got some OXG players, then, of course, you got the DZ guys on it, but more OXG, I suppose. We're really just splitting hairs, just trying to find a way to relate to you, the audience. So you're welcome. Audience, that is, of course. But yeah, I mean, if you go back to the old OXG roster, they were never a team that would seemingly run away with games. Now, obviously, they did on occasion, but I always found them to be a really scrappy team that would play quite unorthodox through a number of rounds, and they would be able to figure things out and close that gap. It seems like, even though they've lost their main shot caller, who's now actually playing on the other team of 5 Fears, which is Forest, that identity is still somewhat there for 100 Thieves, and they've really struggled on entry against 5 Fears. Defending, it's map control that's been the bigger issue here for them. So, can 100 Thieves turn this around, Jesse? You said 6 minutes? 2 minutes and 20 seconds is all they have for this round, and you have to go round by round if you want to get to the final round of regulation.
Yeah, they might not need all 6 minutes, but the stall from Pamba is going to cut out and force at least a little bit more time off that clock. They've worked their way up the white stairs as they did back in round number 7. Bomb site's quite a ways away, of course. They've got to find their way past this roam game that was so devastating just inside a bathroom. But Pamba, bit of an awkward peek. Fens has the information thanks to that scanner on the snake, and he's able to get the opening pick. Really nicely done. This looks identical to the last round we just watched.
Yeah, I mean, Pambazoo's got some rust that he's going to need to shake off, but he does have the most kills on the team, to his credit. 9 kills, but the rest of the team is really quite struggling from an offense perspective. Top 2 frags on the side of 5 Fears, Snake and JJ sitting in double digits each. So Pambazoo's carrying his weight, but losing him, that's a detrimental loss.
Partner on the roam, Adam, was hoping to get aggressive and get some kind of a pick back, but he's been forced to play with his teammates over towards briefing. The nitro won't do much, not tossed far enough to come through there from Yaga. This Monty's just giving him so much info. He's down to half HP, but with 2 shields staring at you, what are you even supposed to do on 100 Thieves?
I mean, what are you supposed to do? You're supposed to die, frankly. But I mean, Adam didn't get that memo. Neither did Yaga. He gets traded out by JJ, so one shield is gone. The other still remains. And even footing for these teams, a 3v3 showdown with 50 seconds left. 5 Fears comes out ahead. That's the ball game. They take their first victory. 100 Thieves will have to wait ever so long. They'll be playing tomorrow against Shopify Rebellion, so they could pick up their first victory within the next 24-ish hours, but things are not looking great for them here. 30 seconds for 5 Fears to walk this defuse kit in. Rival has it. JJ taking a lot of damage from those flames. The Goyo canisters spread for 20 seconds. That's a long time to wait with where the clock is at, Jesse. Now it's Rival taking some damage. A beautiful trade, though, as he eliminates Gomez. The flames taking out Snake somehow. Rival killing everybody. Spirits will have to clutch as the Tachanka almost gets the job done. But it's JJ to break the backs of 100 Thieves. And a victory for 5 Fears as they make their NA League debut.
Welcome back, James. We missed you so much. The North America League has a new top team for the first game. 5 Fears get the upset victory over 100 Thieves. No one saw that coming.
An incredible first match, but 3 more to come. Jesse, 5 Fears walking away from this with a big victory.
Drop the diffuser.
Well, a 7-4 start for the Five Fears roster in the battle of two fresh orgs into the Siege scene. It is indeed Five Fears led by JJ Blast who come out on top. We will welcome in the captain of this team now and hear a little bit more from him after this victory. JJ, congratulations. I mean, I know you've been very active, right? Hyping up this first match, talking about just how much work you guys have been putting in the offseason. But I mean, what does it mean here to start the kickoff with a win over 100 Thieves?
It means the world to me, man. Like we found ourselves in a position at the end of the year, like things didn't go our way last year, the core of this team, right? We had a one game win in playoffs. That would have been like kind of a big goal for that roster, rookie year of Pro League, right? And we fell short. And that feeling just stuck with me all offseason. I knew a lot had to change in the team internally. With myself as a leader, we had to be way more professional about things. And like, I mean, it was a long offseason, man. It was like I went into like exile for like six or 7 months. And we just, we grinded our asses off, man. And we're here for this year, man. It's one win. It feels great, but we got a lot more to do this year.
You guys sure do, but something that has been a positive so far in one game is Forrest. Him bringing the shields on attack, that was something that we highlighted, was your attacks last year were not that great. They're looking pretty solid right now, and those shield play from him and both of you in that final round, is that something that you guys were just going on the flow? Like, how has he been able to impact your guys' gameplay on attacks, bringing those shields, but just in general?
Yeah, so first of all, us getting Brox, that's Forrest, like that was like a blessing in disguise, like the gods intervening for us. Like he fell out of like those top teams and somehow didn't land himself on a top team at the end of the year. And like we saw him and we instantly knew like that's the vet we need on the team. And he's been, especially to me, man, he's like taking me under his wing. He's like mentoring me as an IGL now. He's like, every time he's just like, JJ, I just want to help you grow, man. And that's something like, it took us a little while, like, you know, me and him both as IGLs, and like we also played shields too. So like we can crank stuff out and run double shield and just walk him down. That last round we said like we both like instantly at the same time when the rest are like, let's walk him down. But no, that's good. It just like he's able to kind of direct the kids in the round, right? He just like he's always got an idea. He's just always doing something leading us through the round, and like I can focus on the overall big picture. So working with him is a blessing, man.
Well, JJ, I love the growth from you guys. I love to hear everything you're saying. I mean, I have a really important question for you. And
yeah.
What is the average looking like for you guys?
Average is, I don't know. Alfama was saying that like, he said I was average, and let me tell you, there's only one thing that's average about me.
Well, all right, hold on, whoa. I'm not talking about that average. I'm not talking about on Twitter.
No, my bad.
I'm talking about the average amount of time and hours you guys are putting in on a day-to-day basis to look as good as you guys did here today.
Yeah, no, this year, like, there's so much more work going in behind the scenes. Like, last year, man, like, stage 1 was a struggle for us as that MV team. We weren't in a position to succeed out of the server, I guess you could say. And then stage 2, I think we put in the bare minimum that a Pro League team should put in, and we saw some results. And this year, like, I knew that had to get turned up a notch. It had to be 110% this year. So out of the game, man, there's so much more VOD review going on now. There's so much more workshopping stuff going on right now. I'm on every day, like for like 10 hours. Just like, it's like as soon as noon hits, I'm here from noon to 10 p.m. working on team stuff with the team. And Brock's always helping me out. The other guys are even pitching in now, which is great. Truly a culture there. I also want to give one quick shout out to our new coach to the staff, Sam Phoenix, coach a major winning team in Call of Duty. He's here. He instilled a great culture in our team, and like right now, we wouldn't be the people and individuals we are right now without him. So, big shout out to him.
I love it.
And listen, JJ, it is always a pleasure to watch you work, the energy you bring to the game, and yeah, we cannot wait to see what Five Fears will continue to do in Kickoff. Congrats on a day 1 win.
All Zag Nation, let's ride!
Thank you, JJ. What a win to start. I mean, this was, a battle that early on, Lax, we couldn't quite tell which way it was going to go. It was clear that Five Fears was bringing the aggression. And while that was getting them into trouble at times, that aggression, that same style of gameplay, it's why they're sitting here at the end of this one with a 7-4 win under their belt.
Yeah, the aggression certainly carried them through a lot of these rounds. It also gave up a few rounds to make it even look cleaner than how it actually did, because the rounds that they did ended up losing was really to themselves. They were just over peaking, they were over aggressing, they didn't need to make certain rotations. It wasn't necessary. And I really am impressed just with the attitude and what JJ was giving us inside of and how everything has been looking from inside the game or outside the game. I think it really speaks into just how well this team has been developing. And then with the addition of seeing Forrest force. I think this team really is going to be a force to be reckoned with as they get more and more games underneath their belt. And as for the side for 100 Thieves, I am honestly very disappointed in the lack of performance that we saw from them. Again, I don't really think there's anything tangible to hold on to from what we saw. I think a lot of mistakes were being made on their end, and they were just able to punish Five Fears off of their mistakes that realistically were given to them.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that, because the round wins that 100 Thieves got didn't really look like they won it themselves. It was just Five Fears being over aggressive. There was a lot of questionable plays, a lot of decision making from 100 Thieves where they would over aggress in a certain way. There was a good amount of retakes that was good individually, you know, 2 players focusing on getting a pinch down, but the strategy as a whole, it left me wanting more from them. It seemed very questionable. Their attacks are one thing, they brought it back, but their defenses on a map like Fortress, always getting picked first, constantly giving up positions. The way that utility was getting wasted, it seemed very oblivious from where they would be standing, where they could have gotten shot from. So maybe it's a factor of them not having enough reps on a map like Fortress, or Spirits being on these, you know, gimmicky operators and he can't focus on IGLing the rest of the team, but it seemed very disconnected and there wasn't really one pinpoint voice that it seemed like everyone was listening to. Everyone was playing on their own. But one good takeaway was it didn't really look like Pamba has lost too much time since his stint of being quote unquote retired. He did look good. He had a good amount of rounds. His shot was clean. I really feel like the strategy just set him up to fail some of those rounds, which is why he was getting picked first.
Well, if you look at where this team is going and what the pressure is on their shoulders, right? At least 100 Thieves' sake, but you can hope that it's something they're able to shake off. They don't have to worry too much about this one as they move in to the rest of Kickoff and try to recover. But we'll shift gears now straight in to the next best of 1 as we look at Shopify Rebellion and 1 of 30. This matchup, another one where we're going to see a young team trying to take on a powerhouse. 1 of 30, a team that competed in Challenger Series known as Foot Locker's Finest, will be competing under the 1 of 30 banner going forward. But this roster, Lax, as we have seen, earned their way to this spot through Challenger Series. There is no better way to prove you belong than by beating out every single other team on the path to T1.
Yeah, absolutely. And I love the fact that they have stuck together. They understood all the ins and outs, what's going to get them here and what's able to make them prosper. And something I want to focus on, they're really big positives for this team. 2 big positives is that you have Packer and Bino. They both have IGL experience, more so from Packer at a bigger T1 level in terms of international play. But even for the sides of Bino, he has definitely stepped up his ability to IGL as time has gone on. So those 2, I'm sure, are going to be working hand in hand together in the strats, in the attacks, whatever that's going to look like. But looking at the other 3 of Mike W, Volsper, and Silo, sure, they might not have that T1 experience, but fact of the matter is they do have LAN experience. They've played in sports contenders. They've won it. They've played in Element 6. I mean, these players are still players you should be watching and looking at because they all come together quite handedly to make it to this point. So you have to give them the credit there. I'm not going to nitpick and say, you know, my expectations are low. I think that you're just going to take everything that's in front of them and learn and just cultivate a team dynamic that is going to make them be a team to be reckoned with.
Yeah, my expectations for them aren't low. Of course, it's a very difficult first game to go up against them, but they have a good amount of tools in the shop to be able to have a successful team. And one of those biggest tools is Packer. In my opinion, he has always been joining these Pro League rosters. We've seen him time and time again, and he joins these rosters that are already built. He has to be able to work with what he's given. The only time that we've seen him find the most amount of success is when he was on that CL4L team that actually went to a major and was able to perform well because it was his roster. And now it's kind of a mixed match bag of that roster with rookie players. So now he finally has the ability to shot call everything that he wants to do. There's no system put in place. He has free reign, and he has players that him and the rest of the team consistently dominate T2 tournaments. So there is some proof to this pudding on how they can find success. It's all about experience at this point now for the newer players. Shopify Rebellion is a difficult opponent, so as long as they keep it close, they can settle into the rest of this kickoff.
Well, 1 of 30, they're getting thrown into the fire right away because, as you mentioned, Fox, they are going up against a team that we put at #1 on the power rankings, the only team who did not make a single roster change going from 2025 into 2026. It is, of course, Shopify Rebellion. And Fox, the Rebellion, I mean, we know just how passionate this team is, and we know exactly what they're working on coming into this year because Super put out a video. He talked about just how much this year matters to them and the progression of this team.
Shopify Rebellion doesn't need to worry about roster changes. Their issues are miles away from just the regular season in the NAL. It's about events. They always play good interregionally, and then they go to events, and that's where their issues follow because they're so used to relying on big individual performances. And we could see it. They perform well, decently well in the NAL stage, and then bomb out when it comes to these major tournaments. And I believe it's just the competition level that they bring to the NAL, to this kickoff, is they underestimate their opponents because they have such talented individual players. They don't practice the IGLing, the teamwork aspect as much. And when they get to those major events, that's where they suffer. So for now, hopefully they bring a different outlook coming into the kickoff where they treat every opponent as the best team in the world. That can get them a better finish than just 3rd in the NAL region in the kickoff. And hopefully they can make it to Salt Lake City and show us exactly what everyone has been anticipating from this roster.
Yeah, and I think the important bit there is they're also bringing on Thesis to be able to bring some Brazilian experience, to be able to bring some Brazilian insight to help Super be able to facilitate, you know, more ideas, to bring something else to the table. Because if you're not going to make a roster changes, at least something has to change. And as me and you know, Fox, being being domestically really well, it does do great. It gets you to events, but as we've talked about, SR does not place very well internationally. So this has to start making something work, not only domestically, but especially once we get to that international level, if they can make Salt Lake City, because that's where everything needs to change for this roster. And for me, as much as I do appreciate no roster change being made, they're sticking to what they know. They're changing us, they're tweaking a few things. Something will have to change if they don't make SLC.
Well, so let's see where Shopify Rebellion want to take this novice opponent team. To the map on their very first best of one of kickoff. It's going to be Clubhouse, a decision that Shopify Rebellion got to make by banning Border at the very end. Lax, you said it's a surprise. Why do you find this one unusual?
I mean, I find it a surprise only for the fact that this is a newer team, and we've talked about this time and time again. Clubhouse is a very fundamentally sound map. You don't need to do anything crazy. The only reason why I can see SR picking this is because they don't want to show anything off early. They don't want to show off, you know, once they possibly make it into playoffs. And the nice thing about also playing a newer team, granted, it does favor them, and to some degree, it can expose you to new things that new teams might try. Granted, again, it is Clubhouse. I can't really see that happening. That's the only thing I can try to make an understanding of it. But I would say this should allow 1 in 30 to feel far more comfortable to play on this map than any other map against SR.
We know Shopify. We know Shopify Rebellion. We know that they're most likely going to be in the driver's seat. It's their game to lose regardless of the map. But in my opinion, what did I just say when we were breaking them down? They take the interregional tournaments very easily. They rely on individual gun skill, and then they go to majors and they get stomped because they're not practicing adaptation. They're not practicing teamwork. So even on a map like Clubhouse, yes, they probably will win today. But that being said, you're not practicing that bone of making sure that you're working on each other, being able to adapt if necessary. Clubhouse is a very simple map, like Lax said. So not only are you giving 1 out of 30 an easier run in this series, but you're also not working the tool that you need to get ready for these major events. So I don't like the map.
The first step to get there is to perform well domestically. If we want to see them ramp up and improve on the very thing they're trying to work on, it's got to start right now with a good performance here in kickoff. Hopefully a good performance for them on day 1. Over to you, Parker.
I love that you keep saying my name because you give less agency to Jesse, and that just frankly delights me. It's as if I'm the only person who matters of the two of us, and while I think that's correct, and Jesse's opinion doesn't matter, I do fear that there are at least dozens of people that are watching this that might like what Jesse has to say. And I will bring him in because, as was talked about on the desk, Jesse, you were the expert here between the two of us. 96% in what might be the most lopsided social prediction we've seen potentially ever. Shopify Rebellion given the edge over 1 of 30. As was mentioned, they were called finest. I cannot say that word, but we find a clever workaround. They go by a different name now. Bino, you will know as the former commander, leader of that LFL orgless team. Packer has been around before. Silo and Wolfsburg making their debuts alongside Mike W. All three of those fresh faces. And they've got their hands full against a team that made, well, no real changes.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Parker. Two teams, at least from the big three regions, did not make roster moves over the offseason. One of them was the best team in the world, FaZe Clan, and the other one was SR. Not quite the best team in the world, but have been standing on an international stage for quite some time now. The desk shared their thoughts. They've had their struggles internationally for sure. But today, the opponent in front of them is one primarily built up of rookies. 1 of 30. If you do the division, that's pretty close to 4%. That might be all the odds that our community gives them, but who knows? With this brand new roster coming straight out of Challenger League, they're going to be the underdogs. They're going to be the ones that nobody expects to come out on top, but this could be their moment to upset all expectations and take down one of the best teams in North America.
Yeah, I mean, what a statement match it would be. We just saw the statement that was made by Five Fears in the earlier game. Now, an opportunity for 1 of 30 to get the job done. How are they going to do? Well, they go on a pretty default map. If you're going to be starting on any map at a T1 level, you got to imagine Clubhouse is a pretty good place to do it. There will be a certain level of familiarity here on this map with every single professional. This is a default map that launched with the game, and while it has had some pretty big and some less significant overhauls over the course of its life, ranked players know it, casual players know it, observers who've maybe never touched this game likely know it. Certainly the pros will as well. Now, just because you know it, Jesse, doesn't mean you know how to go about dealing with a team that knows it better. And I would say that Shopify Rebellion probably knows this map a little bit better, but I mean, it's pretty good territory for you to make your debut on, and it should be at least somewhat of a helpful map for 1 of 30.
Yeah, and I'm sure 1 of 30 were watching the 6th Invitational. Shopify Rebellion played Clubhouse 3 times at that event, and they only won it a single time. That was an 8-7 game versus G2. They then lost it to FaZe Clan, lost it to SSG. So it's not like this is a really strong map in the corner of Shopify Rebellion either. They will have to make some adjustments coming into the new season on Clubhouse if they want to be competitive, at least against the best teams in the world. And I do think we're seeing a bit of adaptation. Surf has just brought the Sens here to the bottom floor bomb site. Canadian's not playing a shield, and instead, with a gun in his hand, he strikes for the opening pick.
And they got another inside of stock. I don't know if they can get around this in time. Packer might be able to do the old getaway as he pops the hatch and is just waiting for a drone to get the all clear. Given that he's playing Mozzie, I wonder if those pests are in a position where he could net some intel. They'll use one of the Deimos tracks instead, so the death mark goes out. Packer gets out of there. The mute jammers that are scattered throughout this map, some on the top floor, many on that bottom floor, will certainly aid the escape of Packer and the rest of 1 of 40 or 1 of 30, and will force this team of the Rebellion to do some pretty extensive drone work. Halfway point of the round, and you can see they've already cleared out most of the top floor, and now starting on the middle floor, they'll begin to transition to gaining intel on where these final 4.5 defenders are, because there is a Scopos on the board.
Yeah, the Scopos is the biggest problem for them. They haven't droned Wolfsburg out of Strip Club just yet. They might know he's around, and there will be the information. So you never know, is this Scopos going to teleport back towards site? Is he going to sit in here and go for a flank when you're trying to run down the Moto hatch? It's always a threat if you choose not to clear him out. And Shopify Rebellion don't have a ton of time. I'm not sure if they will be committing to go for that clear. Instead, they just kind of have to spend these next 60 seconds watching their back, being very careful, knowing that at any moment, Volsker could pop out and go for the flank.
They've got a good read on him, and they'll gain an even better advantage as Packer was punished and now finished off. So the Rebellion can easily put one player on flank watch. Ambi was the one dedicated to that. Down goes Wolfsburg. That Scopos really not having the same impact that we've seen on this map before. A rough start for 1 of 30, but again, they're making their debut and they're going up against a well-oiled machine. Consistently one of the best teams in North America. Not quite one of the best teams in the world, but still quite competitive. Silo now making his debut at a tier 1 level, finds his very first kill. It's on to Canadian, the old dog who's walking down main stairs, now around the bar. Ooh, my, Silo's gonna need a drink after that one. Ambi and Surf, the final 2 kills, and the Rebellion take round number 1.
Despite a near flawless round, a little bit scary. We get down to 8 seconds and nobody is holding the defuse kit on the side of Shopify Rebellion. So maybe a little nervous. It was dropped just at the bottom of main stairs, so probably could have been recovered worst case. But end of the day, Shopify Rebellion looking really confident in those gunfights. The early pick onto the roamers, shutting down Volsper's potential flank. I hyped it up as a possibility to get them back into that round, but Ambi was so ready for it. And I think it is just maybe catching 1 of 30 off guard a little bit. This slightly revamped lineup that Shopify Rebellion are bringing, not in terms of players, of course, but at least in terms of operators. Just as an example, the last 8 times that SR attacked the bottom floor bomb site here on Clubhouse, Canadian was hard stuck on the Blackbeard. This time, the first round of the new season, he's not bringing a shield at all. Not Blackbeard, not Blitz, not Monty. Of course, it got banned, but he rocks it with the ace, gets that entry for his team, has a bit of success in the fragging department, and maybe catches 1 of 30 off guard just a little bit with that change of
10
operator.
seconds left.
One thing about Scopos, by the way,
Attackers have
is
located a
that
bomb.
I
5
guess
seconds left
they,
before
because it's
insertion.
2 robots, even though Scopos is piloted by a female operator, technically she's not.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it's them.
Sure.
The 2 robots now gain Aruni's passive. So with the way, and you saw it a little bit on that strip wall, we didn't really make much mention of it. Oh, a nice opportunity there from Mike W, and he leans in real life, and it gives him a +5 boost to get away in time. Scopos now has Aruni's passive. So if you're going to be defending on that middle floor, or even the top floor, you can create escapes very easily by just punching out a couple holes in the wall. And you can also get the hatches too. It's a pretty significant buff to Scopos. It doesn't obviously change the way that the operator functions. They also buff Scopos by making the swap a little bit faster, but it will just make using the operator a little less clunky and open up some playmaking potential there. We didn't really see much of it from Volsper because he was caught in a really rough position, but there was an attempt, and frankly, seeing that alone, pretty good.
Moves to the Warden. He is playing red stairs. It's his teammate, the first to go down. Packer got downed early in the last round as well. This time, the drone hole is his undoing. He did get some utility out, so the wall will be slow to open, but because he's down, he can't keep on throwing those super out canisters, and it's a second too late, so an angle's been made in the cache wall.
Burn those magnets now as Canadian just edges his way around the doorframe looking for information. They've caught the Warden of Volsper in this position. Ambi gets swatted away. Volsper looks for a second on the Canadian. The Ying now dueling with him. Volsper will find it, making up for lost time. 2 kills anchored in this position on top red with the deployable shield in front. He'll lose the shield and immediately run down those stairs. This is a great play by Volsper. It's going to waste time, and the damage that's been done to the Rebellion is pretty devastating. Packer, who'd been downed earlier, by the way, picked up. So 1 of 30 have actually not lost anything other than a bit of HP. All 5 guns still in hand.
Util's decent on the side of SR, though. They've got 2 Lion charges and 2 charges from the Grim to try to find some players' information when they go for this push. I don't love their position still. A 3v5 is never favorable when you're attacking onto this gym bedroom bomb site, but they've got a couple of tools to work with. They can use these to try to enable some gunfights and maybe work themselves in for a plant through gym.
They're just fishing for kills at this point, hoping that 1 of 30 gets a little bit impatient on their hold. I mean, for a newer team, that's not a bad read. Packer has experience at this level, as does Bino, both of them. Pretty good minds, and they'll be able to give some information. Serve vaults in, running out of time. Rebellion just really don't have a lot of options. They've got to go for kills. Rexon finds a single one, Bino and Silo, the final 2 to strike. But that man right there on your screen, Volsper, almost single-handedly winning the round. What a performance on round number 2. Tried to be a thorn in the side of round number 1, couldn't do it. Round number 2, though, does a great job, and it's a tie game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more, Parker. It's a big round from Nathan Myers, the 20-year-old entry player known as Volsper on this team, as he's just sat top of the stairs. They never were able to deal with his shield. They try to ying him, but of course, he's a Warden. That's not going to work so well. And they tried to do a bit of a distraction play. You saw Canadian just dumping his mag, trying to make Volsper look at him, but I think Volsper read that and thought, you know what? I'm probably being pushed up my red stairs. Perfectly times his swing to kill Ambi and then kill the old man of Shopify Rebellion. It's exactly what you want to see from a young rookie of 1 of 30. And then, yeah, that late round 5v3, very simple to hold things down. I did like the angle that Packer took from down inside of Billiards, though. Not a common one that you see being brought out, but can be very powerful in the right situation.
I like that good read by 1 of 30. Really what it comes down to was a bit of that push onto red being out of sync. Those smart goggles that were used by the Warden of Wolfsburg did not get the first Candela, so you could see from the character model that Warden was blinded when the first one was tossed in. Not the one that got caught by the magnet, but the second one. Ambi was just a bit too slow on those red stairs, or you could argue that maybe Canadian was a bit too fast with his Candela. I mean, 6 of one, half a dozen of the other here, but they were not in sync. And because of that, the Warden was able to turn what should have been a 0 kill performance into an incredible 2K, getting Ambi immediately removing that pressure on red stairs and focusing his full efforts on that breach. So well read by 1 of 30. Again, if you are somebody who is a talented mechanical player, which so far, through these 2 rounds, Wolfsburg has been able to stand up to this aggression, you can make crazy things happen, and he took advantage of what might have been a poorly synced up play from the Rebellion.
Wolfsburg was a big player in the last round, as you say, Parker, and he's going to have to be once again. He's the Azami playing inside of Rafters. Now, this is a really important position to stall time out. It can be a very tough position to play sometimes because all eyes will be pointed in your direction. But Wolfsburg seems ready for the charge. He's got both walls reinforced in towards sight. That's how a lot of teams are playing this these days. But the ace is actually going to open up an angle, so that makes this position a little bit more awkward. And here come the nades to force him out.
Rexton's in a really strong position, but Wolfsburg is just enduring, which is really quite impressive. This is usually an easy target to get. Wolfsburg still in this spot. Canadian baited in by Mike W. That was the player you were most excited to see, and he's already made his presence felt in this round. Down goes Spoit. The guns from 1 of 30 finding their marks. All the while, Jesse, they've not been able to deal with Wolfsburg's Azami on Rafters. They're losing everybody on this team. Wolfsburg finally taking some damage as Rexton has died. Surf and Ambi, the last 2 left. Surf sees him and gets the down, but still not a confirmed kill. Rebellion really having some troubles through these last 2 rounds, Jesse.
Yeah, Wolfsburg won't get a kill this round, but by God, did he not do a lot. He was able to bait so much attention, and his teammates just took that and ran with it. Some big swings coming out. They know he's downed, I believe. In any case, they're not interested in pushing Garage. They feel they don't have the man count for it. They're going to go stalk and face the shotgun of Packer. This cannot go well.
This is a position he played on that Mozzie. Still being harassed by that death mark. It's not Ambi who's in that position, though. It's Surf. Ambi elsewhere will find a kill. Packer gets siege timing. Wolfsburg is down, and suddenly what seemed unthinkable has now become possible. Rebellion in a 2v2. Wolfsburg likely not to be retrieved. Surf has no choice but to take some damage as now he tinkers with what this defense has in front of him. Sidearm out. Plenty of opportunity to reload unless he was completely out of bullets. Now it's Ambi to take some damage too. Mike W got the kill on the Canadian and then gets a 2-piece to send the round away. Oh my goodness, 2 rounds in a row and 1 of 30 with the lead.
Now, I'm no pro siege coach, Parker, but I would have to say that if you find yourself army crawling through an Aruni gate just to get into sight, your push probably did not go exactly as you planned. Never were able to get that garage control once again with Wolfsburg playing upstairs in the rafters. It was some beautiful play. It was Mike W playing, I believe, the bedroom window extended all the way across the top floor. And then a couple of swings from Packer from just inside the site got them that early man advantage. Maybe there were a couple of good picks in the mid round to pull things back. I actually really like how they addressed Packer playing inside of stock, getting past him with that Demos track and biding their time. But man, it just did not seem to matter in the end. They did not have the utility that they needed to go for that push. Siege timing a bit there, as you say, Parker. But even still, this has been a really nice couple of rounds from 1 of 30.
15 seconds remaining. Attackers have dropped the bomb.
You know, just needed to wait. Right call to make. And what I'm really liking, though, is the patience. Even in round number 1, there was still quite a lot of patience from this 1 of 30 team. They were not over-peaking. They weren't taking fights needlessly. They were trying to support each other with that roam upstairs. Packer not far removed from Wolfsburg on the Scopos. Packer has swapped off of the Mozzie. The Scopos will be brought yet again on this same bomb site. And you can already see the work that's being done. One main criticism that a lot of defenders get, especially with the flexibility of certain defending operators, is their ability to do site setup. Well, by allowing this Scopos operator to have the Aruni passive, you can now really help with site setup if there's no bailiff or shotgun available on the team. It allows players like Bino and Silo on the smoke in the castle to do other things, while Wolfsburg did much of that top floor site setup. It'll just speed things up and allow them to roam a little bit better supported because you don't have to rely on just 1 or 2 operators to get the job done.
I like the castle pick by Silo as well. It's going to enable a bit more of an aggressive roam game. Now, the droning is good from Shopify Rebellion. They spot that castle out very early, so they will know Silo's down here. Not like it was a big secret that they were playing the castle, but his position is going to be vital to try to clear this roam. Here comes Canadian on the blitz, hoping to clear him out.
And I mean, he'll do that. He's got Silo on the run, but yet again, the fadeaway through these hatches. But hold on, Mike has gone undroned. How did they not see him there? Rexton gets him, but the job is done. The damage to the only shield operator on Rebellion has been committed. And my goodness, SR with 2 minutes left have lost their captain and lost their shield.
Yeah, that's a great trade for 1 of 30, and they've still got roam presence. The Volsper's upstairs in bedroom. Packer's playing the main stairs. Packer gets droned, will go back to site, but this Scopo's still going to be a bit of a threat playing inside a bedroom. Even if he gets droned or flashed, he can just escape. With that fast time back towards site, he's got all the tools that he needs to be a nuisance on this roam and still survive for the execute.
Yeah, I mean, Volsper can easily swap, too. There's a second Volsper on the board, and there we go. He'll take a look, and he will get out of dodge. Play safely. Half of the round done, and, well, he'll swap to the one now playing in church. That's not a kill. That's not a kill. I'm sorry, Spoit. I know you wanted it, but that's not a kill.
Yeah, Willie's still on 0 through the first 3. That's okay. An opportunity here to try to get that one back. The 4v4 is not devastating for Shopify Rebellion. They've got good stock breach, 2 more breaching charges still by Spoit, a third if you count the primary gadgets. The roamers have all fallen back, and frankly, the site util is not that good. There will be some Goyos from Mike W, and of course, the Toxic Babes from Bino, but a lot of the pressure was being played on this roam game, and SR did get past that part of the map relatively unscathed. 4v4 is not a bad spot to be if you're SR. Of course it hurts though losing Canadian.
Spoit will try to link up with the rest of this team. Looks like he's going to be on bomb duty, so he'll bring the case into those bomb chassis to try and get them down. The objective in the hands of the Swede, playing from the Shopify offices in Toronto. He and Canadian both playing in a very familiar spot, so they know that setup quite well. The rest of this team, though, playing from their own homes. Ambi finding 2, my goodness. Shooting out of Chicago, Illinois. Volsper and Bino on the board. Volsper with a second. He was good for 2 kills before. Make it a third. 1 of 30 finds a third round in a row. Shopify Rebellion in trouble early.
This is a game that everybody thought would be an easy W for Shopify Rebellion. One of only 2 teams in the Big 3 regions to not make any changes across the offseason. A video posted to Twitter saying, we're not perfect, but we think we're still improving. We don't need to make changes. And I'm not even criticizing that decision. I respect and agree with the decision to not change any of the players. But this game is certainly starting to ring some warning bells, Parker. You're down now 1-3 up against a Challenger League team that is unsponsored, not playing with any representation, and frankly, they're having a great time with it. Volsper has been the MVP for me, continuously finding values round after round. That time it was the late round where he's able to commit to that anchor play, but also have impact slowing down the roam clear up above. Mike W got active for an early frag from the team there as well. You said it, it was a bit of a missed drone, maybe a bit of a tunnel vision to come through from Shopify Rebellion. They had such a good drone on the castle playing inside a bar, but they didn't think to drone out the rest of the map. They weren't concerned with where the rest of those roamers might be. It comes back to bite them. It's actually a tech pause here to stalls for just a moment, but if they do want to take their tactical as well, I'm sure Super would have some choice words for the players because this is not up to their standards so far.
Yeah, I mean, an unideal situation to be in. I do wonder what you do to fix this, right? I mean, you've had the most time to practice with this roster. There is a new meta, and we will say this quite often. Just because the team stuck together does not mean that all will go well immediately. Yes, there is no denying that the team that should perform the best is Shopify Rebellion. They made no roster moves. They brought in some coaching help. They've had time to practice. They have a lot of money behind them with this organization. They have a facility here in Toronto that they boot camp out of and can play out of. As we said, both Canadian and Spoit are playing out of that location. And because they didn't make any changes, they should be the best equipped to be the most successful. But again, we don't play these matches in theory. We play these matches in practice. And right now, in practice, 1 of 30 is dominating the Rebellion. Now, I will then argue against myself because this is defending on Clubhouse. Typically and historically, the defenders on Clubhouse, if all goes according to plan, should win no fewer than 3 rounds. That's exactly where 1 of 30 is. So they have met where most teams need to be. It really comes down to how does the rest of this first half play out? If they run up the score, that might be it for the Rebellion through the second half. If they are unable to run up the score, things are going to get mighty, mighty hard for this team. And because they are a newer team with very little experience as a unit, attacking is where things get really challenging. So while we focus a lot on the fact that Shopify Rebellion have not performed up to snuff, we then need to hold that same energy for this 1 of 30 team when the size swap comes in. The only question that remains to be answered, Jesse, is how much of a bloodbath is going to occur over these next 2 rounds.
No, I agree 100%, Parker. We are not past the point of no return. There is ample time in this game for SR to figure out their last couple of attacks, get themselves back to an even scoreline, and then maybe they, even if they get 5-1 on the first half, maybe they roll the defenses, maybe the offensive strats just aren't quite there yet for 1 of 30. We still have no idea how this game is going to unfold, but at the same time, you can't ignore the rounds that we've been witnessing. 1 of 30, they're not lucking into these, they're not just getting random swings, it's not like they're getting siege timing to every round. They're playing the better game. They're playing aggressive, they're playing multiple different positions, and they're catching Shopify Rebellion off guard more often than not because of the positions they're playing, because of the attention that they're drawing, and certainly because of the shots they're hitting. They've been the better team through 4 rounds on Clubhouse, and it's, of course, the onus is on Shopify Rebellion to try to turn this around. The desk said that this was their game to lose, and so far they are losing it. This tech pause may be a bit of a blessing for the team to just reset the mental a little bit, because expectations were a lot higher, and you got to imagine if they lose to 1 of 30 in their opening game, they're not going to be at the top of Fox and Laxing's tier list any longer. Which is the greatest concern, by the way.
Of course, that's what you're really playing for here. 96% of the community said that the Rebellion would win. 96%. 4% of you. The 4% of you who might be mentally unfit to be in society.
Okay, well.
But I love your optimism. Might actually end up being the sane group. How does that feel?
Parker, you know,
thought I was insulting them, but I was really complimenting them. You had no idea.
Do you know another way to say 4%? It's about 1 in every 30 people.
1 of 30.
1 of 30.
Yeah.
Makes you think.
I'm glad that that's a mirror, because I thought he had like 8 swords on his wall. And I was like, that's too many swords.
Or is it just right?
How many swords do you own?
I own 2 swords, Parker. I own 2.
You actually?
I do. I don't know if I'm allowed to bring them on broadcast.
Swords?
They're just cool to have. I think you should get a sword. At least 1. They're like dual wielding swords, the 2 that I have too. They're like each one-handed and they're the same.
I have no reason to own a sword.
Every person has a reason to own a sword.
Why do you own a sword?
It's intrinsic, because it's cool as hell. What do you mean?
You said it was cool. That's not a reason. There's lots of cool
It's
stuff.
absolutely a reason to own a sword. Are you kidding?
Helicopters are cool. Do you own one?
No, but I wish I did. That's a skill issue on my part.
I think it's more of a financial issue on your part.
Yeah.
The good people of Blast simply don't pay you well enough to afford a helicopter.
Blast, I'm going to need a helicopter to the Salt Lake City Major. I hope that we can get that into my contract, please. Thank you very much.
I want to fly into the Salt Lake City Major like Jeff Probst flew into the reunions on Survivor, where he would like come in on a helicopter after the show ended and land. That would be really cool.
That would be sick.
With swords. Imagine that. Imagine the helicopter's landing, you step out of the helicopter dual wielding swords.
Well, Parker, do you know why helicopters are so cool? Because they fly by spinning a bunch of swords around on top of them. That's the whole reason why helicopters are cool.
Understanding of aerodynamics.
What? No, I'm pretty sure I'm right on that one.
The reason for the tech pause, by the way, is that there was a timeout that was called, but unfortunately was called a bit too late, and because of that, the whole lobby had to be set up yet again. So we are currently unsure of where we are at. I can see that operators are being selected in Surf's glasses. Shout out to Surf for that one, so greatly appreciated. But no saying if the timeout has already been taken or not. For people who didn't tune in to the very first matchup or tuned into any of SAL or EML yesterday, you wouldn't know that there is actually a timeout now taken between halves. So once the first 6 rounds are played, there's a mandatory timeout where the coaches are allowed to talk to the teams, and our desk so graciously comes in and talks to you, puts their voices in your ears, recenters the discussion, explains what happened, and then we get back into the action. So I don't know if that's going to change up when timeouts are called. Saw 100 Thieves call their timeout in the first half of game number 1, and now I have to imagine it's Shopify Rebellion who called this timeout.
Yeah, I think very high chance at that based on how things have been going. Super, of course, wants to talk with his team. Everybody knows the coach of Shopify Rebellion. No big surprises there. You might not realize it's actually Roy's in the head coach position for 1 of 30. Roy's former Mexican player that used to play for Team Cruelty and coach Team Cruelty for much of 2022 and 2023 through what was a pretty tough time for the team, was actually playing in the CL qualifiers with one of those Mexican stacks and lost to this team, 1 of 30, 7-0 in open qualifier number 4. So wasn't able to qualify to the league as a player, but decided, hey, I've got some ways to show myself off as a coach, and the guys on 1 of 30 agreed. They've brought him on to be that 6th man to help out with the roster, and I'll be very interested to see kind of how that develops for the rest of the season, because Royce is not really a name that I think people are super familiar with across the North America League, at least our English-speaking fans, but this could be a good opportunity for him to prove himself as a coach up against one of the best minds in the game.
There's more to talk about involving the coaching staff, especially some coaching changes that Shopify Rebellion have made, and you mentioned earlier, but before we get there, a brief break ready for you while all this gets sorted out. We'll be back in a couple minutes. We are back in action. I assume that the timeouts have been taken. There is some joy spreading across the face of some of the Shopify Rebellion players, which is a good spot for them to be in. The bad spot for them to be in? Well, they're 1-3 at the moment. They are staring down the wrong side of a lead on this map. Timeout's being called right now, so they get to talk to their coach Super and talk to each other. Both teams get to talk, by the way. And Jesse, you were actually talking about coaches before we went to our short break.
I was, Parker. It's Roy's, the former Mexican player, now turned Mexican coach, who is working for 1 of 30 as their head coach. Definitely would be interested to get a conversation as to how that really happened, because he's not a player that has played with any of these 1 of 30 guys in the past, to my knowledge, but obviously has had a lot of success down there in Latin America and has found some of that and been able to bring it to other teams across the Siege landscape. So we'll be excited to see how he can respond, but the onus, of course, is on Super, down 3-1 to a team that you should, on paper, be beating handedly. It's a Challenger League unsponsored team in 1 of 30 who have been tasked with upsetting arguably the best team in North America. They topped our desk's power rankings at the start of this broadcast and now aren't really living up to that hype. Opportunities abound for them to still tie this half, but it's going to be tricky with how well 1 of 30 have been playing.
Yeah, honestly, very, very proud of the way that they've made their debut. Now, I did set the scene earlier by talking about what Clubhouse is like as a map. The way that it exists in our esport, the way that it exists as a battlefield for 2 teams, and the fact that it's got quite fertile soil for a newer squad. Defending as a new team on Clubhouse, what I'm going to say might irritate some people, especially people who are professionals, but I'm going to say it anyway. If you are a brand new team and you have to defend just about any map to make your debut, I got to pick Clubhouse. I'm sorry. It's just, you know this map inside and out. You should be pretty comfortable, and 1 of 30 looks quite comfortable. So they've done their homework. They've got a maybe not the most robust map pool at this point, Jesse, because they are a newer team, but you don't need, in a best of 1 situation, to have a huge map pool. You just got to be able to play a couple maps, ban the ones you don't like. And I mean, it was, I think the Rebellion actually ended up getting the pick here. So the fact it made it this deep in, 1 of 30 looked quite comfortable. The last time that we saw the Rebellion attack this top floor, comfort was something that was in spades for 1 of 30, and particularly because the Rebellion's attack was not as well focused as it could be and not in sync. I suspect they don't benefit on the side of 1 of 30 from that again. I think it's going to be a bit better for the Rebellion.
Well, we'll see. The start of the push looks similar as they're opening up the cache wall, the CC wall, but instead, now they're pivoting to lodging. This might be a fast drop. Spoit's looking for the pick as it gets opened by his teammates, but instead pops the Goyo, clears the barbed wire, and will back off from the hatch from now. Could be revisited later into the round if they want to use that as an angle into the site, but all of these players have started to move away from CC. It doesn't look like they want to commit to clearing it because of how poorly it went last time. The Logi hatch is open though, and they are chucking in the Candelas.
Yeah, it seemed like that first one was maybe a bit of a miss, but Canadian will blind him, get away, and run right into the waiting arms of Bino. And Bino's still in this strong spot. Surf almost perishes and will, in fact. Nice quarterbacking from the Clash of Packer there. Bino finally finished off, but it's SR getting bottled here. 1 minute and 20 still on the clock. Ambi in a 1v4. You went for a go for broke strategy, and broke seems to be the end result. Down goes Volspur as he swings onto the main stairs. Ambi could potentially pull this one back. It will be a daunting task as he still has the Clash of Packer lording over him. Silo and Mike W just need to wait this one out. Mike W kills. What? Oh my goodness! A blunder! A huge blunder on the side of 1 of 30. And Ambi now in a 1v1 against Silo. This is certainly not what you expected. And it's a true showdown, a true duel. Deathmark will go out. He knows exactly where Silo is. Ambi will be updated a little bit slower. He's got him trapped around that Kiba barrier. Who's got the better aim? The youngster of Ambi looking for kill number 3 in this round, and he will find it. They had no business winning that round, and yet they win it all the same. Oh my goodness, Shopify Rebellion pull one out of the great beyond.
Well, Mike, it's only up from there. Bit of a tough round. Should have been an easy 4v1. I believe it was a 1v4, correct? With Ambi alone on those main stairs. Had no real way into that round whatsoever. But Mike, shoots his Clash in the back of the head and then loses the gunfight, which opens the door wide open. And Ambi does not lose those opportunities very often. We just had to watch it in the replay too. That's a tough way to lose a round. And we're replaying it in slow-mo. Good God, okay. It happens. Opening game, rookie in his very first match of professional career. It will happen from time to time, and SR get bailed out from a round that should have been unwinnable. Bring us to within one.
I mean, there are times where you will look at a matchup, whether it be a single map or best of 3 or even a best of 5, and there are certain times where you can point to a round and say that was the turning point. I think it's way too early to say that about round number 5, but if this goes bad for 1 of 30 and Rebellion end up eking out a victory, I think that's the round that you're going to point to and go, that's the moment everything changed. 1 of 30 showing that maybe they got a little bit too active. The patience that we complimented them on through much of those first couple rounds, completely gone. They all went kill hunting because they didn't want to leave the Deimos in a position where he could just whittle their numbers down, get information with his death mark, and instead, they blew it. They frankly blew it. Mike W, though, making up for lost time. He gets Ambi. Wrong round, but gets him this time. And the lead will go to 1 of 30 with just over 2 minutes to go.
I actually think that is such an important kill for Mike W, Parker, because it would be so easy as a rookie player coming into your first game against Shopify Rebellion to make a mistake like that, cost your team a round, and then just go cold and silent and scared for the rest of the game. What better way to bounce back than instantly get a pick on the player that just 1v4'd your whole team? That's a crazy play to come through.
And there's so much damage being done by Shopify Rebellion now to a stalemate in terms of numbers. Nobody ahead. Packer finding Surf on that wall, the jacuzzi wall, before he repositions himself looking towards that Logi door. Volsper in a familiar spot. Up inside of rafters in garage. Spoit getting the diffuser down. Nobody seems to know this. Rexon holding the cross. Waiting for somebody from Logi. But nobody is there. Volsper now making his presence felt. Nitro Cell will go off. Down goes Spoit. Rexon all by himself. He needs to try and buy as much time as possible, but the walls will close in on him. It's Packer to get the job done. 3 kills for Packer and an easy counter disable for 1 of 30 as they survive that bit of a scare. You got to imagine this should have been a 5-1 first half for 1 of 30, but mistakes lead it to a 4-2. That's still a pretty decent score, but that's basically the baseline for defending Clubhouse.
Yeah, happy with that result. You have to imagine, Parker. Still 4-2, feeling good about it. They stopped that little rush play from Shopify Rebellion and put themselves in a very comfy spot.
I think we got the timeout coming in front of us with the side swap here, Jesse, which means just in a matter of time, we will have our wonderful desk break that one down. Mike W obviously starting things off so well. The focus from Shopify Rebellion did not involve the garage. I think that is the right call. Think back to the last time they tried to take that part of the map. The amount of utility they used on Volsper up top on rafters, and almost all of it found no success whatsoever. He was almost the singular reason why they have lost that top floor execute time and time again. But enough from us. Let's hear what the desk has to say about that first half.
Thanks, guys. Quite a half as we get at the 4-2 heading into the split. No matter what you look at this and how you unpack Clubhouse, Lax, 1 of 30 at 4-2 over Shopify Rebellion. This is more than we expected out of this roster right off the bat.
Yeah, and as Parker said, and we all saw, it realistically should have been a 5-1. It was a little bit of an unfortunate misplay from Mike W killing Packer when he was on that clash, which then led to that 1v1 from Ambi being able to clutch it out. But I am really impressed with how well 1 and 30 is playing off of one another. No one really looks disjointed. They're all playing with an understanding of how they want to play the trade game, how they can swing things and the man advantage into their favor. I am really liking what I'm seeing. However, for the side of SR, I think this really speaks into what Fox was talking about, is they aren't really challenging themselves, whether it was bringing them to a map like Clubhouse, whether it was bringing them to another map. They're just playing the basics and they are losing these fundamentals. But as we know, it's Clubhouse. Going 2 and 4 on a half isn't the end of the world. You win off your attacks. You can easily get a clean sweep here if they have a solid defense.
Yeah, it's no cause to raise the alarms just yet. We really want to see what 1 of 30 is going to bring on their attacks, but there hasn't been too much out of the default of a regular Clubhouse and a Pro League 10-man that we were expecting to see. There hasn't been too much deviation. SR, again, looks like they're just doing their defaults and relying on individual skill. I would love to see that change and see some problem solving. Hopefully we get that into the second half, but they will be on defense. At the end of the day, whoever wins, if you're SR, you can't be happy about this performance because you're just doing the basics.
1 of 30. Underdog story very much alive as they head into the second half. Parker, Jesse, back to you.
Oh, thank you very much. And always great to hear your wisdom be brought out. I think the one thing that you touched on that is really easy to sell to a larger audience is how happy can you be if you're Shopify Rebellion? You know in your heart of hearts, and I know Troy would argue this till he was blue in the face, but you know in your heart of hearts this should be a 1-5 right now. You were able to benefit from the mistakes that were committed by your opponent. In every single game there will be mistakes made, but those are some pretty obvious blunders from 1 of 30 that frankly should not have happened. Again, you can't play the what if game, but even if you do ultimately win this, you've let 1 of 30 win 4, you could argue 5 rounds against you. For a team that has multiple players with no tier 1 experience playing up against you, the only team that did not make a single roster move in your region, a team that consistently makes it to live events. Maybe you don't have the most success at the live events, but you still make it there. Pardon this, but like Shopify Rebellion should be, taking 1 of 3 out for a walk, for crying out loud. Like this should be like a 7-1 for Shopify Rebellion. The fact that it's not is already a major loss for this team. And if you do end up coming back, a 7-4, 7-5, maybe you need to do it in extra innings. That's going to fall well below the Rebellion's expectations. And I imagine the coaching staff on the side of SR are not happy whatsoever with this performance.
No, absolutely not. But now they've got to find some way to turn it around. They can only take things as they come, Parker. And so far, they're 2-4 down, defending now on Clubhouse. Now, last season, their Clubhouse defenses weren't great. They had a 48% defensive win rate here on Clubhouse across the full 365-day season. So it wasn't a great side for them historically. If they can get 3 rounds, that won't be enough. If that 50-50 stat line holds for them, it's still going to be 1 of 30 who walk away with this victory. So they've got to be better than that. Start on the base. One of these sites that 1 of 30 really seemed to love, but this time there's not really as much of a roam game. Troy is playing up on the top floor currently, and Ambi was lurking around there too, but I think as this dirt pressure starting to come, they realize that they don't need to commit too much to the roam game and want to more or less play with everybody on site for a late round execute.
I mean, that defender win rate is really something to talk about, and I'm glad you bring it up. But again, it goes back to, it is hard to attack when you are a newer team, and 1 of 30 will have to find their footing as a new squad. Yes, Packer and Bino do have tier 1 experience, but not on the same team. And because of that, they don't have a long history together. Paths may have crossed. Mike W, Vesper, and Silo might also have chemistry at a tier 2 or tier 3 level, but now you're in the big leagues, and you're going up against a team that has tons of experience. You could make a very good argument that somebody like Ambi on Shopify Rebellion has more experience than the entirety of 1 of 30 combined. So experience doesn't win you a game, but it certainly helps. In this case, 1 of 30 are going to have to fake it till they make it. They've done a good job of faking it so far, and they're just a couple rounds away from making it too.
Nice little flash forces Ambi back in the main stairs. It's Volsper versus Ambi, arguably the 2 best players through this game on both sides who have been dueling things out on Clubhouse. Ambi's so aggressive with this. He actually pushes all the way up and gets rewarded. Volsper was giving up the angle, and that opens things up with 60 seconds to go. The man advantage now the way of Shopify Rebellion. Bino at the bottom of dirt has a lot of information, but he's got to find some way to use this to get a plant down or work a pick.
Bino's got 3 targets spotted. He can't duel anybody at all, and he just walks into his demise. Mike W will join him. The ground still warm, the shovel still nearby. Dig one for Packer as well as Silo finds himself in a 1v5. And you're not just digging the bodies down of 1 of 30, you're digging this round. They are gone. A flawless start to the second half for Shopify Rebellion. That's more like it. 1 round away from tying things up.
Yeah, definitely the most dominant round for SR that we've seen so far, Parker. And a lot of it comes down to just not being able to force players out of those positions. They had the grim information. Silo was able to get that bees kind of down inside of blue, down towards dummies. They had good intel on where players were at. But the entry to the bomb site ended up just being Bino walking out of Dirt Tunnel on the Blackbeard into a Crossfire. That's never really going to be good enough for an entry into the bomb site. The blue push didn't really go their way, so all of that executing, it definitely feels like through one round, the attacking side not as proficient from 1 of 30 than what we saw on their defense, but plenty of opportunities to change that narrative around. I did want to touch briefly on kind of what you're talking about on the coordination and the familiarity that these players on 1 of 30 will have with each other. There actually is a lot of overlap across Tier 2 and Tier 3 with these players playing together on different stacks. Both Packer and Valsper were on the team SOS together back in Element 6.
10 seconds to go.
Vino and Packer actually played together on that CL for Life roster that was attending the Montreal Major a couple years back. So there definitely is a lot of overlap on these players, even though they are a brand new team playing with one another. And I'm hoping through these next couple of attacks, we'll be able to see some of that coordination and team play shine a little bit brighter than what we saw in round number 7.
I don't think you can discount the experience that's had at a lower level, but the competition you play against is really what's going to determine how well you do, right? That old adage, iron sharpens iron, steel sharpens steel. As a man who owns 2 swords, you should know full well about that. I don't know how much you sharpen. I don't know how much you sharpen your swords here, but
they're actually incredibly dull, like purposefully dull, so that I don't like hurt myself.
Did you not see that streamer who had like a real live katana that was sharpened and it fell out of its, I don't know, its sheath, its holster, whatever I don't know anything about swords. Sword people don't come after me here. And she tried to grab it and it like sliced through her fingers and her tendons, and now yeah,
that's tough.
So don't sharpen your swords. I guess that's the lesson to be learned today. Keep your swords dull. But back to my point. Iron sharpens iron, steel sharpens steel. And because of that, if you are a really good team at a low level, there is eventually a point where you reach diminishing returns in consistently playing Tier 2 and Tier 3 teams. You need to play against and prep for the better teams. Once you consistently do that, you will start to see yourself improve quite quickly. Now, this 1 of 30 team does not have a lot of Tier 1 experience, and you're absolutely right. They do have chemistry at a lower level. If they can keep up that chemistry at a higher level, then good things will likely happen. This team has already surprised us so far through the 7 rounds that we have seen. They have taken a team that frankly shouldn't have allowed them more than maybe 1 or 2 rounds, and they are now in a position where they are in the lead. That lead might be temporary. They might end up ceding it to Shopify Rebellion. Shopify Rebellion might absolutely demolish them and end up running away with it, but still, you've made SR bleed, and that's because you sharpened your swords, maybe down in T1, maybe T2, depends on where you are. So credit to 1 of 30 so far. They got to keep showing up. Attacking is going to be tough. They've got their work cut out for them. Their first crack at it, not very good. Don't know why there's a tech pause here, but hopefully they're able to reset their mental, because it can be a bit of a tilter with how that first round of the second half went.
Yeah, I want to talk about the group a little bit too, Parker. I don't usually do this on the first play day because we don't have all that much information, but 5 Fears won the opening game of the NAL. They beat 100 Thieves, and in theory, they beat 100 Thieves. In theory, right, when 4 out of the 5 teams make it out of the group, you might only need to win a single game to make it out of groups. It'll get you the lower bracket. You do want to win more games for better seeding, of course, but in theory, if the better team always wins, the team that gets eliminated from this group will be the team that gets 0 wins. 5 Fears have a win. 1 of 30 are maybe about to get their first win. That leaves only Rebellion, 100 Thieves, and M80 as the winless teams. And in theory, one of them might end up going out of this group without even making it to playoffs. All 3 of these teams expect to be at the kickoff. They expect to be at the first major of Salt Lake City. Imagine the scenes if one of the biggest orgs gets eliminated this early into the competition and 5 Fears and 1 of 30 both make it to the playoffs.
Yeah, and there's only 5 play days in the groups, right? So you've got very little time, and every team has an off day. Today, it's M80 and Cloud9 from their respective groups that are not going to be playing. So if you blow 2 games, that's it. You could have completely given up any control you had over your own destiny. And with that, you could be on the outside looking in. You're absolutely right. There are 3 orgs and 3 teams, but the orgs in particular are expecting to be in Salt Lake City. You know that there are people sitting in the head offices of M80, Shopify Rebellion, and 100 Thieves saying it's a huge loss if we don't make it to Salt Lake City. You look at the fact that you're playing up against 5 Fears, which was that NV team that has historically not been the best. They have yet to make playoffs through the 2 stages that they played. And you look at a team that just qualified from that challenge series, the Challenger series, and you're like, easy, we know the top 3. It's 100 Thieves, M80, and SR in some order. Well, again, we don't play these matches on paper. We don't play them in you know, the hypothetical. We play them in the now. And 5 Fears showed up in match number 1, and they clobbered. They looked pretty good. 100 Thieves obviously look like they have some stuff to work out, but 5 Fears, I don't want to take anything away from them. They looked like a decent team. They looked like a team that could make a surprise run. They didn't look like world beaters, and they didn't look like a dominant force that's going to walk away with this and make land, but they certainly look like they could upset some good teams along the way and play good siege. We're now seeing the same thing from 1 of 30. We're looking at a team here that up against Shopify Rebellion, which I would argue is probably the one NA team that might struggle against a quote-unquote worse team. They are at least giving them the gears, and 1 of 30 might still end up losing this matchup, but they've shown that SR can bleed. That will cause some fear in the hearts of these other teams in the group, because you're absolutely right, Jesse. There is a possibility that both 5 Fears and 1 of 30 finish towards the top of this group. It's not likely, but it is possible. Yeah, that would throw a complete spanner in the works for the other 3 teams in the group.
Certainly much more likely now than it was 2 hours ago. I'll tell you that, Parker. With the results that we've seen here in the North America League, both of the underdogs having big days to start the NAL, but it looks like we're right back into the action. We really appreciate your guys' patience on hanging in there as we get back into the game. Shopify Rebellion lost the first half 4-2 to 1 of 30, but they have managed to battle back with their first defensive round win. A near flawless round to win on the basement bomb site. They will now go gym and bedroom to hopefully keep that up.
We're back in. Thank you so much for your patience. As we do tend to see, there are always some jitters and hiccups that need to be worked out on the maiden voyage of all of these leagues. So we are hopefully getting all of the ghosts in the machine exercised, I suppose. We did a seance, actually, and I think we're in pretty good shape here. I got my Ouija board out, and they actually typed the Ouija board, the ghosts actually did FF15. I don't know what that means. Apparently it's some kind of gamer lingo. And then it went up to the numbers 6, and then it went to the number 7 right next to it. Again, I don't know what any of this means, but that's what happened. So we've said goodbye. And now we are back in action. And as you can see, as we did, much yapping about, 1 of 30, up 4-3. Could be a 5-2, but it is a 4-3. This is the last we'll reference it. Rebellion have their hands full, but they are defending the easier side of Clubhouse. And they're hoping to tie things up in the next 2 minutes.
It's Ambi and Canadian extended over towards this cash side, Parker. Ambi playing that warden position top red that we saw Volsper do so much good work in. He's got the very similar shield, not the exact same, protected by some of those Jaeger charges that Canadian was brought down, those ADSs, to try to keep him safe, but it'll be Troy, the first one under pressure as the ace starts to open up his wall. Knows that there are players inside of garage, inside of rafters. Nobody's walked into CC yet, but the opportunity is there.
Mike, who's been one of the main points of the spear, involved in a lot of early action, might get the read on Canadian. He actually misses it because of the debris, and will now have to use his gadget to try and find his position. Canadian swings on him. That carbine does an awful lot of damage. Mike is a little worried, hoping for a follow-up. Packer is in position to do that. Canadian down in the corner. Packer dies to Ambi, as now it's Bino to walk up. Silo is gone. Mike W and Bino, the only 2 kills. Mike gets it right as he dies. Things go from bad to worse in a hurry for this 1 of 30 team. It looked like they were going to pinch Canadian, and then they lost almost all of their team. Reduced to Volsper and Bino. Watched on that bulletproof camera. Their assault from inside a construction is spotted. A minute to go for 1 of 30 to dig themselves out of this hole.
Yeah, not good enough for what they were looking for in that cash clear, Parker. They desperately wanted to walk away with a man advantage just because of how much time they sunk into it, but instead they're going to have to fight Surf, Rexon, and a low HP Ambi as they go for this execute.
They've got good guns in their hand. They do have some utility. 3 Candelas remain, 1 EE, 1 D on the side of Volsper, so If you can flesh these players out of this position, and push your way towards the bomb site, this is an opening for 1 of 30, and they'll do just that. Blind scan goes off. Candela's going, completely blinded. Volsper dies. Bino not able to get into the building. If he had hopped in and started the defuse while Volsper watched, there might have been a chance, or have 2 guns up to do some damage, but the Rebellion are just out of reach, and so is the round. Time ticking down. Rexon gets the final kill, and we are all tied up 4 rounds apiece.
I fear some of these Ying plays just aren't really working out as well as they need to be for 1 of 30. I mean, we're seeing the Candelas get used. We're seeing players getting blind, but the follow-up is not always there. Sometimes you're seeing them blinding their own teammates. We saw that with Mike W getting blind on that cash clear. Canadian, I thought, did a really good job of playing it just aggressive enough to force them to be a little bit scared, but not so aggressive that he died really early. He didn't get a kill in that round, but I thought Canadian was really impactful in enabling frags to come out from Spoit and from some of his other teammates to really stop that clear through the cache side of the map. Definitely feels like that's one of those maybe discoordination issues that we're seeing once again, where the players on 1 of 30, they have the right idea, they know what they have to do to accomplish this, but a player is slightly out of position, they're slightly mistiming some of these swings, they're slightly missing their shots when they try to go for these clears, and it's giving SR a really big advantage that they can run with in these late rounds.
I think that'll do it for the tactical timeouts as well. One called earlier, the first half. Now it's time for them to use it. A reminder, if you've never watched a timeout before, both teams are able to talk, so Rebellion will be able to recenter themselves. There have been times where teams, despite having their backs against the wall, will not call a timeout because they are worried about how it will be used by their opponents. I remember one time we interviewed Lycan, who had made some decisions about timeouts that we always thought were sometimes a little interesting. But
Bomb located by
he
attackers.
said sometimes you don't call timeouts because it's obvious what you need to do and you trust the IGL to do it. You don't want to call the timeout because if you know that, you don't want your opponents to gain anything from that time. Maybe there's something their coach has seen that they can talk about. You just have to trust that your team can do it. I think with a younger team like 1 of 30, and frankly, most teams actually find themselves in this position, Jesse. They're going to call the timeout no matter what. There's no real games to be had here. You think things are bad, just call the timeout. Damn what your opponents are going to do. You need to focus on yourself and yourself first and foremost. 1 of 30 will call that and hope for the best. I mean, with the way that they've attacked these last 2 rounds, I think there's very good reason for them to try to figure things out. I just don't know if they're going to be able to do it in the map.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a bit of a tall ask, and it would have been an even taller ask if Richie had stuck around a little bit longer on that spawn peak and had managed to get the kill. It leaves maybe a second or 2 before the player walks into his crosshair down there at the bottom of Garage. Gets out without any damage, of course, but even still, some opportunities not going their way. They've got intel on these players towards the cache side too. Sorry, towards the master side. It's Spoit playing inside of Gym and Canadian inside of Bedroom with Ambi there as well. Bit of a 3-man extension over towards this side of the map. The drones are good. They've got solid information on this, but clearing these players out will be very tricky.
That's interesting spot for Spoit to be in if he gets pressure from that window. He's now been droned out, so he's going to have to go for the drop. Packer is fishing for anything. There's 2 sets of eyes now staring at Spoit's position. But buy some time with the Kiba barriers. Really good value here. This is a great play from Spoit. I know that he gets a bit of a criticism thrown his way for lack of kills, but this utility work is terrific, and he is living way longer than he has any right to live for. Plugging holes, dodging explosions, dodging bullets. It's pure cinema here inside of the weight room, and well, Spoit is doing more than lifting and carrying his own share of the weight. He's finally picked off, as is Ambi. 2 kills from 1 of 30. Make that a 3rd. Volsper's the only one who's dropped. Surf will trade most of his HP for that in the process. But Surf has a good position here. Just no bodies to be found. Prolonged action with 1 minute to go. 1 of 30 looking to regain the lead. Hold on.
Canadian, hold on.
Hold on. No, you may go ahead.
Surf on the 1v3, Parker. If there's anybody I trust in this position, it's him, but it's a tall task. 45 seconds still to work on this timer. They're going to be able to pick up the defuse kit without too many problems. I believe it was just dropped over towards Jim. So once they can get this information too, Surf on 1 HP, how does he pull this back?
Well, I mean, this is a similar position that they were in when Ambi was on attack. If you recall, he was the Deimos and he made this work. It's a lot harder when you're a defender. I mean, you get Stylo, he pushed up, but Packer gets the job done through the wall. A really nice comeback from SR over the last couple rounds, but the timeout from 1 of 30 looks like it paid off. Still not the most confidence-inspiring round, but a pretty good round across the board. Another one of those, you find yourself on match point.
Yeah, I actually think by far the most impressive attack we've seen from 1 of 30. We were focused on Spoit most of that round, and rightfully so. He was doing really good work. If Spoit had just denied like 2 minutes or 1:45 and then died, I think SR would have been in a really good spot to win that. But a couple of picks happened completely separate from the Spoit shenanigans that made that into a 5v2. Ambi was playing construction. He died through the hatch. Packer was down below in bar, killed him through the con hatch to make that a 3v2, 5v3 even. And then the final frag was Rexon trying to jump from rafters back into the bomb site. The main breach was opened, and Silo was able to pick him off as he tried to make that rotation. So completely separate from Canadian and Spoit's crazy play happening over towards bathroom. 2 frags go the way of 1 of 30. They're not all focused on that one part of the map separate from the bomb site, and it just gives them such a massive advantage that they're able to close that one out. If they can have a couple more early rounds that look like that, where they're picking off players across the map, they're in good shape to close this one out.
Yeah, and I mean, I said I wasn't going to say it. I'll say it one more time. This could very easily be 6-3 if that wasn't a tremendous throw by 1 of 30 earlier in that first half. So that's something that you have to keep in the back of your mind. I know that if they end up losing here, you have to imagine the post-game tweets from 1 of 30 will make reference to that. Like, wow, we really probably should have won that one. Can't believe we threw that round, blah, blah. But I mean, again, you just got to take it round by round, just work through it and pretend that it's only a 1-round game. That's exactly what 1 of 30 is going to try to do. Silo looking for something early. He was on a collision course with Rexon. Some damage is done to Silo. Very little, and he manages to get away from it. That could have been scary for 1 of 30 as they look to move to match point.
Down on the bottom floor, it's a very similar lineup. The only thing they've dropped is the Warden in favor of the Mira on the side of Surf. So they've swapped that up briefly, and I believe he was hiding for a bit on that Mira. So didn't want to force 1 of 30 to bring one of those Mira counters, and you can see there's no Twitch being brought. There's no Ash being brought. There's no Collie being brought. It would have been a bit of a troll anyways on the basement, but there's no real immediate counters other than maybe the Habana to try to counter the Mira windows that'll be placed down towards the bottom floor. There is a bit of a roam. Rexon's top red here on the smoke. They're about to find that out with the drones, and Ambi is down towards Lounge, but I honestly think they're going to fall back immediately. That's exactly what they do as the logic bomb comes out, and now you've basically spent 75 seconds to get nothing if you're 1 of 30 on the roam clear.
Waiting out those logic bombs, as the last one will generate. Wolfsburg just needs to stay alive to see it through, and he will succeed. Other than that little bit of action that we saw earlier and the damage that was done to Silo, it's been a relatively quiet minute. This is 1 of 30 dotting their I's, crossing their T's. They've taken that top floor and will now translate. We're on board Silo yet again. Time for the soft destruction over by Kitchen. 2 nitro cells in pocket for SR. You have to watch your feet if you're 1 of 30. We're just attempting to get that main hatch open inside the kitchen and not succeeding right now. Mike will get the job done. Nade still in pocket for Packer 2. No nitro cells expended from SR with 1 minute to go.
This is exactly where the Rebellion want to be. They've got all their players up. They've got all their site utility. There's going to be Toxic Babes, Goyos, the Mira windows, a C4 from Canadian. I mean, so much utility to stop this push. Very similar to what we saw in round 7. They tried to force it in with a Blackbeard through dirt. That went horribly for 1 of 30. So they're changing things up, getting the hatches, but just the same, the util advantage is not there for the attackers.
I don't know how I feel about a 5v5 collision course with 30 seconds to go, Jesse. This is going to be absolute chaos. I have to favor the defenders, which is great for SR, but you never really know. Flip a coin, and that's ultimately which team will come out ahead. The killing will start at the hands of Ambi, now working their way over towards Church. The cross being held by Wolfsburg, but the whole team is being picked apart. Mike will go for the drop. Another flawless round will come out. A second for Shopify Rebellion as they tie things up yet again.
Not much to say on these rounds, Parker, other than it feels like 1 of 30 got to go back to the drawing board on these basement attacks. They are not coming together. They're wasting so much time in the early game to get really no value. They're not able to punish the light roam that's being played by Shopify Rebellion. And then when the execute comes out, I mean, they're just completely outclassed, even in the 5v5. The util advantage has been massive from Shopify Rebellion on that bottom floor bomb site. The good news for the underdogs is they don't have to play that site again until we get to overtime. No doubt in my mind it'll be the first site SR pick if we get to that round 13, round 14, but yeah, top floor is going to have to be where this game gets decided. I will say as well, Ambi, 3 opening picks in this second half. He's been playing quite aggressive on this roam game. He's not always been the player to go for spawn peaks or go for kind of the crazy plays in the early round, but he's happy to get into those extension gunfights over towards parts of the map where maybe the bomb site is not. And he's finding a lot of success with it, 4-1 since the rehost.
I mean, if it wasn't for Andy, there'd be very little opportunities for Rebellion to get these opening picks. The rest of the way, it has been this 1 of 30 team with the most opening picks. So kudos to them for that. Mike W with 3 first bloods as well. He was the player that you mentioned earlier and said that, oh, you know, he could be the real surprise so far today. He is leading the team at the present moment, 8-6. The scores on the bottom of your screen are not accurate because there has been a rehost, but 8-6 is the present score line for Mike W, which dropping 8 kills against the Shopify Rebellion team. I mean, the whole team is actually pretty even when it comes to kills, but being able to be the best on your team against a pretty formidable opponent is mighty good. Second on the team, by the way, is Packer, which is pretty crazy when you think about it, given his role.
Packer leading this team, of course, doing all that he can. Bino, the technical IGL of this squad, but Packer often a very vocal player as well, and there's no doubt in my mind he's going to have a large impact on what this team looks like from day to day and inside the server. It is Jim Bedroom once again from SR, and their lineup has really been changed quite dramatically. They're not committing as much to that cash side hold. Instead, they've sent Ambi to the basement to potentially go for a bit of a late round flank. They are on this jacuzzi hatch. There's a world where he maybe even goes dirt tunnel to try to get a cheeky kill, but nowhere near that position at the moment, just playing at the bottom of main stairs, thinking he might get pushed soon. I'm not aware of any info. It doesn't look like 1 of 30 realize he's down there, but they have to imagine there's a bit of a roam gaming going on just because of how light the cash hold really was.
They're going to reposition themselves over towards Logi. Sprite taking damage, but he outduels Packer. Packer, you could argue, was living on borrowed time. He was very, very low on HP from that earlier engagement about a minute ago. Spoit in this familiar spot. Last time he was on weight room, he survived 2 nades, a hail of bullets, 3 players trying to dig at him, and he used his utility so effortlessly. He got a kill in the process, but he really wasn't there to fend them off with his gun. He was there to buy time, and with his presence being what it is, if he can buy even more time, that might be the nail in the coffin for 1 of 30. They lose the second player as Volspur is gone. Outside of Volspur's play as the Azami, it's been a bit of a rough debut for him on his role. We know how hard that can be. Mike W now last alive as things have fallen apart for 1 of 30. The Rebellion absolutely mogging him. What about Mike? What can you do? In his position over by Jacuzzi, baits in Surf. Sidearm is out. Bullets are out, and Spoit will get the final kill. For the first time all day, Shopify Rebellion will take the lead. They won round number 1. They had the lead through round 1 and then immediately lost it. I don't know. I don't count round 1 as the lead because it's the first round.
Yeah.
But now it's theirs, and they are a single round away from putting this one into their win column.
Yeah, and it comes off the back of a really nice little 3K from my favorite React channel content creator. Spoit has always been a top-level player inside of Jim. He's played this position throughout his career on different teams, even back when he was on M80. You put him on the Azami inside of Jim on Clubhouse, and he will do ridiculous things. You brought it up on this CCTV cash defense where he was roaming over there. Even when the bomb site's on that side of the map, you'll see Spoit playing in that position. So really nice to see Spoit continue to have so much skill and so much of an advantage inside that spot. Gets 3 really important kills throughout that round to give the lead to SR. And now, 1 round away from a regulation win. It is important to win these without getting to overtime. I'll remind you, you get more points in the groups. It's 3 points for a regulation win, 2 points for an overtime win. So for SR, it is critical now that they can close this out 7-5.
Rexen posted up now with the DMR in hand. Mentioned it back in our first match that some teams like to use the role DMR. What is your job? I play DMR.
Yeah.
Who do you play on defense? I don't know. Maybe I'll play maybe I'll play some, you know, play some Aruni. Maybe play some Super Owl. What do you play on attack? I don't know. Anybody who has a DMR. Oh, that's great. They do a lot of damage. And again, a reminder for you that while there are other guns that are slowly getting buffed, DMRs are still very, very strong. If you're playing Twitch, maybe try EF2, but for everybody else, stay with that 417. It's mighty good. And I mean, Rexen was in an earlier engagement a couple rounds ago, tried again, didn't find anything for it this time.
This was the one bomb site where 1 of 30 had a pretty good-looking push, Parker. They had pressure all around the map. It looks like their breach didn't exactly go to plan over there. The Habana pellets from Mike W don't get something that you can actually enter through, at least without a vault prompt, so that might make the execute a little bit more awkward, but they are still concerned with this pressure over towards Master. Spoit is right back in his position, locking down Jim. At the same time, you see some of these players over on 1 of 30 holding down below. Packer got his first kill on this bomb site through the con hatch, so we know how good he can be from playing down on that bottom floor. And Volsper hoping to get a bit of an entry with these Candelas. It's going to be tough no matter where they choose to push from, Parker.
Yeah, I mean, this is where the rubbers met the road. Attacking on this map can be challenging even for teams that are really well practiced, but for a newer team that is still finding their footing, it is torturous. And you've only been able to see a single attacking victory from this 1 of 30 team on this second half. Even if you do change things with that one fateful round, I don't know how much it would do for 1 of 30. At this point in time, this second half has just been too much for them to handle. They trade out kills. Bino dies to Rexen, who finds this position that he was in much earlier in the round to be all too similar. Still up on rafters, watching the B-bomb chassis. He gets Mike W as well. A third to cross, but Volsper with the pre-fire guns him down. Things not going so well for 1 of 30 at this point in time. 50 seconds left on the clock. Volsper with the case at the halfway point. Packer watching. He gets Canadian, immediately turns towards red stairs. He knows somebody's pushing up in that direction. It's him versus Ambi, and a nice shot. Now it's Spoit heading back to the bomb site. He needs to worry about both of them. Volsper gets him. We're going all the way. What a debut for this team as we need extra innings between these two squads.
The SOS duo, Volsper and Packer getting all 5 frags in that round, Parker, and it was not looking like an easy round for them. They couldn't find an opening over towards Jim. They couldn't find an opening in towards Garage. No matter where they were pressuring, they weren't able to find that man advantage. So eventually Packer just says, yeah, I'll walk up red stairs. You saw him down below inside of storage. He managed to make that play, just walking up the stairs, finding a bit of a gap, and then playing perfect angles as his teammate got the plant down, ready for every push that came his way. Watching the con player, watching the red player, even though things didn't go to plan, they got into sight very early, and with that pressure, forced movements out of the Rebellion that always favored 1 of 30.
Those are your stats right there. 9 kills so far from Mike, stacking up against 11 for Ambi. Ambi doing Ambi things. You come to expect that. He, when he is on his game, can easily match up with the best of them. Ignore everything about the rest of the team. Ignore international and domestic success and look solely at the abilities of one player. You could put Ambi on most of the top teams in the world, and I think he would flourish in his role. He really is a standout performer, one of the best in North America, and he makes this team so much better. I mean, if it wasn't for Ambi, it would be Surf, frankly, who's getting his flowers on this SR team. I feel like Surf often lives in the shadow of Ambi with how good Ambi is. Spoit is having a very good day from kills as well. It's worth mentioning because a lot of people, viewers, players, casters, etc. tend to focus on when Spoit does poorly. Today, he's doing pretty well. He's done a lot of grid utility work, and he's also matching up well from a fragging perspective. So Spoit banging away, and that depth is what's helped the Rebellion get to this point.
Yeah. And
OT
I mean,
though, Jesse. OT.
Yeah. We're here in OT, and we've got a very different look from Shopify Rebellion. Spoit is upstairs near Jim, where he's been finding so much success. I said we'd see SR come back down to the basement round 13. That's exactly what they've done, but the op lineup is completely different. They're going for a full roam setup, Parker, with a ton of aggression towards the top floor. That's despite the fact that their anchor setups on this bomb site were amazing in round 7 and 10. It was completely uncrackable from 1 of 30. it's a bit of a risk going for a roam setup this time around, changing things up after your anchor setups worked so well, but you have to take risks when you're an OT in the NAL.
Snake on the board, being piloted by Packer, as that set of logic bombs will go off. Only 2 of these info ops that are being brought at this point in time. Down goes Pino at the hands of Surf. What did I say? If it wasn't for Ambi, Surf would have a much bigger spotlight on him. Down he goes to Silo, as now 1 of 30 looks to breach into this bomb site. They've made their way in, and they are finding their targets. 1 of 30, though, trailing in numbers, and they've lost control of that top floor, allowing these defenders of the Rebellion to get to the bottom of main stairs. It'll be all up to Mike W with 16 bullets in Hibana's Type 89 to stop them. You know how quickly those bullets go by. He'll go for a reload as they fall a little bit farther back. They have control of the site, and they have the defuse kit now as well, so things working pretty effectively. It's all on Packer to cover here. A minute still left on the clock. Mike W faked, takes down Spoit. The Swede attempting to get ever closer to the bomb site, cannot get the job done. Mike will now need to reposition. You cannot breach the air, Mike. Now he'll pull out the defuse kit. Safety behind the boxes. Packer still holding this cut, just waiting. He needs somebody to cross. Mike is completely shielded. Scopos using that passive so effectively. Mike goes down to Ambi. It's all up to Packer to clutch, and he'll do it! My goodness, 1 of 30 steals the round, and they move to match point.
I don't know how they've done it, Parker, but this team in the late rounds, when the pressure should be the highest, with 3 rookies on the roster, are so cool, calm, and collected. They know exactly how to play around one another. Those bottom floor bomb site attacks had looked so bad over the regulation rounds of 7 and 10. It did not seem like this was going to be a winnable bomb site for 1 of 30. But what do? Not much different. They get their way in through Dirt Tunnel. They have blue control, but this time they're able to trade kills out. And because Shopify Rebellion are going for such an aggressive roam, because they don't have that full 5-man in the basement like they did previously, they're able to have really good positions, and they can hold the 2 players on main stairs, not let them back down into the sites. Packers in the perfect position to get the couple of players that rotated over towards Church, despite the pressure that was being applied to them. Mike plays absolutely phenomenally around that defuse kit, getting it down, baiting for the pick onto Spoits. Thought he had flashbangs in the midst of that, didn't quite have them, but didn't need them to secure the round win. And if this ends up being an 8-7 or an 8-6 victory for 1 of 30, after that round that we just saw from Mike W, we can forget all about what happened in round 5.
You gotta move on, right? You've got to mentally prepare yourself and move on, and that's what needs to be done at this point in time. A lot of long faces on the Shopify Rebellion side of things. Again, of all of the teams that you could take to this point, it's the team that made no changes to their active roster. Shopify Rebellion should have skated through this one. This match should have been over 30 minutes ago, but that's not what transpired, and it has been a fight of their lives. A team with tons of experience, no real serious weakness that at least we can see, and yet now they are in overtime, needing to win back-to-back rounds in order to walk away with a victory. It's Mike W, who's just on your screen, and the rest of his team who are in the driver's seat. I don't really know what SR can do to turn this one around. It just seems like they've been fighting from behind all match long.
I mean, you got to imagine that was their opportunity, Parker. You get defense in overtime. It's been 4-2 defensive sides in both the first and second half. Of course, that's how we got here. Shopify Rebellion, they go to the basement. They take a bit of a risk. It does not pay off for them. Now they've got to win a round on attack, which was not super successful for them. It'll probably be CCTV cash brought out by 1 of 30. That's the bomb site that they went 2-0 on back during regulation. And then they've got to win the defense once again. I would bet you if we get to round 15, we see a 4th basement defense from SR, and they just try to anchor it up. Because again, I think when they were running that strategy, it was so good for them. They could go gym bedroom round 15 if they get there. But for me, I just feel like running that back and trusting in your anchors is going to be the better play for them.
I have to imagine so. We saw some empty chairs there as some of the players have gone to do a bathroom break. We need a brief rehost, so we'll be going on a break of our own. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Sit tight.
And I'm wilding out. Throw my elbows up
right, we are back in action. Thank you again for that short commercial break. We had a rehost, as I'm not entirely sure what was wrong. I'm no rehostologist here, okay?
No.
You are not in rehostology 101. You're not doing your bachelor's in rehosting. That's not how it works here. We're just along for the ride. And again, as always, we appreciate so much your patience while we get these matches done. You can see the frustration slowly creeping in on the face of these Shopify Rebellion players. You don't really see a lot of joy, Jesse, on the 1 of 30 guys. And I think that's because they understand the importance of this matchup. If they win here, they are in really good shape.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, this was once again the #1 ranked team by our analyst desk. Shopify Rebellion, thought to be by many the best team coming into the North America League, and they're up against a Challenger Series team. I mean, don't get me wrong, 1 of 30 played very well in Challenger League. They finished first overall. They dominated it versus a couple of really good Tier 2 teams. But there's levels to this thing, right? You don't expect the top-level Challenger League team to even have a close game against the top-level pro NAL team, and yet we're not only seeing a close game, we're seeing a game where 1 of 30 have been in the lead for the vast majority of it. We'll bring you back. I mean, it was Volsper for me who really started them off so strong on the defense. He had some really big plays on Warden and on Azami, having some really high impact over towards the cash side of the map. Then as we've swapped around, Mike W has been a really big player for them here on the attack. Everybody's contributing. I wouldn't say there's one player who's dragging them across the finish line like we do sometimes see with low-level teams, but the back and forth that we've seen between these two squads, the level of play that we've seen come out from 1 of 30, it's not been perfect, it's not been clean, especially in the second half. There have been mistakes, but broadly, I'm very impressed with the game that they're playing, and they look like the better team across the board than what we've seen out of SR so far.
I think that's a great way of putting it. And I mean, again, go back to that one round. This should be over. If they didn't throw the round in the garbage by killing each other and all that jazz, this game's over. And
yeah.
And SR loses. Honestly, it doesn't even go to OT if that's the case. It gets 7-5 in regulation. So I mean, you can't be happy about this if you're SR. They made a splash, picking up Thesis as their secondary coach to help them out. Super did a whole long video about it. There was a lot of discussion after the results in SI. 2 back-to-back disappointing places for SR. And I don't say disappointing from my perspective. I say disappointing from their own perspective. Those were their own words. They were disappointed with how Munich went. They were disappointed with how SI went. And you'd think that they spent most of that off time, in the off season, wood shopping and trying to improve. And they did. I'm sure they did. I know from the times that I talked to a couple guys on the team, they were scrimming, constantly working through things, and they were pretty confident coming into this matchup. And that confidence seems at this point in time to be a bit misplaced, because they don't look like they're playing their own game, Jesse. Even in the rounds that they're winning, it looks like more than anything, they are reacting to mistakes that have been made by this 1 of 30 team. It has not been a confidence-inspiring game from SR, even if they do manage to pull off the unthinkable at this point in time, which is win back-to-back rounds here in OT to take the 15-round victory. It still seems like 1 of 30 deserved, and I don't say this word often, but deserved to ultimately win this one. I guess even if you lose, it's going to be a little bittersweet for the team that's on your screen right now, but they're going to be probably pretty proud of how they played, but pride isn't what gets you to Salt Lake City. Victories are, and that's what they need to focus on. They've got 3 minutes when they load into the server to seal the deal. Will they pull that one off?
We can take a brief look at what happened last round, Parker, in round 13, which gave the lead back to 1 of 30. Again, the key thing to note is just how many SR players are not actively in the site. These 2 guys at the bottom of main stairs, it's Spoit and I believe it's Ambi trying to work their way down the staircase, were really the big problem for Shopify Rebellion. The fact that they weren't in the site to support those those members, and the fact that they could both be held by Mike W on that angle was just so devastating for that retake on SR. It ended up not going their way. It was a really good little clutch coming out from both Packer and Mike W in that moment, and it's given them some life here in overtime. They will take the lead, and they themselves will go down to the bottom floor bomb site. A site that they did lose all the way back in round number 1, but of course won it on the rematch round 4.
Do or die for Shopify Rebellion. You are in a tough group. You saw the teams that they are competing against. 5 Fears with a big victory earlier today over the 100 Thieves roster. 100 Thieves hoping for quite a big splash with their roster, but they'll have to wait until their matchup tomorrow as 5 Fears took the victory. 5 Fears might be the team that you used to know as Envy. 100 Thieves, the core of that team is the old OXG squad with Spirits and Pambazoo from Dark Zero. Here, Shopify Rebellion didn't make any changes. 1 of 30, well, they went by a name that happened to be a shoe store with the word finest at the end. Now they go by 1 of 30, likely, I'd have to imagine, for like copyright and legal purposes. You can't just use another company's name, but who knows? You know, I'm no copyrightologist here. Not a lot of ologists, to be honest. But this 1 of 30 team, one of the newest additions with 3 players making their Tier 1 debut, and they are about to, if all goes according to plan over the next minute and 50 seconds, defeat Shopify Rebellion, one of the most experienced, if not the most experienced team when you add all these players together in the NAL. That is quite the statement.
Packer and Silo were on a bit of a roam together on the mid floor, but as Silo falls back to the bomb site, he leaves Packer all by himself in Strip Club. He's been droned out. They are very aware on the side of Shopify Rebellion where this Ella is roaming, but clearing him out is going to take time. Canadian outside of the strip door, deciding that maybe they do need to take that time to clear him. They don't want to have to push, especially with this Ying Sen setup that they're trying to brew up. They don't want to try to push it without this player still being not taken care of, but this is the job. How much time can Packer waste?
Oh, not a lot. I mean, 1 minute still remaining on the clock. Spoit managing to get away with his life still intact. And as we've seen before, even a single point of HP, Jesse, you can do some serious damage. So Spoit still alive, still upright. Now, the rest of his team will embrace the chaos. They will go upstairs, starting to work away at that kitchen floor, finding where these defenders are. They walk their way down towards the church wall. A Nitro Cell is lined up to greet them. Volsper will miss. I don't know if he got the X-Kairos charges. That might have been his main goal or a potential happy accident. He does get the X-Kairos charges, so back to the drawing board. The Rebellion will have to go. Wall finally opened up. That means Church not as safe for this 1 of 30 defensive squad. Mike W choking out what remained of Spoit. Now it's Ambi inside of Church, searching for something. He finds Mike W pivoting around. Surf on the board as well. Volsper and Bino will need to clutch out. Ambi holds the case. 10 seconds left next to the vending machine. Down he goes. He falls off. Not the right call to make. 5 seconds left, and he'll attempt it yet again. Volsper on the ground. Down goes Rexing. Can he stop Ambi in time? Bino will need to be the one to do it. The cross is held. Bino eliminating 1, but still 2 remain. Ambi and Canadian upright as the timer will work away. They use the death mark. In goes the grenade. Down goes Bino, and we go all the way. SR take round 14.
Your heart's beating a little bit after that, Parker. It gets a little close, but in the end, Ambi is good enough in the midst of that. That push doesn't start for 20 seconds left on the clock. That's when the first kill goes down after Packer gets roam cleared. It's Mike W with the smoke kill, but Ambi's position down towards the bottom of those main stairs I thought was really critical. He's able to work his way in, gets a pick onto Mike W, trading out Spoit's death, and from that point, he plays perfectly with the diffuser. He had to pick it up. Troy had it at the start, Canadian had it, gave it over towards Spoit. Ambi's got to pick it up in the midst of the late round chaos, starts planting, ends up planting on 000s. There is an opportunity for Volsper to deny that plant, but because he's tucked so deep into the box and because he's got his teammates cover, there's no real threat to it. They shut that down, and Shopify Rebellion will take their round win. Now, just as I've suspected, Parker, we will go to the bottom floor bomb site for the 4th time this game from Shopify Rebellion, and they're going to go back to basics. Rein this one in. Play your 5-man anchor. The only little mix-up, Canadian hiding on the Valkyrie.
Ooh, sneaky, sneaky. We'll see if he gets droned out or if any of those cams get spotted. Last set of operators locked in on the side of 1 of 30. They will not bring an IQ. They will bring a lineup that we see quite often. You've got some intel being brought from the Deimos. Very, very rare that a lineup will be played without a Dokkaebi, without a Deimos, without a Lion, or without a Snake. Now, you usually need one of those intel operators at your disposal, and Deimos is just oh so strong. The big kicker that Deimos has is that soft destruction that comes with his sidearm. That gun destroys floors and walls. It's caliber-based destruction. Honestly, alone makes him incredibly important, but his gadget's quite good too, so there's no real reason to not run him, frankly.
It's the same little light roam we've been seeing from Shopify Rebellion. It's Rexton and Spoit towards the top of those red stairs, but they get out mostly unharmed. The Kibas will block off the angle, and they're back to the basement with all of their heads intact. This is what SR have done so well on the bottom floor bomb site, with the exception of round 13. It's been a bit of a light roam. They've teased a little bit of aggression towards the top of red stairs, and as soon as they force out a little bit of utility, they're back down to the basement for a 5-man anchor. 1 of 30. This will be their third attempt to crack the 5-man anchor onto this bomb site to find some way in. They have tried Bino in through the dirt tunnel on the Blackbeard over and over again. It's not found them success. There's got to be some better answer brewing from 1 of 30.
We cannot be too sluggish here. There's that caliber-based destruction that we talked about on display as Wolfsburg shreds through that wall. We'll now survey what lays below in blue. Rebellion will need to win 2 of these 3 overtime rounds to pull out the victory. I mean, it's not outside the question, and you are defending on Clubhouse. That's the side that for most of today you've wanted to be on. These Valcams finding really good value. Canadian has played this operator on this map for almost a decade at this point, so he knows all of the spots, and it's great for you, the viewer, as well, to see where those cams are. You can take those into your own casual and ranked games, and well, hopefully you profit. Obviously, depends on your teammates. 1 minute to go now. Everybody's still alive. No damage done yet.
Yeah, and this has been the problem for 1 of 30. They're stalling out quite a bit. Now, they're focused more towards the Moto hatch. This would be great if it wasn't already known. There's going to be Toxic Babes for it. There's going to be Goyo canisters. There's going to be Nitros aimed in this position as well. Something has to give on the side of SR for 1 of 30 to have a chance here. They have to be able to work a pick. Otherwise, the util, again, favors the North American team of SR.
Tracker on the prowl.
And there goes those Kiva barriers. All of this utility designed to slow down the advance of the newest team. 1 of 2 of the newest teams, rather. There goes Mike W, but Ambi doesn't see Silo for the backstab. Spoit on the board, traded out by Wolfsburg. Wolfsburg's been down, though, so all of these kills favoring the Rebellion. Bino and Silo, last 2 remaining. They've double up on Canadian. They have control at the back of this church position, and Bino has the defuse kit. With 10 seconds left, he needs to find safe harbor. Out will go the flames. Bullets traded back and forth. Silo looking for the punch onto Surf. Down goes Bino, and with no time left, almost done by 1 of 30, but a 1v1 won by the clock. Shopify Rebellion survive one of the biggest scares we've seen in recent history. My goodness.
There's no doubt that one's gonna sting for the Orglist team. They came so close, Parker. So many of those rounds, they could have had it, they should have had it, but well done still to this team, forcing Shopify Rebellion, one of the best teams in North America, all the way to 15 rounds.
An incredible debut for these players on 1 of 30. They just could not get the job done. We're halfway through the first day of the NAL kickoff, but we still got 2 more matches to go. Sit tight.
15 seconds to go.
They've come out windmilling like an Englishman looking for a scrap. But talking of a scrap, Pino!
If he goes uncontested and the kick goes cold, that'll be devastating. The grenade goes through, that's the swing! Cyber and Bullet are able to get 1 apiece with the kit so far away, and Canadian down upstairs.
Cyber. Wow, that was special.
It's a 1 versus 3 to hold, and they're pushing him from behind. He's found 1. He's got to get the vertical as well. They get pulled off Tim. We're down to the last 3 or 4 seconds. Ryder's got another. He's held on. He's going to do it. And PSG take the 2-1 win.
Both players spotted, but the res can be made successfully.
Got another one for Solotov. Information from the bees. It goes in. Shotgun. W7s. They cement themselves as one of the greatest of all time.
He's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. Brilliant. That's play of the year in my book.
plays the game, hits the old body, doesn't quite catch it. There's the impact.
He gets it!
There's the dash! He doesn't have the confirmation! He's going back, he's not quite sure. He
Eski gotta go.
a few seconds. Stick it, Ness, stick it!
This is an angle that he might be able to contest. No, unfortunately, he takes just a bit of damage there. A walk, I guess, the second one. Eclipse, though, will get one, turning it into a 2v2. Now they push it on the side. The Bandit will lose out on this. Eclipse, the last alive on the Ella. Spots the head and takes him down. The ace for Waka.
He will down VC. Canadian positioning to pick up, but that's going to result in a double nade from Vertical. That's 4 for him in the round. Necrox, the final defender against Vertical. The ace, absolute domination.
You believe in magic, Michael! Team 1 does as they win the Mexico Major.
halfway through that game, I
think about halfway through that game, what he's going to
take an 8-7 win. Are we back?
We are back.
And you're back.
Oh my God. Great timing. Great timing. We're back. Shopify Rebellion take a much needed 8-7 win by the skin of their teeth. Remote production, baby. But they come out on the other side with the win. And so hopefully we've got Ambi standing by to chat with him about this victory, because I can imagine for the entire team, this is a big sigh of relief. Before we get to that, Laxing, I mean, what a start. What a debut for 1 of 30. That is exactly how you want to come into the league, coming off of a Challenger Series win, walking into Tier 1 for the very first time for most of these players, and performing like that. I mean, you just don't expect that kind of thing out of this team.
No, you don't, and it's really good to see, especially to start your first game out against a team like SR, to put up the numbers they did, to put up the fight. I mean, those kids really do have a lot of tenacity and resilience in them.
Well, speaking of those kids, Ambi, welcome and congratulations on securing this first win. I have to imagine that wasn't necessarily the way you wanted to get it done. What's the general vibe of the team right now, though, on the other side, having a round 1 win under your belt?
We're just happy we won. You know we played not our best, but we're just happy we won. We got the dub. We stayed composed and we won.
Yeah, I mean, there was a couple missed shots here and there that we saw, but I guess the biggest question was, why go to Clubhouse in the first place? It felt like you made the whole series so much easier for Packer and Co. You could have brought it to any other map that would have challenged them as not an experienced team. I know maybe you're not the right person to ask, but why Clubhouse?
I mean, we're just confident. We're confident in all of our maps, and I'm not the one who really does our bands, so. But I mean, we're confident on really online maps, so we can take any team anywhere. I think we'll be fine.
You're just a go with the flow kind of guy, Ambi. I like it. Well, I did like your play specifically on round 5. I kind of want you to just run us through it and the audience. When you were on those main stairs, you knew it was a 1v3. You go up, you look towards Hot Tub, you see a clash in front of you. I mean, just give me everything that was going through your head in that moment all the way up until that 1v1.
I mean, they're calling out. One's gold. There's 2 short. Gold guy swinging me. I pre-fire him. We had active info on the 2 guys short, and that guy TK'd his teammate. Unfortunate on them. And I just killed the clash, and I'm Deimos 1v1. I'm not losing a Deimos 1v1, and it's just chalk from there. I
was gonna say, did you get kind of like a sigh, a breath of fresh air once you just saw the clash immediately fall over?
Yeah, I was like, I was confused at first, like what just happened, and then hey, just. Got it done.
No, you definitely did.
Well, congratulations, Ambi, on pulling out this victory. I know it may not have happened the way you wanted to, but like you said, it is a win nonetheless, and you guys get to move on to the rest of this kickoff with a good start under your belt. Thanks so much, man.
All right, thank you. You too. You have a good day.
Well, as we said, what a beginning this was, Fox. I mean, maybe not the start they wanted, but they come out with the win, holding off just barely a very powerful 1 of 30 team that I think surprised a lot of us right out the gate.
Of course. I mean, you're going to be impressed with this showing, especially since you're playing against arguably, we all voted Shopify Rebellion to be the #1 team. Sorry, the surf clip is a little ridiculous, but Shopify Rebellion being the #1 team coming out of the NAL, but that was not #1 team material at all out of them. It seemed very scrappy, and we talked about it. It was a 4-2 split, easily could have been 5-1. A lot of rounds, Shopify Rebellion were getting bailed out by big individual performances from Ambi, regardless of the situation. So you find yourself in this situation where can you really be happy? They said they're happy with just getting a win under their belt, but every point matters at the end of the day. Yes, we're still expecting them to see them make Salt Lake City, but at the end of the day, they need to really focus on the core issues going into these matches, because you can't just always rely on Ambi, Rexen, or Spoit to pull them out of dire situations. If anything, I would take this more of a win from 1 out of 30 side than I would Shopify Rebellion's.
Yeah, I was really hoping that, you know, after what we saw from Super on social media, is that coming into this match, regardless of being on a clubhouse, regardless of them versing 1 and 30, that it was going to look more of what we were expecting. A more well-rounded team, fighting hard, being able to shut it down. And Parker said it best. I mean, realistically, this should have been a stomping on paper, but it really just shows the testament of 1 and 30 of how well they are as a team, regardless of the inexperience from the majority of them not being at the T1 level, which is why it showcases them here of why they deserve to be here, why they made it through the qualifier, why that no team should sleep on this team if they're going to bring a team like SR to the very last round, where it really just came down to a big mistake of a team kill that essentially lost them this entire series.
Well, let's unpack those final few rounds a little bit more, Laxing. I know you want to focus on how impactful 1 of 30 was able to be on the post plan, right? In this back and forth between the Rebellion and 1 of 30, it did come down to these final few rounds. Here's round 12 and round 13 for you.
Yeah, I really like this setup from Packer. I mean, he did such a good job going into cash, getting that initial pick, and then Volsper being able to get the pick on the Raptors to go for this post plan. They set up beautifully there for the crossfire. Good heads up play from Packer. I really like this round in particular. We didn't get to capture the beginning of this, but Mike going down to bait the diffuser being planted, gets a free kill, and then they just play this setup perfectly. Great transition from Packer to get the 2v1 to go in their favor. I mean, I don't want to just, you know, write this off as, you know, SR played bad, they should have stomped this team. No, all of 1 and 30 should get the credit for this match. They played their hearts out. They made them fight tooth and nail for every single inch of this map. They deserve the respect for this match in particular. I don't want to give any bit of leeway. They fought so hard, and I will honestly, I'm impressed for a brand new team coming into the league to be able to make the decisions they were, to be able to play the way that they were, set up the post plan, set up the crossfires. I mean, it really was impressive, and them even re-watching this match, I'm sure there's a lot that they're going to take from and learn and just look even better going into the later half of Kickoff.
I think that's what comes into the confidence aspect, because like we said, this roster led by Packer and Bino, every time that one of these two players have attempted to join another team, they're joining a different system. And the way that they were playing today looked like they felt confident. They knew what they were doing is their system. It's the first time that they're running a team, so to say, on their own, so that they don't necessarily have to abide by another person or another roster's rules. And you can really see how the comfortability affects their gameplay adaptations later in the rounds. All those rounds you just highlighted, I mean, Packer putting himself in good situations to clutch up. Sometimes in previous rosters, Packer's been in those situations, but because he's thinking about what that team does on paper, he's unable to really get into his flow state. But today on this roster for 1 and 30, I'm excited to see what comes next in the rest of Kickoff.
And just really quick, I do want to praise them on just the resilience for a brand new team, the obstacles in front of them, to be able to have that mental resilience. Even in that last round, it came down to a 2v2. They were fighting every single bit of the way. And I am, again, really proud of what they showcased today to debut themselves as a team.
Well, speaking of debuts, we've got a little bit more of debut action coming up now. It's not just necessarily debut organizations. It's SSG and Dark Zero. We've seen them plenty of times before, but these rosters look very, very different. Lax, let's start with SSG, one of the legacy organizations in Rainbow Six, but a very different look to this lineup.
Yeah, they are a different look for the most part. Sure, the notably ones that you're going to remind yourself of from the Cloud9 roster is Dream and Giddy, with now the addition of Aiden. But then adding on Rival, he had a short stint on that Dark Zero roster, and then Raid coming into this. I really like this roster because they're keeping Dream as the IGL, and especially playing around rookies, I can only see them learning so much from Dream, just for the simple fact he has now had experience through his 10th year with Cloud9 of being able to shape and mold new players into the system. So I'm really excited to see what Dream is going to cook up with these new players.
Yeah, he's only been improving in the leadership department. I mean, his journey as a player has really just grown step by step. He is so dedicated to the game, and he has almost a similar mindset to other teams like SSG, Call Out, you know, people that you want to follow, that you want to win with, and he leads his team in the right direction. And now, again, on a new roster with rookies alongside him, he has the opportunity to be able to grow and start a team of his own and essentially just continue this. And he's filled with good players around him to be able to continue it. Aiden Tax is one of those players that had a breakout season last year with Envy, and I only wanted to see more from Aiden because he was someone that we didn't expect to come into the league as good as he did on Envy, and was a big reason why Envy found success. And I'm glad that he's able to join SSG alongside another experienced IGL like Dream. And hopefully this experience can only make all of these new players feel a lot more comfortable in the driving seat.
Well, the dynamic here is interesting, Fox, because when you look at Dark Zero, you look at former SSG, basically. That same core three, now with the additions of NJR and Kino, it changes the dynamic quite a bit, but essentially they're playing against their old organization.
We always talked about that previous SSG team. They're stacked with rosters. How do they go to events and things go wrong? Well, the answer was they just had so much talent. It was really difficult to fit players in certain gaps. And I feel like this roster, they got the exact pickups that they needed. Kino and NGR fit their roles perfectly because the previous SSG roster, who was going to play Shields? So we saw sometimes Newers on Shields. We saw J90 Fultz playing Shields, but then who's going to play support? Now you have Kino, who can not only play Shields and support, but he fits all of these wacky operators like Glaz and Ying. And then you have NJR, arguably one of the best flank watch players, one of the best pinhold players that if you put him in a position, if you have him behind Newers in certain spots, he's able to lock it down. So now you have so much freedom for Newers. He doesn't have to share that entry role with J90 and Ashen. He just has to focus on entering, and J90 is there with the flex. It's a picture perfect roster, and they have call out as well on Dark Zero. I mean, I couldn't imagine a better roster for this team.
Well, let's talk maps here. We see Lair is where this is going to end up. Dark Zero making that deciding choice at the very end there, Laxing.
Yeah, I think this is a very good map for both these teams. Cloud9 was comfortable with and now known as SSG, and then even for the side on SSG going to Dark Zero, this is just mind-boggling to keep bouncing around these organizations and teams. This is a very common map for both teams. What to Fox's point of bringing on support players geez, I can't even think right now. There's too many roster names going through my head. Of Kino, of, oh my God, why am I blanking right now? Of NJR. Jeez, I apologize. The fact that they have these supportive players, being able to be on that defensive half, it is going to allow flexibility and more versatility within their ranks on that defense. Jack can get aggressive. Fultz can get aggressive. They then now can fall back onto those players of Kino and NJR and have something more reliable and more tangible that they didn't have before. A lot of their players would get aggressive. They would get over aggressive, I'd argue. So for me, I really want to see that defensive half, and then even starting on that attacking half, I also want to see how they're going to utilize the shield and what Fultz is going to be able to do, because again, it is going to allow a lot more versatility and flexibility within this roster.
Well, lots of questions to answer. SSG and Dark Zero, they look very different. Let's see how they start off the year here in Kickoff. Parker and Mr. Jesse J. Chick, over to you.
You finally get your flowers here, Jesse. So it took some time.
Hey, I got a name.
You finally got them, which I think is pretty good here. I think what they said right at the tail end of that death segment is going to be the story for this match. Two teams and orgs you know very well, but completely different identities. And I mean, I'm not even used to seeing these teams play under different banners. I was thinking as we were getting into the run-up of this match that I'm not ready to say goodbye to some of these teams and their connections to these orgs, Jesse. It's kind of sad, but with it, new opportunities and new chances to secure top of your group. This is the first set of teams in Group B who will do battle. And yes, if you did not watch any of the Roster Mania stuff that was posted on social media, you might be a bit surprised to see these 5 players on Dark Zero and these 5 players on SSG.
Yeah, Dark Zero, essentially their team disbanded. They kind of blew up. Some of their players went over to Team Secret in Europe. Some of their players went elsewhere. And they kind of absorbed the old Space Station roster, at least the core of it. The coaching staff, Fultz, Newers, and J90, of course, that they've then combined in with Kino and NJR. That left SSG without a roster. And they kind of salvaged the remains of the old Cloud9 with Dream and Giddy. And they kind of assembled this new roster to try to bring into the SAL or the NAL, I should say, with a really fresh face. Lots of rookies, lots of young talent on this team, and maybe not the history, maybe not the high-level top performers that we're expecting to see, that we're used to seeing on SSG, but a brand new face that could absolutely turn some heads here in the North America League. Just before we get too deep into it, I want to touch on the fact that we're playing on Lair. last season, SSG and Cloud9 both really did not touch this map at all. Space Station played it twice through the last 365 days, lost it both times. Cloud9 played Lair 4 times and lost it every single time as well. So I know these are different cores. I know that there are certainly going to be a lot of practices that go on in the off season, but even still, with the histories that remain on these players, we should be seeing some new successes on this map, at least for one of the teams.
Yeah, I mean, this SSG team is going to be a pretty big mystery here because it is a group of 5 players that don't have a ton of history together, so you get them all on board and it'll be a completely new look. But I'm really excited to see what frankly, both of these teams are capable of doing. Dark Zero maintaining that SSG core while keeping NJR and then adding Kino, who said that he wasn't sticking with M80 not because of any team issues, but because of something contract or org related, I believe. So it had nothing to do with the roster wanting to get rid of him, and it is a bit of a shame because I think you can joke about his Monty plays all you want, but Kino was a very, very active part of their championship winning team, and I honestly think M80 is going to miss him.
Yeah, I mean, we heard that M80 wanted to stick together as a 5-man core after Paris, but didn't happen that way, and now Kino's on to new adventures and bigger and brighter things. He's playing on the Blackbeard, as was predicted by our desk. They wanted to see a little bit more shield play coming out from this SSG turned Dark Zero team, and we are getting that. Unfortunately, it's not super fruitful, Parker. NJR and Fault both going down early in this first attack.
Yeah, not an ideal start for this Dark Zero team, but again, Lair, a big map, very favorable to the defenders. It can be hard to attack. And again, as we said, in both matches that we have transpired so far today, attacking is a lot harder to do with your new roster. You need to find out how you function as a unit. So far, this new Dark Zero look, not really having a great deal of success. They'll lose a third. Down goes J90. Newers and Kino, last 2 standing. Kino picks up a double rival on the board. Kino almost finds a 4th. Good Lord. He could still have it. Very limited HP. Raid and Dream, the last 2 standing. Kino made a splash with that M80 team. A bit of a surprise that he moved off of the roster, but he's already paying off for this DZ team. He breathes in a single tick of that gas. He's gone, so he'll bait it out, waiting on the call. Raid gets the job done. Heck of a debut. Oh, he's an Oklahoma Sooners fan. Look at that. Isn't that cool? March Madness going on right now, even though we're no longer in March. Congratulations to SSG on their very first round victory with this new look.
Yeah, nice little round to start off. Dominant, frankly. Just a couple of good swings that went their way. The Nitro started things off, and then it really just didn't seem like there was any potential for trades to come out from Dark Zero. Kino did his best, certainly. Tried to go for the ace to win this out. None of his teammates able to help him, unfortunately. Hit some nice shots, but with the low HP that he was on, that just wasn't going to be a realistic round for him to win. Raid stepping up for SSG to get those last couple of kills. Top fragging for the first round, getting 2 of them alongside Rival. Raid, once again, rookie coming here into the North America League. The youngest player that we have, Blake Waterman, making his Pro League debut, Tier 1 debut on this SSG team. There's a lot of hype around this young player, and it's certainly paying off, at least for what we're seeing in the first round.
10 seconds remaining.
I will admit, I was not super familiar with Raid prior to his name being floated around, and got up to speed pretty quickly. You might be in the same boat as me. I fear that I'm just too old for a lot of that content and that wing, I guess you could call, of the youngsters that are coming up as potential players now that have made their way from content creation on over. But honestly, it is nice to see the level of competition continue to increase, and it's nice to have fresh faces here in Tier 1. The NA League has seen a ton of upheaval. The desk talked about it over the last couple hours. We mentioned it in both of our matches so far, but if you are solely tuned in for Dark Zero and SSG, let's say you didn't watch the 2 matches before, it's good to repeat it. Aiden gunning down Fultz, and I mean, it's Fultz, man. Why is Fultz the first one dying? That is an abnormal position for him to be in, and SSG will lead things off in round number 2.
I mean, it is historically an abnormal position, but with this team, I mean, the roles have changed drastically from what Fultz is used to, and because of that, a couple kills are going the way of SSG. It's an early 2K from Aiden in round 2, but one does get answered back. They find Giddy in the midst of that, with J90 finally getting up onto the board. It's a very heavy roam strat being played by Space Station Gaming. They are holding all across the map, and I just feel like it's been catching DZ off guard.
Careful. Looks like we got company.
Oh, is that the first time you and I have heard that?
I don't think we heard it once. I think in our first game, Parker. But we didn't get to see it
to hear, especially if we're talking.
And you talk loud.
You didn't need to single me out as if you also don't talk loud. It's not all about me, Buster.
NJR in a plant spot.
And he'll go for it. Diffuse kit, he falls off. Gonna get these players from SSG out of their positions. He'll do so. Maybe not the way he intended. Rival finds 2. Aiden with 2 kills, Rival with 2 kills. Who will get the fateful final kill on to Newers as he toys with his position? In the basement, soft walls aplenty, a great gun in hand. That F2 getting a big buff with the attachments. It's Dream to get the final pick, and things are rolling for Space Station.
SSG did not want to come into this game and play scared, Parker. They wanted to come in and set the pace, and they've done exactly that. We've seen back-to-back aggressive defenses coming out from the Astronauts, where they're just happy to take fights. They're not afraid of the pedigree being brought by Dark Zero. They're not afraid of the experience the players on DZ have. They know they're just as good, if not better. So take these fights and take them confidently. That's been the game plan coming out from Space Station. You mentioned as well, and I want to come back to it a little bit, how Faults is not usually seen as a player who goes down early. He is still the IGL of this core. He's the captain now of Dark Zero, but you got to keep in mind, what did this core do when it made the 2 roster moves over the offseason? You lost Benja and Ashen, 2 hyper-aggressive players, 2 players that were historically fighting with Newers for those entry roles, for those aggressive spots on the team, and instead have brought in NJR and Kino. And our desk really like that change, and I'm not saying it's going to be a bad change by any means, because maybe there was a little bit too much of the aggressive fraggers on that team before, and they needed a bit more of the support focus. But that kind of forces guys like Faults and J9O to step up a little bit and be a bit more aggressive than what we used to see from this squad. I mean, historically on Space Station, Faults and J9O were the support duo. They were the 2 most passive players on this team. Now they're gonna have to kind of change their roles around. You're going to see Faults getting into more of these aggressive engagements. So far, they haven't really worked out for him. How long is it gonna take for him to find his footing?
Yeah. Really good question here. And honestly, when you look on the side of this SSG team, they've been able to share these kills around. That's good versatility through these first 2 cracks on layer. Again, it is defending on layers. Temper your expectations, but the skill ceiling on this Dark Zero team, to many people who are unfamiliar with the names on SSG, will assume that DZ's skill ceiling is higher. Why? Well, I mean, you've got a world champion on the team. You've got a major champion on the team. You've got lots of experience. On the side of SSG, unless you're really dialed in, there are a lot of names you might not recognize. If you didn't watch much of the tail end of last year, you might not even really be familiar with Aiden either. But when you add guys like this who are still looking to make a name for themselves, you underestimate them as your opponents and as an audience at your own peril. SSG already silencing some of the doubters, I have to imagine, through these first 6 minutes of action, and they're going to look to do it again, going for, hopefully, as SSG fans will say, a perfect rotation here, defending on another site.
Yeah, it'll be bunks and briefing to continue this train. This is generally where we see teams go for the 3rd bomb site. Once again, you expect a heavy roam game that is being brought. It's Raid, Dream, and Aiden currently playing up above the bomb site. Rival on the green stairs, and Giddy is the lone anchor to try to lock down the site and stop anything too aggressive from going down quickly on the side of Dark Zero. They do have, of course, quite good utility on the side of DZ2, and they're going to commit to clearing this top floor. Newers, some early damage being thrown his way. Don't be surprised if the Candelas, the Grimbees, even some of the Snake Charges do get used to clear this roam, because it is so important to fight on the top floor.
Breaking through the utility that's now been used by this SSG team, almost the halfway point of the round. Dark Zero responding with gadgetry of their own. Elko Candelas keep a barrier blocking off the Yings, so NJR's assault will be slowed for the time being. Aiden gunning down Faults. Kino on the Blackbeard. Got 3 kills in a previous position. Will do 2 this time, still alive. Raid and Rival combining for kills on SSG to give the numbers back. Newers on the board, his first kill. He and Kino have their work cut out for them. On low HP is Newers, as Giddy and Rival will now back away, not wanting to tempt fate with still over a minute to go. You just need to find some safety in the bomb site and wait for Dark Zero to bring their forces to you.
really nervous about this Nitro in the pocket of Giddy, Parker. With the players on Dark Zero both so low, that Nitro does not have to be right on the mark for it to deal some damage. You could easily get some kills even if you're a ways off. And if Dark Zero are going to try to go for a plant strategy, as they very well could, that becomes even more of a threat for them. Lots of time on the clock. That's the biggest advantage DZ have. They're going to try to use that to work a different dimension to this push. They know both players towards bottom green. How can you force them out? How can you coordinate with this time to try to get yourself a man advantage?
Just need to wait ever so patiently. Newer is looking to gain some intel. He hit the right read. Down goes Newer in the hands of Giddy. Kino could clutch this one out. Looking for a fourth kill. It evaded him. Not this time. He couldn't get it done in round one, but the third time he manages to do it. What an incredible round from the Brazilian, and DZ is on the board.
Kino takes this team kicking and screaming through their first round win of the new season. Kino 111 rounds on Blackbeard throughout last season. That was about 1/5 of all attacking rounds that he played. There is no operator he is more proficient on, and you're seeing that on display against Space Station Gaming. Notice just at the end, he flicks his head up as he brings the gun down. That's so that his head is a little bit less exposed as he's ADSing to try to get that final kill in the 1v1. He had 3 kills in the very first round, then lines up a few more here in round number 3 to just stomp over SSG. That should have been an impossible task, Parker. The 1v2 on the Blackbeard, but he gets the 1v1 here, and then this is the move. Flicks up with his mouse so that his head can't be shot as he's ADSing, and then hits those kills at the end of things. Gotta feel a little bit bad for the players on Space Station Gaming because they should have had that one.
Yeah, I mean, go back to match number 2, and I mean, there was a particular round that one team should have had as well, but shoulda, woulda, coulda. It doesn't mean you're actually going to get the victory. You have to get the job done. Just as we saw 1-30 not get the job done, or 1-30 not get the job done back in matchup number 2. It wasn't SSG to get the job done in round number 3. So close, though, tantalizingly close.
5 seconds left.
And I mean, fundamentally, I still think the play from SSG was very well designed. They were able to rebuff the advance. They chewed through that utility so simply. Once they knocked DZ off stride, they realized, hey, we got a minute left. It's a 2v2. They're going to be injured. Let's just get back to site and wait. It's Lair. It's a big map. They don't know that we're going to be here. We get to wait for them. Right call. Ultimately, when it comes down to a gunfight, you can have the best strategy in the world, but if you lose the duel, that's all that matters.
Yeah, no, we did definitely see much of the same trends from the first 2 rounds continue into the third. SSG playing aggressive, getting into those early fights. Another early death from Fault. He's hoping to avoid that this time around, but he is again solo down at the bottom of Missile Stairs. We're back over to the top floor bomb site, of course. They banned out the Snake on the side of SSG, so that's no longer going to be able to get brought by Dark Zero. The Solus gets banned in response. That was a big operator for Aiden being played across those first 2 rounds. He's had to adjust his play, this time the Azami being held inside of Ops.
Kino again on this shield roll. One of the big criticisms about this Dark Zero team was who is going to properly entry when you've got some more passive players on the side. So far, it looks like all of them. They've all been far more active in the way that they're approaching this team. Now, again, maybe it's because they feel SSG is just a less experienced team. It's hard to say. Amazing flush out of Giddy, by the way, in that position. That was clinical by Dark Zero.
Yeah, really nice from Fault and Jane. I know working together, that old SSG core, they've got the utility to get that pick, but with Newers getting answered back, it's still equal man counts 4-4 with 90 seconds on the clock.
Still chewing away through the walls with the Kiba barriers providing a almost ludicrous amount of protection. What on earth is Aiden looking at? That is some incredible stuff. And I mean, it's working very effectively. It's a beachhead that's been established behind that chair, Deimos' office. And I mean, it wastes a lot of bullets, wastes a lot of time, and Aiden manages to get away with a minute left, and his life's still intact.
Dream can deny this plant spot for the rest of the round, essentially, on this Tachanka, so they've got to find some way to either force him back or get the kill if they want this plant to be successful.
And Kino's just evading the fire for the time being. NJR with an arm's reach to shut this one down. DZ have a really good read on this. I don't think SSG will be able to stop it in time. A troubling position for the astronauts. They just saw their brethren lift off and break orbit as Artemis ascended. Can SSG attempt the same thing? Out will go more Molotovs as Dream tries to clear the way for the rest of his compatriots. He's not able to do so. DZ finds 2, 1 kill on the board for SSG, but Dark Zero is shutting the door on an attempt from Space Station. Aiden, with 15 seconds left, where do you go? What do you do? Time running out. Give it to Kino, why not? No, he'll stab pad. J9O gets the final kill. DZ fully in control of the final minute of that round, and they have closed the gap between them and SSG.
It's a very interesting dynamic we're seeing here, Parker, because you've got the team of Dark Zero, who, again, 4 support players on this team, if you go by their traditional roles, and they're playing a very objective focused game. They're using Capital Bolt utility to force frags into players that they don't have to take direct gunfights on. They're focusing on the plant with that Blackbeard to get it in around the Tachanka, avoiding the Toxic Babes, avoiding the fire. Meanwhile, Space Station, the rounds they're winning, it's coming off of aggressive early gunfights. The bullets are flying, everybody's frying. It feels like SSG are trying to get more active and play maybe a bit more of a frag focused game versus the strategic game that Dark Zero are trying to play up against their old organization. In the end, the Tachanka fire just not doing enough good for SSG. They thought it was covering the plant spot. It was just barely not hitting. And, you know, maybe that's a mistake from Dream. I will say, though, even the best players in the world on Tachanka are pretty commonly missing those fire lineups. It is very tough to deny a plant spot like that. So it's going to happen from time to time. SSG won't have to worry about it, though. They can just go right back down to the bottom floor where they were successful previously.
And I mean, Jesse, we've seen Smokes miss that lineup too. And I mean, Smoke is relatively easy. You just toss it and the arc lands, then you hope that the gas propagates in a way that it does damage. It's a little bit trickier if you're trying to bounce or angle those Molotovs shot out from the Shamika. So I can completely understand. Goyo canisters have missed, Smokes have missed. It's a tough one. We did see a little bit of Thorn get used on that particular bomb site, but obviously the Irish operator has not been as prevalent here as I would have thought. We saw a bunch of her in our first matchup of the day, but very little since.
Certainly nowhere near as prevalent as in my silver ranked games, Parker.
Oh, you've been promoted.
Yeah, I have. Thank you. Thank you for noticing.
Wow.
Once again,
started at the bottom, now you're here.
The rogue game is being addressed by Dark Zero. They want to be able to clear these players out of armory, and that's got Kino on the case once more with the Blackbeard. This didn't get banned out, so instead it's going to be on Arrival to stop all of these players, focusing them down.
I mean, I don't want to point fingers, but I'm a little surprised at the Snake ban. Newer's finding 2. There have been so many multi-kills in this series already, Jesse. Almost every round has had 1 multi-kill, so we see players walking in, taking engagements. They're stacked up. Now it's going to be tough. Poor Kino in this position. Played so well. No! Aiden, you reload first, Aiden! You reload first! What are you doing? Oh my goodness! I have to imagine that was a bit of inexperience and maybe a bit of panic, because he managed to do everything right and would have gotten the kill if the Vector wasn't out of bullets. Raid now in a 1v4, and SSG sprinted off to a great start, but it has been all DZ since the end of the second round. They'll finish off round number 3, they themselves with a perfect rotation as they grab 3 rounds in a row, and now DZ, we can say for the first time, has the lead in this match.
Yeah, I think panic is the perfect word to use for those last couple defenses, especially the previous round from Space Station Gaming. And, you know, I don't want to over harp on this and maybe draw too much attention to it, but you choose to ban the Snake instead of the Blackbeard. Kino has been such a menace on this operator, looking like one of the best Blackbeard players in the world. Instead, you chose to ban out Newers, and Newers is a great player. I have no problem trying to nerf him by banning his operator, but he's frying just as hard on the Deimos. It's not like he was reliant on that Snake to do what he does. It still feels like he's able to get exactly the value he was getting in the first 3 rounds, and Kino has also not been hindered by that op ban, of course, as well. So it's been tough these last couple for SSG. They've got one more opportunity on the defense to tie this game and not let Dark Zero get that early 4-2 lead, but as long as the Blackbeard's on the board, I don't know what you do if you're Space Station. It has just been a nightmare to try to deal with this operator.
10 seconds remaining.
That's why I said I don't want to point fingers here, because I know Snake is a strong operator. He's amazing at roam clearing, and the thing with Snake is that it's like running Dokkaebi and Deimos together, or back in the day when you'd run a Dokkaebi and a Lion. They are even stronger when you run them in tandem. If you have a Deimos available, which you do, SSG banned out the Glaz, they banned out the Monty. I think those are terrific bans against this Dark Zero team, but I do have to wonder why you wouldn't get rid of the Blackbeard. It is abundantly clear that Kino is your biggest nemesis at this point in time, and it's not because he just as a human being is somebody you don't like, it's because the operator he's playing is destroying you. He got a 3K in round number 1, he got a, was it a 4K? Was it in round number 4? So I mean, he's been on a tear, but that is the bulk of his kills. So the rest of the team now on the side of Dark Zero starting to pick up the pace. We credited SSG for being even in terms of their kills. DZ is now doing just about the same, and Dark Zero could easily go up 4-2, this being the final round of the first half.
Oh, and this is on Space Station. This is the bomb site that you lost the last time around. You did have the opportunity to go back to top floor or back to basement, but you're confident in your site rotation. A lot of top-level teams are these days. They say it doesn't matter. We're going to stick to our ABC. We're not going to deviate, even if we do lose these sites, and have the opportunity to try them again. Blackbeard once again going to be used to clear this top floor. This clear went pretty well for Dark Zero last time, trading 3 for 3 with plenty of time still on the clock.
Bees will attempt to push them right into Kino's waiting arms, but he's a bit too slow on that one. I mean, this had to be well coordinated. DZ's had some really good looks with coordination. Saw how Giddy got pinched just a couple rounds before, the way they were able to swoop in and see Newers get that 2-piece. Kino could have attempted something else. Fultz is there now with the F2 in hand, and he'll be Giddy to die early yet again. Those bandit batteries will persist, but SSG losing that player is quite a death blow. Aiden's still alive, losing most of his HP, traded off by J90, who then himself is traded by Raid. Dream on the board, and it's suddenly DZ's advantage is gone. Newer's taking quite a beating in his position, naded from down below. Can he make it to NJR in time? It seems unlikely. So the first half, unless something goes catastrophically wrong, will be a 3-3. NJR finding one. You gonna make him believe? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, Jesse, Rival, and NJR in a 1v1 with 35 seconds left. Rival at full HP. NJR does not hold the case. So what Rival really just needs to do is escape, get away, and see if NJR crosses any type of gadgetry. His position now given away by the F mine. Hits the Gujmat mine. There could be a default cam. Rival reads that one so well. And yes, tie game, 3 rounds apiece as SSG closes the door on a lead for DZ in that first half.
Nice try by NJR. A little bit too much to handle, though. Util all favoring the Astronauts, and they get a really nice round there to tie us up at 3. Parker, we've got an analyst desk who's ready to jump in and break things down as our 2-minute halftime break begins.
3-3 at the half. Could go either way right now. Fox, what do you like to see from these teams so far?
I mean, I'm liking a lot of what I'm seeing from both teams. Right out the gate, SSG played it very slow, very methodically. Dark Zero takes some time after 2-round losses and swap to Kino being the primary spearhead and Newers hitting flanks. And I really love that adaptation between them. Kino's been having a phenomenal game. As for SSG, they lose a couple of rounds and they realize, okay, we need to turn the Jets on. Let's go to the middle floor site and start fighting them on all angles so that Kino can have the impact. Now side swap. So we're going to imagine that SSG need to be able to use some type of shields here to get into the building, to get position, because I'm imagining the same type of lurking from Newers and J90 to be the same win condition on Dark Zero's defenses.
Yeah, the shields are definitely the most impactful and most influential bits in these rounds. I mean, you got to think how tight these pathways are. The shield just amplifies that so much to take that space. And yeah, we are going to need shields on that SSG's half, but I have really been impressed with how well Aiden has been getting these opening picks, only able to convert 2 out of the 4 that he's gotten so far. So if we can continue to see Aiden get those opening kills, open up these rounds, then even also, I mean, speaking of Giddy, if we can start to see Giddy come alive, that's going to be very scary, because as we know on that old Cloud9 roster, Giddy was so influential and so impactful when he was able to get those picks, getting one to the next, and then allowing them to just constrict the defensive site on those attacks. So I am looking forward to see what we're going to see now on the attacking side from SSG.
One thing is clear, this SSG roster, despite the lack of experience, going toe-to-toe against this Dark Zero roster, it is clear that Dream and his boys are putting something together and might be looking to ramp things up going into the second half. Parker, Jesse, back to you.
Oh, much appreciated and great insight as always. I like the reprieve that we have here from the constant action as we can settle it down here, dulcet tones as you talk about these teams. DZ obviously has impressed with how quickly they were able to bounce back, but I gotta say I'm a bit more impressed with Space Station across the board. It is not easy to step in against a team where the core has been together as long as this Dark Zero team's core has, albeit on a different organization, but still together for quite some time. SSG looks like they're playing pretty well. Now, granted, there have been some missteps, the way that they have roamed a bit unsupported, and some of the engagements have been a bit ill-timed, but I mean, if you think you can knock your opponent off stride, maybe they're perfectly calculated and a deliberate decision that just ultimately doesn't pan out, because that's something that's possible too. You don't always have to be negative. Sometimes it's not about them making mistakes, it's about a deliberate decision that just doesn't ultimately work the way you want it to. Either way, no closer to a resolution here. Both teams still with their timeouts, 3-3 through those 6 rounds. Now it's DZ's time to defend.
And clearly, Fultz has been spending a lot of time in my silver ranked games because he will insta-lock onto the Thorn in our first defensive round seen from Dark Zero in the new season, and he's hiding it just here inside of storage so that they can't bring operators specifically to counter him out. A lot of times the Thorn can be hard countered by a Twitch if you bring it correctly. It can be countered by really any of those drone operators like the Bravo, like the Flores. You can sometimes get some good operators in to just burn them out with nades even. So with Fultz bringing that and hiding it, it might give a little bit of an opportunity for DZ to get some freebie kills if they aren't careful on the side of Space Station Gaming. The second half, as said by our analyst estimate halftime, will need to be good by SSG. We've said it all day, Parker, as these younger teams have been playing on the offensive side. This is usually where things get more difficult, and just like in the Shopify Rebellion game that we watched previously, this could be the moment where the veterans start to take charge.
I mean, you've got nerves, I have to imagine, on the side of... Well, honestly, there's probably a bunch of nerves here on both of these teams. I don't know if they'd admit it, but DZ players playing under a new banner with some new teammates, there's going to be some pressure on their shoulders. And I mean, if you've ever talked to any of the guys who've played on DZ before, they will tell you that that org does not mess around at all. They always expect the best, and they are usually an org that is very quick to change things out if they don't find the success that they think that they should. So these Dark Zero players are likely playing with that in mind, but you got to trust the system as they have consistently all made LAN, even if it was on different teams. Now, they just need to sit and wait. If Lair is a defender side of map, they're in a pretty good spot. Jesse for the remainder of this match.
SSG bans Smoke, which is a really interesting ban. You don't see that very often on teams on Lair, but it's going to force this Tachanka to come out again from NJR, and it speaks to the idea that they're probably going for a similar plant that what we saw from Dark Zero back in round 4. If they can just get that wall open inside of Mask, if they can work their way through Mez, try to get the plant down either from Aiden or from Dream on the Blackbeard, they're going to have a really tough time denying this on the side of Dark Zero.
Right on that Deimos. What do we talk about these intel operators working together? Dark Zero not opting to ban out the Dokkaebi, so instead, and the Snake, so you're just going to see the Lion and the Deimos. There will be no real Deimos work done as Raid is the first casualty. Gun down from above. Now it's Kino to get active. Nitrocell goes out, but a good pinch from SSG will equalize on numbers. This round has flown by. 1 minute remains. Now it's Giddy taking some serious damage. His rival is searching for just a pixel of Newers, and he finds it. How about another? No. Time to get out of there. SSG 40 seconds remain to get the job done.
Rival's so good today so far against his old organization, 9-4. Now a man advantage to make this execute happen, but only 35 seconds. If they want to get that plant down in through the mask wall, they've got to do it quickly because, again, these players are still persisting in behind the office. Kiba's being played by J90.
A bit critical of these Lions and the Molotovs before, but in the hands of NJR, he needs to stay alive. In comes the Blackbeard. Now they get to feel how it was when it was Kino on this roll. How do you allow Fultz to do that? SSG have some bad comms. A rush in. Aiden thought he had the down on NJR, and muscle memory betrays him. A bunch of missteps from SSG snowball into an avalanche that destroys their dreams in that first round of the second half. DZ take the lead.
Faults must have been practicing his two-step because he is dancing on them in these close-range engagements, Parker. I mean, the way that Faults is able to move around these players, clearly a bit of a miscommunication there for sure. Way it goes sometimes. Again, I want to credit Rival. The shots he's been hitting, not just in this round, but all day today have been incredible, getting a little bit of revenge up against DZ. That moment there, maybe a bit tunnel-visioned, unfortunately, and even the wraparound back onto Dream finds the back of the Blackbeard. It's a calamity of errors and the really tense late moments for Space Station Gaming at the end of that round. I liked how they opened things up, the way that they were able to pressure Mez. They got the wall open. It looked like things were going their way, but just some shenanigans going down over towards the display side of the map caused all the doom and gloom for SSG.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I mean, when we go back and look at the matches that we saw so far today, your prediction was that matchup number 1, 5 Fears versus 100 Thieves, would be the match of the day. And so far, well, I mean, let's say this. After match 1's finished, it was definitely the match of the day. After match 2 finished, it was no longer the match of the day. And I do have a feeling that it will no longer be the match of the day even more after this one is done, unless SSG or DZ run away with this. I expect that it will be a grueling fight. We are already a little bit behind schedule, but hey, that's okay, because we all get to spend more time together, and we get to enjoy these teams. One thing I did want to point out, I said that we hadn't seen a lot of Thorn, and guess what, Jesse? Not to detract from what I'm sure you have ready to say, there's been a lot of Thorn here so far from Dark Zero.
Yeah, back-to-back plays. Faults now J9O gonna hold this one just at the top of the yellow stairs. Not really a heavy roam game going on here, but they do have a couple of players who are lurking around, including Newers, the lone aggro player who's about to get shot. Aiden just barely misses that opportunity, not aiming at head level, looking for the crouch peek, but it doesn't happen that way, so no kill, and I believe no real damage being sent that way either. I kind of expected that first game to be game of the day, Parker, because I thought it had the most potential for an upset with the underdogs winning, and technically that was correct. We might get another one if Space Station can get their attacks together here on Lair, but so far they haven't found much success on this side.
No, I think you're absolutely correct. And I mean, hey, so far here, it's been a real slugfest. There's been great performances. The Giants of both of these teams stacking up well against one another. Kino entrenched in his position. Down they go, and he makes it even harder for the next one up on the side of SSG. He gets those kills, but you know what really enabled him? It was the Echo drone. Fultz calling for Kino, and Fultz doesn't really get much credit for that. Kino will find a third on the raids, a fourth as well. We've yet to have somebody get all the kills in a single round. Kino could get the job done, and he does! The ace for Kino! A flawless victory, and Dark Zero stretches their lead.
Welcome to DZ, Leo Biondi, the new support player for this established organization, stepping up big today. An ace here in their second defensive round after dominating the offensive side on Blackbeard. Kino, start to finish, has been the MVP of Dark Zero in his first game with the org, looking so good in black and purple. You had to give credit to Faults there, Parker. You did in the mid-round. Those yokais so important as well to feed the info, to disorient the attackers a little bit, but it really does come down to Kino. The perfect aim, the perfect positioning, just around these Kiva barriers, and hey, Space Station had the opportunity to ban the Azami. They had the opportunity to ban the Blackbeard. They haven't chosen to ban these power operators, and because of it, Kino is running away with the frags here on Lair.
13 kills, says M80's management might be looking on with a couple shades of envy. He's been really quite terrific in his role. And I mean, again, the way that the roles are shaking out on Dark Zero, Kino shouldn't necessarily be getting all of these kills, and yet he still is. Sometimes that happens. If you're looking at M80, sometimes Hot and Cold shouldn't be getting all the kills, but sometimes he does. Things just work out the way that they do. Right now, when you run up against a red-hot player like Kino, sometimes there's really little recourse. You just have to try your best. SSG is doing just that. Of their 3 rounds that they've accomplished so far, 2 of those came in rounds 1 and 2. Since then, it's a 5-1 run for Dark Zero. They are very quickly putting this layer map away.
Alarm bells are ringing for Space Station, Parker. They need to be able to get an attack on the board. They cannot allow Dark Zero to complete a full site rotation. That would mean 3 rounds in a row where DZ sit on match point and look to get a very early lead atop Group B here in the North America League, as this is the first Group B match being played. Usually what you see on this bomb site, and I've said it before, I'll say it again, is that full focus on the top floor. We're not seeing that as much coming out from SSG. They've got a lot of pressure actually in towards the bomb site. Aiden on that Maverick has already created a main line on the breach, and they've got a couple of players that are poking around elsewhere too. It's not to say there's nobody pressuring top floor. Giddy is upstairs in Skybridge and could fight Kino early on in this top floor battles, but they don't seem as focused as Dark Zero did when it came to clearing the top floor on this site.
SSG stacked up and dealing with a familiar issue that teams will have on layer, which is stalling out. If you've been able to clear most of this map and get a good footing, you now need to deal with where the obstacles are set up by the defenders. And Dark Zero has, through 2 rounds, done a pretty decent job of setting up a series of hurdles that SSG have failed to get over. In fact, they've tripped. You can see that DZ is spread out all over this map. They've got a really good read on this bottom floor site. They're playing the vertical very effectively. DZ has not been shaken off of this position. They're going to try to conceal the plant. Dream walks in behind the Sens walls. DZ on the board. SSG falling by the wayside. Aiden Rival, the first 2 casualties. Raid is on the board. He's been a bit of a saving grace. As Dream pulls off the defuse plant, it's all up to Raid and Dream to get the job done. A second kill for Raid. DZ still with a numbers advantage, but they've got the clock working against them. Eager to move to match point. Out goes an air jab. That's information that SSG will have in their control. Raid still in this very powerful position. NJR not looking in the right way. Raid only gets 3. Jack sends him away, and Dream, with 20 seconds left, will need to hold down the fort against 2 DZ members. Getting closer to the defuse kit. There's the drop. Dream has allowed them to take the bomb site. They are getting spam pinged, running out of time. You gotta get going. Dream will find one, not the other, and he doesn't have time. My God, Jack's so close, but he will ultimately fall victim to the clock. Warden is just not fast enough. SSG by the hair on Dream's chin wins the round.
An absurd round to follow. I said they needed it, Parker, and they got it. 27-year-old captain of Space Station Gaming clutches up after his team is unable to support him up above. That's a really classic push to come out from the bottom of green with the Sens getting the plant down just inside of the cubby of bunks. We've seen teams do this for months and months, if not over years now, to try to get that bomb down onto the bomb site. In the end, Dark Zero, they did a good job of getting the early kills. They were able to rack up the numbers, but they weren't able to stop that plant as it fell. They got a little bit too distracted, and Dream perfectly positions himself. He's fine if they drop. He's fine if they have the other site, because he knows he planted just on the far side of that room. They have to cross his line of sight in order to get to that diffuser, and doesn't get them both, but gets just enough to win the round. A massive play to come out from Dream.
They call their timeout on the side of Space Station, and I think for good reason. I mean, 1 or 2 bullets difference, and you manage to get onto that case, and the round goes for Dark Zero, and it's a 6-3 ball game instead of a 5-4. The gap a lot closer now, but I mean, even that round, if all that SSG could muster was that, yeah, I think there's some cause for concern there. And especially when you keep giving up these opening duels, you should be, with the players on SSG, good on your entry, but they just keep running into a brick wall on the side of Dark Zero. The main criticism about DZ, again, was who's gonna frag on this team? Who's gonna entry? Well, so far the answer is kind of everybody. This whole team is showing an awful lot of depth. Naturally, Kino is the one that's running away with it, but I've been quite impressed with a lot of these players, and despite the scoreline not being great on some of their gunners, there's still been big impactful moments from Newers, from NJR, and from J90. J90 just breaking double digits. On SSG, what a performance and debut so far for Raid. Raid is only a +1 at the moment, but stacking up against legends in North America is not an easy task, and Raid so far has been able to rise to the occasion very effectively.
attackers must locate and defuse the
Fun
bomb.
geography fact, just going back quickly to the one we just watched. For anyone interested, we've got 2 Wisconsin-based players here in the North America League, and both of them happen to be in a 1v1 at the end of that round. J90 coming out on top from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, beating out Dream from Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I don't know who's naming towns up in Wisconsin,
Oshkosh,
but
oh my gosh. How have you not heard of this place before?
I have. I'm just saying, I like the names, and whoever's naming the towns should keep it up.
Did you know, Jesse, that of the 50 counties in America with the highest rate of alcohol consumption, something like 48 of them are in Wisconsin?
That's lovely to know, Parker. We're nothing.
As I once heard a beautiful comedian say, you know the 2 worst words that a Wisconsinite can hear? Bars closed.
Gotta reload.
We're nothing if not an informative casting duo.
We're here to educate,
Parker.
but to also entertain. It's edutainment. So,
Wisconsin native Dream hoping to get into an early fight. On their side of him will be Kino with the shotgun, and that is not going to be a favorable engagement for him. Once the ace opens up this line of sight, that forces Kino back, but not enough for the kill, and baits him into the nitro. Now it's a 2-man lead for Dark Zero.
DZ, every single opening duel breaking in their favor since this second half swapped. SSG was in pretty decent control through the first half, but me, oh my, it has been DZ all the way down. Aiden striking first 3 times for SSG, and he's still on the board, but he's playing a more support role. He's not being involved in a lot of these early engagements as an attacker, which speaks to the flexibility that this SSG team has, but they are missing a bit of that firepower. DZ, with just a little bit over a minute to go, will now use those Zoto canisters. We'll use the Bandit batteries, and now there will go the Denari tripwires, and Rival just walks right in. That was a running man kill. Aiden finally on the board. I talked about him. What's the opposite of caster curse? He and Giddy will need to do... Yeah, there you go. He and Giddy will have to do all this work, Jesse. This is a 2v4. SSG, once again, hoping to not allow DZ to go to match point.
This 2-brow is really annoying. It takes away the reticle from Aiden as well, and that cost him a kill earlier in this round on the Kino. He gets it back eventually, but now having to play these really tight angles. We've seen some great pixel peaks coming out from these players, but it's not going to be enough just yet. 1v4, all alone. 30 seconds to go, Parker. And he will not find even one. NJR, the final couple of frags in that round to push Dark Zero to match point up against Space Station Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, DZ's just been in complete control since round number 3. You know, SSG obviously won the most recent round before this one by quite literally like 0.2 seconds. But it was a great start for SSG. They looked mighty good through those 2 rounds, and then DZ either just woke up or recentered themselves, and then that was all she wrote. Ignoring those first 2 rounds that were so dominant for Space Station, SSG has only been able to get first blood 2 of the following 8 rounds. Having to play on your back foot non-stop is exhausting, but it's also just setting you up so poorly for success. DZ punishing them, DZ getting kills from their anchor players, DZ getting kills from their roamers, DZ getting kills from their entries, from their support. The supporting cast of Dark Zero has been really good, and honestly, this team has functioned very well together. SSG, again, doing all right for a team that has very limited chemistry and has been assembled from a bunch of different rosters. And I mean, to go up against 5 players that have played probably more Siege than most people on SSG, except for Dream, as you saw that infographic on the desk earlier. It's tough. That's a tough opening. The only thing I will say to argue against myself, did you not see 1 of 30 in that exact same position up against SR in the most previous matchup? And everything we just said did not matter in that game. So you can beat the odds. It's just not likely.
And it gets even harder, Parker. You were just talking about the opening picks. Well, I fear another one will go the way of DZ. Rival, the first one to fall in round 11, and that could be the beginning of the end. Dark Zero, they're setting up exactly the same as they did back in round 8. That was Kino's ace, for those who have forgotten, on the Azami playing Filter Stairs. He's playing the exact same position now, so everything is going to become even more difficult. Janino with 2. Oh, god damn, Parker.
Did you... I mean, that reaction from Giddy speaks volumes. It looked like he was about to smash his mouse on the desk.
Yeah.
I mean, he might not need that mouse for at least another 24 hours here, because it almost certainly looks like SSG is Dunzo. Aiden and Dream will need to clutch out in a 2v5. If not, Dark Zero will ride their way into the win column. The first set of teams from Group B now playing. We do have one more matchup for those that are curious. And it's going to be none other than Wildcard versus Outlast to close out the day. That should be an exciting one. It'll be good to see the new Wildcard team taking shape, because they just picked up Adrian. Spiker will be on different roles than, of course, Outlast. A team that, reloading, all these players are going to be making their Tier 1 debut. It'll be good to see how well they function. A pretty tough contest for them to go up against an experienced team such as Wildcard.
Detected an enemy nearby.
Look at all of these pings. Aiden, you can have the information, but you still got to win the fights. He'll walk into stock now. They're not giving him anything for free here. They're hoping to just buy their time. He pops the smoke and can hopefully try to take a fight, but he's being spammed out by an Echo Cam, Parker. The two players are here together, but what can they find in a 2v5?
They just need to wait. Dark Zero has no reason to take engagements here. Just buy time as much as you can. Down goes Aiden. Dream will deny the flawless round. It would be yet another for Dark Zero, as Kino is the culprit in that engagement. Dark Zero will say goodbye to him. The four remaining players holding a funeral for their fallen teammate, and they avenge him as Newers guns down Dream, and DZ ends this one pretty quickly. I dare I say it, our fastest match of the day. And Dark Zero propels themselves to a victory. 7-4 the scoreline.
Yeah, this new look of Dark Zero had some question marks coming into the new season, but it is clear this team looks fierce, playing all together, all with the utility, and managing to get a big win over their old organization of SSG.
SSG has their work cut out for them. We'll see what growth they have, but DZ firing on all cylinders. One more match awaits us, but first, let's hear from our winners after this break.
Well, Lax, we asked the question of how well would this DZ team be able to mesh right off the bat, 3 players who have never crossed paths with Kino and NJR. I think we got the answer 7-4 right out the gate, and they were looking good together.
Yeah, I mean, ending any split on an attacking half 3-3, that's the best you can ask for in that scenario. And then to immediately pivot on their defense, I think that's where we really see the pieces of NJR and Kino really come into play, and what Fox was already talking about, because it really allows them to flex around and always have a reliable backline, always relying that Kino's going to hold his spot, NJR is going to hold his angle, so it allows Fultz to play up, it allows J9 to play up, it allows Newers to play up. And I mean, in those defenses, I mean, it really showcased that through and through.
Well, let us talk to the MVP of this game, who really led the way for Dark Zero. Kino, congrats on a great first performance with this team. As you may have overheard, obviously we were curious, as I'm sure you were, right, what the vibes would be like on this team, how you and NJR would mesh with this SSG core. Talk to me, what has it been like as you guys have started off and now that you've hit the ground running?
Been good. I mean, this team is just a bunch of clowns, to be fair. We're all just fucking around. It's having some fun. Meshes up well.
Right. Well, it sure did look like it meshes up well. I mean, you had a phenomenal performance, and I guess I just wanted to ask, since you were on M80 for so long, now you're on Dark Zero, how has the atmosphere changed for you inside the server and outside of the server?
Honestly, good question. I think like outside the server, like these guys are like literally my family. Okay, I treat them with like the utmost respect, and I expect the same from them. And you just build a great relationship like that, you know. It's proper. And I think in the game, right. I don't know what changed. You guys tell me. I don't know. Still playing some shields. Having fun.
Yeah, you were cooking. What's all those boxes behind you?
Oh, some light. Feel me? Some light.
Some light.
If you know, you know. Some light. Anyways.
Well, Kino, I have some clips to show you if you're able to see these, just to kind of run us through kind of everything that went through that. I mean, you had quite a few highlights from yourself, especially on those staircases. But if you just want to run me through these rounds, kind of what's going on, how you're taking these positions, and just, yeah, run us through it.
Yeah, well, these BB rounds were just fucking straight chaos. Like, first round, they just walked in, they had no idea. This round, they had no idea when I walked in supply. And then the look-up tech, shit's fucking fire. Oh, sorry. Anyways.
Okay, this round in particular,
it was lit.
This was insane.
Oh, they were stumped. They were dumbfounded. They had no idea what
I was a little dumbfounded there, because obviously 2 of them died. I thought they would have broke the Azami, the Kiba barrier early on, because that's what was feeding you that. And the fact that they did it after the 2 kills, I mean, you were playing pretty lights out. And, you know, I don't know if you heard me in the beginning of this. Fox has already touched up on this. I mean, what you and NJR can bring to this team now is just a lot more stability in terms of a defensive hold, in terms of a support side. And I think we've also highlighted you numerous times on M80. You know, it's a lot of flexible players. They brought you on. You were their supportive staff. You were that pillar. Do you kind of feel that's the exact same place that you're now filling on this roster that they never had, similar to also NJR coming into that spot as well?
I'm gonna keep it at $150. I think all me and Nick bring to this team is just, we just sit. We have a movie theater here in the house, at the DZ house. So we just sit in the movie theater. We watch some anime together. Me and him, we just cuddle, and then, you know, Newers and Jack join us because they're also here, and we all just cuddle and just fucking. Oh, sorry. Just watch some movies.
Okay, at this point, you can't even say sorry. You've said that exact thing at least 5 times.
Yo, it's not my fault. Oh my god.
It's like, fool me once, shame on you.
It's been way too long. It's just, I'm just sorry. Anyways. Sorry, guys.
It's all good, Kino. It is always a pleasure to chat with you and to watch you do your work. Incredible stuff today, and we will hope to see you continue to thrive down the line. Thanks so much, my friend.
Thanks, guys.
What a finish. What a start to the kickoff year here for Dark Zero, for Kino in particular. Fox, it was very clear that he was having some fun out there. Smile on his face, dropping 14 kills. If you're Dark Zero and you're this team trying to build this new core, build this new roster, I mean, it's exactly what you wanted to see from him.
Yeah, I mean, you can tell he was having fun. He said as many words he shouldn't say on a live broadcast as he had kills. And so that being said, you could just see how comfortable he was. Now, I don't know if that's the fact that now he has a tournament win, a major win under his belt, or the fact that he's in a fun environment with already a really great structure of the SSG guys coming over. They have call out alongside. And I think that's exactly what they needed. I mean, even though he's saying me and NJR are just bringing good energy in the house, that's half of the battle, is just having a fun time while you're playing. You're instantly going to play better. SSG and now Dark Zero have always had that method in the call-out system of having a good time together. And you could just see it in his play, the way that he's playing confidently. No mistake is a bad mistake. Even if they lose rounds, they're going to find their way to bounce back in it. Everybody seemed a lot more fluid. And I don't think it's just the good vibes. You can see it in the way that they play operator-wise. Everyone seemed a lot more comfortable.
Far more structured.
Well, the vibes were clearly high, and we'll see how they continue to perform as they move on through kickoff. We've got some more teams to check out. One final best of one to close out our very first day of kickoff. Wildcard, with the addition of Adrian, take on the newest team making their T1 debut, Outlast, and Wildcard coming up next. Don't go anywhere. Well, we've seen some ups and downs throughout the day today, but one thing is clear. We've seen some very impressive debuts from new rosters, new players, a little bit of both. And we got our final opportunity here today to see the freshest roster in the business. I think I'm lagging. I hope it's not too bad. We've got Outlast and we've got Wildcard going toe-to-toe here to close out the day. Wildcard, a team that have made a little bit of a change here, Lax, but it is a big one to talk about because they're bringing in an EWC champion, an SI runner-up. They're adding Team Secret alumni Adrian to this already powerful roster.
Yeah, I was going to say, I don't know if this is a small change. This is definitely a massive change, a huge upgrade. I mean, when you compare the two players of Dash and Adrian, I mean, no offense to Dash, but as of recently towards the end of Wildcard's run, I mean, he just wasn't performing. And Adrian, as we know, just based off SI, just based off his career so far, he is performing exceptionally well. And something to also note, Spiker is going to be taking on the role from Dash, and we already have talked about how well Spiker has developed as a player, developed as an IGL. Now he's going to be on Dash's roles, which is notoriously playing those shield operators on attack. That is only going to make him so much more versatile in terms of how he can shot call, how he can move the pieces around on those attacks, and then to have that supportive backing end from Adrian. I mean, I am so excited for this Wildcard roster. If there was a bias to have one, it's definitely towards this Wildcard team.
It's going to help the team in the shot calling department, absolutely, having Spiker play those roles, and also having a better team player, in my opinion. Adrian just really fits his role. He plays flexible. He does his job. That's something that Dash was struggling to find towards the latter half of the year.
Yeah, absolutely.
He was always struggling to be able to make the mark on getting those kills or being able to take positions. It seemed like there was a conflict of ideologies when it came to Spiker and Dash. Now having Adrian just being able to join on, do his job, only impacts better. But Spiker, something that we've seen from him in the last year is he performs very well individually as well. So that's one thing that I know Adrian will be able to get his own kills, but I hope that Spiker being on those shields, being on the flexible information operators isn't going to hinder his performance, because he had an exceptional year to say the least. So it's only up for as a team, but I hope Spiker is able to settle into this new role comfortably.
Well, their opponents today are a team that aren't just making one small roster change or another. Outlast Gaming are an entirely new organization and an entirely new 5-man team when it comes to the NAL. They grinded their way through Challenger Series, shocking everyone along the way. Why? Because none of these players had a lick of pro experience coming into Challenger Series. Fox, not only that, only 2 of the 5 players had ever played in a proper Tier 2 tournament, whether that's Element or Challenger League or Challenger Series before that. They came out of nowhere with almost no experience to their name, and they became the runner-up in Challenger Series and made the NAL. It is a big story, but now they have quite a bit of work ahead of them.
But it's well-deserved, and yes, we haven't seen any of these players really in T1, barely in T2, but those 2 players that have been grinding for a couple of years in T2, Trevmac and Millie, they've been around for a while. I remember playing ranked with both of those players and seeing their progression, wanting to get into competitive leagues. They're hungry. They are very hungry when it comes to this, and it doesn't matter. They're doing it out of pure passion. It's something that I see a little bit of myself for all of the older players that have been playing. When they started, and they weren't playing for, a huge paycheck or anything. They were playing for the love of the game. And all these players, that's the best part. They did it together. They found like-minded players that all wanted to be able to make it. And for those at home that watch, when they say, oh, there's T2 tournaments, you can qualify through Challenger League, and you think, I don't know if I'll ever be able to do that. That's exactly these players. They were watching, they wanted to be in T1, and they successfully did it all together. And the expectations, I mean, there's not many expectations. They're going to be doing their best, putting their best foot forward.
And the good thing is that they don't have a ton of pressure on your shoulders, as you said, Fox, right? There's not a ton of, oh, Trevmac's gonna all of a sudden get first place in the NAL, right? Anything they do, right, anytime they're able to take a team a little further into a map than you expected, right, that will be considered an accomplishment. And who knows? I mean, we saw what 1 of 30 was able to do to Shopify Rebellion earlier. Cannot count any of these teams out, especially if these teams are willing to go to some of those more neutral maps. And so we'll jump over to the map bans now to see if Wildcard Lax are going to make the same mistake that Shopify Rebellion did, right? Go to a map like Clubhouse to give their much younger, much more inexperienced opponents a chance to thrive.
You know, I make the joke you spoke too soon to that. If there was going to be one team that I am going to be confident on picking Clubhouse, it would be Wildcard. Sure, their overall yearly record is 5-6 on the map. You have to look at the teams that they lost to, right? They've lost to Falcons. They lost to Dark Zero. They've lost to Space Station. They've lost to FaZe. They've lost to Falcons again and FaZe Clan again. I mean, they have lost to some pretty heavy-hitting teams that do enjoy this map. So if there is going to be one team that, like I said, that would find enjoyment on a Clubhouse, regardless of who they're playing against, no-brainer Wildcard. But at the same time, similar to what we said about the other matches, this should be a very comfortable for Trev and the boys to be able to rally, be able to get behind, and just focus on the fundamentals and playing together. I mean, if they can do that and they can replicate that exact same success that we saw at a Packers team, maybe, you know, have a few little less mistakes, they could walk away with a win here, but by no means is it going to be an easy match for them.
Not at all, but it is the best situation that Outlast could find themselves in. You're going to a basic map that you've played in ranked time and time again. You don't need to do anything crazy. If anything, again, it's another situation where the powerhouse team, Wildcard, it's in their hands to lose. And that being said, will they lose? We don't know yet, but what I'm expecting or hoping to see is Spiker, right? We talked about how he's going to be taking Dash's roles. This is a map where we're going to see the Blackbeard, the Monty, the Shields. And it's not the first time that we've seen Spiker on it, but it's going to be a time where he's going to be picking those roles more prominently. So we'll have to see how Wildcard is able to adapt that way and how Spiker is going to incorporate that.
Well, Lax, talk to me a little bit more about what Wildcard are going to be focusing on, especially for this kickoff event, right? Kind of the opposite of what Shopify Rebellion, the problem they were having, right? Domestic success, international, I'm not going to say failure, but certainly falling short. Wildcard were kind of the opposite. Didn't show up as well domestically, internationally. They were one of, if not the best North American team. When they come in to 2026, they have this roster change. How is that going to shape their approach to this kickoff event and to potentially that Salt Lake City Major?
I mean, that's exactly what needed to happen, was the roster change. It was to remove Dash because he wasn't able to make the shields work. He wasn't able to utilize them properly, where we know Spiker can. We know that he can be that IGL that they need in those moments that are dire to win around. And then you're just going to amplify that by putting a shield in front of him, where we've seen time and time again with shields, just 4 IGLs be able to dissect an entire defense and tear it apart. And that's what I'm expecting from Spiker to be able to do here, now that he is more notably going to be on the shields. I can't see him pivoting off of it anytime soon.
Well, Wildcard and Outlast, they will be the final game of our first day of the NAL kickoff. It's been a heck of a day so far, but for the final time, we'll pass things over to Jesse and Parker.
Greatly appreciated. And the final day of kickoff, which I guess is touchdown. Technically, you kick off and then you get the touchdown, is here. And it's going to be, I would say, the most successful North American team over the last calendar year. Wildcard has been very, very good. They haven't won anything, Jesse, but they have made terrific runs at just about every event.
Yeah, they've been so consistent, Parker. This team has been at the top level of North America, at the top level globally at every single event over the last 365 days. Now they're coming up against Outlast, a brand new roster full of rookies, 5 players who have never played in a professional match before. It's David versus Goliath, but sometimes those create the best upset potentials. We'll see how Outlast can do up against one of North America's finest.
This music is so triumphant. I feel like we're going to war.
I'm hyped.
Reality is video games. So, hey, this will be cool. These Outlast players, Jesse, making their debuts. It'll be the first time that we get to say their names. The reason we started saying Trev Mac's name before on the broadcast, but not as an active competitor. He's been grinding for so long, and he's finally made it. As with just about everything, congratulations to the players who made it here from the Challenger Series, from Challenger League. It's not easy to get to this point. It is a grind. It is grueling. It is often thankless. Teams will qualify and then immediately drop you for somebody better. So kudos to the teams that stuck together. And I mean, you're going up against Wildcard. This will be a heady task. It will be very, very tough for this Outlast squad, but I have high hopes. I have high hopes for the team. My hopes might be dashed, but let's see how they do. It's unfortunate that they start off with such a strong and formidable foe. But hey, not to spoil the results of the matchup earlier, but Shopify Rebellion was the foe that the other newest team, formerly referred to as Finest, now known as 1 in 30 or 1 of 30. And the result wasn't what you'd think it was. So could the same happen here? Does lightning strike twice? I believe it does scientifically, but
yeah,
in this game, you don't know.
Well, it certainly helps that we're going to the same place that Lightning was striking just a couple hours ago, Parker. Clubhouse has been selected as our final map of the night. Maybe a mistake for Wildcard, bringing this new team to one of Siege's most classic and well-known maps. And I'll say, Outlast Esports on a 3-game winning streak here on Clubhouse, beating Codex Esports, Fisher College, and Zen Esports. Don't ask me a single player on those 3 teams because I couldn't name you one, but there are wins nonetheless throughout the Tier 2 circuit and of course in Tier 3 competitions as well. Wildcard, Gabe touched on it, they've had a couple of losses on this map throughout the 6th Invitational and even going back to the Munich Major. Tougher opponents, no doubt about that. And I think even against some of those great teams where they ended up losing, Wildcard looked like a pretty good Clubhouse team. So I'm maybe not so concerned for their record on this map as you maybe would be for some other opponents that they're going up against. But still, this is one of those maps where upsets can happen. We saw it nearly just a few hours ago in the 1 of 30 versus Rebellion game, and it could happen again.
I think reasonably certain these wildcard guys are no longer in a team house, so maybe they're. I'm trying to figure it out.
Last year they were in like this crazy team house where they were all playing like from the kitchen, and like they put Dash in the basement or something. Like it was a setup to be sure. They're not in the same place, I can tell you that.
It was in suburban Houston, I believe. Could you imagine coming all the way over from Brazil to get stuck in like a basement of suburban Houston?
I mean, Dash literally tweeted the reason why he left the team was because he didn't like living in America, and maybe Wildcard didn't give him the best chance.
Well, I mean, kind of agree with Dash on that one, but I don't blame him at all. Clubhouse is where we started our second match of the day, and it's where we will conclude our first day of Kickoff. A reminder for everybody, Kickoff is it's not a full season, right? It's kind of a truncated set of qualifiers. So if you are wondering, when is the next day of Kickoff? Well, my good friends, and those who don't even like me, I'll give you this information as well. You could be my enemy, that's fine. Tomorrow, we will be live with another day of Kickoff. 8 of the 10 teams play on these play days. There are 5 play days in the group stages before we get into the playoffs to determine which 4 teams from this region will qualify for the Salt Lake City Major. For some of these squads, it means not actually going all that far. Space Station, the organization that just played in match 3, they're based out of Utah. So for them, it presumably wouldn't be that far, assuming, of course, that they're in Utah. I don't actually know where the players are, but still an American major, and we get to see all these North American teams. Unlike in previous stages, there is no Mexican team this time. Team Cruelty did not requalify, so all of the players, as far as I'm aware, competing from either Canada or America. This team on the left side of your screen, Outlast. They are brand new, and if you don't recognize any of the names, do not worry. You'd only really know them if you watched Tier 2 or even Tier 3. So we'll be here to give you more information about these players as the match rolls on. On the right side, Wildcard. You should know them pretty well at this point.
Yeah, it was only about 2 weeks ago when this Outlast core team beat the former Team Cruelty in the final spot to make it to the North America League. It was damn close. It was a 3-map series that went all the way the distance. 7-4 on the final map to allow this Outlast team to make it, then known as In Control. They have to attack to start their first round here in the NAL. That's going to be a bit difficult up against Wildcard, but I like the progress they've made so far, Parker. They've managed to get themselves into the building. They've gotten full master control and can work their way into construction. Watch out for Baby Shark. He's playing just kind of towards the bottom of red. Bay is actually down in the basement as well. So they've got a couple of roamers down below the bomb site that could be a nasty surprise if Outlast aren't ready.
This is a tricky little spot. Millie managed to get away, taking a bit of damage in the process. Capitao, an incredibly powerful operator at this point in time in the meta. Good guns, good secondary gadgets, and the ability to do some area denial while also obscuring the attackers? Be they a Glass? Could it be for an Execute? Could it be for a Shield? Logger has his hands full right now inside of construction, and he's got some more work to be done. Kansan blows him up with a Nitro Cell. That'll be the first pick. It comes with 50 seconds to go. That's a really nice drone. Bay is spotted, so somebody can easily greet him. That was Veronix who's watching that drone. Bay might be able to get away with the advantage for Wildcard. All Bay needs to do is just waste time. Veronix will get him, but he's downstairs. They need to link up in the final 35 seconds here to pull off and execute.
Yeah, 30 seconds, lots of utility. 3 Candles from Trev Mack and 4 arrows still from Millie. So they've got the tools to make this push happen, but it has to be in sync.
There go the flames. Kansan on the board. Down goes Trev Mack. Kansan traded out by Nesta back to a 3v3. The defenders have the upper hand if this keeps going deep into the round. Spiker playing around this mirror window gets one. Adrian's first kill on Wildcard will come at the expense of Veronix. And Millie barges into the bomb site, dying at the hands of Adrian. Wildcard strike first and take round number 1.
Yeah, it's a really good round coming out from Kansan, striking for those 2 early frags coming out, Parker. Kansan turning 24 just a week ago today, makes him the oldest player in this very young matchup between Wildcard and Outlast. A couple of 19-year-olds playing for Outlast as well in this game, both Logger and Millie. Yet to hit their 20s and struggling a little bit in this opening game. You can see Logger was ready for the Nitro. He was staring at the top of the wall waiting for it, but unfortunately gets siege timinged a little bit. The second he looks away, the C4 comes out, and then it's a big swing from Kansan for his second frag. It really cracks the round wide open. The second Trev Mat goes down, that utility that I was saying was so important to coordinate with wasn't going to be available for them. So tough first round, but Wildcard looking all together 1-0 early.
Yeah, I mean, there was good strategy there from the Outlast guys, being able to take from the master side over, get the job done in construction, largely forego a Rafters take. That's something that teams have started to do, especially if you don't feel confident flushing out a player who should play on Rafters. A lot of times you'll see a Nizami play in that position. Saw it quite a lot in the SR versus 1 and 30 matchup earlier today. If you don't have the right tools, if you don't have a Capital, if you can't fight through magnets or ADSs, if you can't deal with that operator with a grenade, then it's oftentimes better to just isolate them and push from construction and red stairs once you get main breach open. There's obviously a lot to be done there to account for the fact you have decided to avoid this part of the map, but it is definitely doable. I think it was ultimately the right call from Outlast, but one of the things that you see these tier 2, now tier 3, or now tier 1 teams struggle with is oftentimes confidence and game sense, and both of those things play a much larger role in mechanical ability than you would think.
Very cool castle setup coming out now from Wildcard as they're trying to extend over towards the cache side. We didn't really see this from them much. We saw a little bit of castle played by Bay previously at the 6th Invitational when defending this bomb site, but it'll be the first time that Kansan brings the operator here to the top floor of Clubhouse. They've got it combined with this Mira and Clash setup to try to lock down the top floor. It's going to make it really annoying to try to make your way into CC. They've, of course, got this wall reinforced from Rafters. Usually this will get opened up relatively early by the ace, and we do see Millie making that happen, but with so many players on this side of the map, it is going to be really awkward to clear through here without losing at least one body.
Veronix now looking for an opening as he tussles with the Clash. He'll expend all of his flashbangs. It's all for naught. Maybe some wasted utility, maybe not, but Wildcard dominating with 1 minute and 30 to go. The round is over. Kansan getting a bevy of kills, and Wildcard greet this Outlast aggression with open arms. 2 in a row for Wildcard.
Welcome to the league. You're playing arguably the best team in North America, and they are bringing everything they have up against you in these first couple of defenses. It's been tough for Outlast, and listen, it's a quick round because you if you're going for this push that they're going for, you have to commit everybody to clearing cache. That is the first step on this execute, so you may as well send all 5 players. You've committed to it. They did push together. I really appreciated that from Outlast. They had everybody going in all at once to try to coordinate those trades, but in the end, I think Wildcard just had so many bodies on that side of the map. They didn't really even have many players back on the site. They had, of course, Bay playing the red stairs. They had Spiker inside of cache. They had Kansan inside of cache. They really had a lot of bodies brought that direction, and so in the end, the trade games were better. The shots were a little bit better, and Wildcard looking really clean up 2-0.
Yeah, not many deficiencies there in round number 2 for Wildcard. Admittedly, a little bit hard to spot them with how every single kill occurred in the same 5 seconds, give or take.
Yeah.
But I mean, structurally quite sound. And if you're attacking the upstairs bomb site, there are obviously opportunities for you to be able to vault in a window or get a single door open and then rush on in, especially if you've got smokes or flames or a shield. Any of that stuff can work wonders. It just seemed like a bit of a dry execute from Outlast, and they rushed in. They immediately got picked apart because Wildcard was, rightly so, watching the windows, watching the walls that have been opened up. And you didn't even bother to fire back. The exception of Veronix. I don't think there was anybody else who got on the board in the midst of that fray. And so far, only 3 rounds, or only 3 kills for Outlast through these 2 rounds. Now 3 rounds. You've just simply got to be better than that. You got to find your marks. And I mean, first round was okay. You got to replicate that for round number 3.
Ness is going to be bringing the Blitz out. He's self-proclaimed a cheese player, following in his French-Canadian, not teammate, but countryman in this role, in his footsteps, by playing some of these more gimmicky operators inside of Rainbow Six. Going to be trying to use this Blitz to get some space for his squad. There is a heavy roam game going on. Baby Shark and Kansan are roaming to the top floor, but the goal is not to clear these players out. They're instead just working their way in through Jacuzzi, trying to find their way down these main stairs. At some point, you have to imagine these roamers will be addressed, but it might also just be the case that they want to rotate back to site, feeling like it's not really advantageous to go for a big flank.
Usually takes about 90 seconds or so to full clear with drones, assuming that there aren't any roamers. It seems to be about the mark that Outlast has hit at this point, and what we can see of the silhouettes. Top-down view here, but it looks pretty close to everybody playing in the basement. It looks like there's a retake happening over on the stock side, yes. So there are 2 players, and they have a good idea of this. A good read from Outlast. So only the question is, who strikes first? Do Spiker and Bay go for it? Oh, they're all pretty much upstairs over the reinforced hatch. Oh, all right.
I mean, they know that they don't need to really contest the space on Outlast if they don't want to, but if you leave it alone, then the flank potential is just so devastating. This impact from Baby Shark will create some panic if he does choose to go for it, but instead, worry about a kitchen drop. These attackers on Outlast, they might hit the site before Baby Shark and Spiker really have a chance to react.
You have a very small window of opportunity here for Baby Shark to play off of, and there he goes, running on in, their attention elsewhere. Baby Shark couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. Oh my goodness. He had the save lined up. Now Spiker dies. Same set of circumstances. Outlast with plot armor like I've never seen. Wildcard now will have to swing for the fences. Kansan left all by himself, but not set up for success. Way more of a blunder on the side of Wildcard than success for Outlast, but hey, that's how they'll take their first round in the NAL.
At this point, Parker, I have watched genuinely hundreds of rounds of Baby Shark playing Rainbow Six Siege across all competitions over the last year and a bit that he's been playing at a professional level. It's probably the worst whiff I've ever seen him throw out in the middle of a game. That was a tough one to come out from the French import player on Wildcard. He had the perfect flank. The timing was ideal, and then that happened. So Trebmak gets the kill. Trebmak a good flick to be able to get that frag, and he gets the second pick as well. Spiker also not able to get that frag, as Trebmak has been very aware of it. So good patience from the IGL of Outlast to read into that eventually and shut it down before it destroyed his whole team. But yeah, that's certainly one that Shark's gonna want back. Oh boy.
They both. It's not even Baby Shark. I think it was Spiker who also whiffed. Maybe it was Bay. I can't remember which one it was in that particular role, but they
Spiker was the next guy.
Whiffed.
Yeah, Spiker maybe whiffed a bullet or two. Shark whiffed his whole mag. Slightly different.
10 seconds to go.
That's just so. He played it perfectly. There was that tiny sliver of time, and he ran, and they had their attention elsewhere. He could have easily killed the ace and then turned the round on its head. At worst, you expect him to trade himself out. I don't even think he hit a single bullet. I'm not here trying to disparage a player because obviously mistakes happen. If I was in that position, I probably would have hit about as many bullets as he did. So, like, I can't really talk here, but he's a pro and I'm not, and that is a devastating position. And honestly, a brilliant strategical play from Wildcard that is just undone by some poor mechanical ability with some bad timing. And that's it. The round is over for Wildcard, even though it sure seemed like when he was doing that backstab, things were going to go very well and they would win yet another round.
Well, Parker, we have got the rarest bomb site in Siege, so we've got something else to talk about. Bar Stage being played by Wildcard. They tried this twice last season, once in October, once at the Six Invitational. They failed both times that they tried to hold this bomb site, but maybe third time's a charm up against a team of 5 rookies here in the North America League to kick off their new season. It's been a bit of an awkward approach from Outlast so far. They clearly want to take this top floor control. They've breached their way into CC, and they're starting to drone it out now, finding just Adrian, the newest pickup, over at the top of Red Stairs, but plenty of map control still to be taken. All they have in the building right now is Millie, who's just sitting at the top of Rafters.
The greatest issue that faces a lot of these newer teams, especially when they attack, is time management. So far, Outlast time management's been pretty good. And again, you have to kind of set your expectations a little bit low. For those that are wondering why, we tend to be a little bit more patient and give a little bit more grace to some of these newer teams. It's because they don't have the experience. We can't chew into them the same way if SR makes a blunder like that. You have to realize that all of these Outlast players are making their debut. Expectations for them, frankly, should be relatively low because they've yet to prove themselves. They can definitely upset and do well. Oh my goodness. Nice read from Adrian as he takes down Veronic. Still in this position, he'll fight from his spots. Shot at from multiple angles. It is really tough to play inside a stock unsupported. Logger getting the kill. Wildcard have done some pretty good damage. They take down the Nook. Veronix is not able to surprise the defenders whatsoever on this Bar Stage defense.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Parker. But here we have an opportunity now to go for the plant. The smokes are ready from Nesta. This is going to likely prompt the play. It will clear out one of those yokai cans. I don't know if Bay's got any more to try to stop this plant when it does come down. Rough fight from Nesta, though, as he just runs right into Bay, ready for that angle. And this is going to make the cover on the plant so much more difficult for Outlast.
My feed is frozen.
Well, I'll tell you, Parker, it's still a 3v4. The push has not come out just yet. TrevMax found a bit of an angle, takes down Millie, or it's Kansan actually, who gets that frag instead. Logger grabs one for his troubles and leaves TrevMax all alone. He sees the Echo, gets the down, but there's no time. And without the defuse kit, they will play keep away, giving Wildcard their 3rd round up 3-1.
I mean, do you have to wonder if it could be a 4-0? But I mean, hey, they're getting the job done, and that's really all that matters. I didn't see any of it. My feed just came back. So
okay, well, glad to have you back.
I have to suspect it was terrific.
It's a nice denial of the plant. Honestly, like, you were talking about time management throughout this round, Parker. I felt like despite it being good in the previous round, it did get away from them a little bit here in round 4. They got stock control quite nicely. They trade out 1 for 1, but then once this play comes out from Kansan, disrupts the whole push. It starts to make things really chaotic, and without the diffuser, again, just nothing that TrevMax could do from that position despite his best efforts.
I mean, again, expectation setting for this Outlast roster, they're going up against a well-oiled machine. Adrian has slotted it on this team very effectively. Spiker looks like he's playing quite confidently, but defense was never really the issue with Dash. And I mean, I don't want to say that Dash was an issue on this squad, but the main Achilles heel of this Wildcard team was how Dash would approach gunfights as a shield player on attack. Wildcard are defending first, so they got 6 rounds where we don't have to see how they adapt to the new rules on the squad. Spiker is going to be playing more shields than he ever has. It is a role that is, as far as I'm aware, not exactly the most comfortable for him, but that's okay. He can acclimate, and again, he's a very talented player. He's got a great set of hands. His mechanical aim is fantastic. He's obviously a good thinker, and he's able to lead the team. He really is a tremendous player, and I'm glad that people in the region are finally starting to take notice of the potential that Spiker has, because I don't even think he's reached his full potential yet, and he's already pretty damn good. Yeah. Defense not being a huge issue for Wildcard. How do they adapt when they go on to attack? we might not have many opportunities to see them on attack if they run up the score here on this side, Jesse. I see really no reason for Outlast to pick up more than 2 rounds based on their play so far. So Wildcard could, in theory, take a 5-1 first half lead.
No, I agree, Parker. That's the real danger that Outlast are staring at. They need to be able to put some pushes together to avoid that scenario, because you can't be going down 5-1 in your opening game. First match as a team. It's a tough opponent, but you've got to find ways to break through. They are again going to clear through the master side of the map. That puts them in contact with Baby Shark, who is yet to find a kill. Still playing over here towards the master side. I think Hansen and Millie trade out 1 for 1. All right.
There was a reason why they sought out Adrian on this team. Spirits was also somebody who was offered this role, if you did listen in on the Spiker interview from a couple weeks back, but they opted to go with Adrian, and Spirits wanted his own identity. Baby Shark missing an opportunity now over towards Jacuzzi, as he's yet to really find his stride. He finds kill number 1 in round 5. Case is upstairs inside the bomb site. That is particularly devastating. Veronix is down below, and I don't really know if Logger's in a position to do much here. No, it looks like this is the worst spot, Jesse. 1 pump, 2 pump, it's over. Technically, Spiker got that second kill. It wasn't even Adrian credited with it, but I mean, you're peeking top stairs. There's one on landing. It's a shotgun. That's a tough spot to be in. All things and all systems go so far for Wildcard. They are cruising through this map.
Yep, clear's not going the way they need to for Outlast, and it's nice to see Adrian on the board for one of his better rounds. He's been good, I think, every round so far, but hasn't had a huge pop-off performance. To be fair, that's not why they picked him up, right? They wanted him to play in Spiker's roles. They want him to be that support duo alongside Spiker to just lock things down, be consistent. The SI silver medalist has been hyped up for ages, was a rookie in EML a couple years back, and sometimes had a problem with LAN performance. He kind of used to be known as this guy who would go crazy online while playing EML domestically, and then would show up to an event and kind of fall off a little bit, not really have that same impact. He ended up being the MVP of their EWC winning run back in August last year for Team Secret. And I think with that performance really shook all of those stereotypes off of him in one fell swoop. So nice to see him kind of battling back. And since then, I think he's been really consistent as a LAN player. Those have really been put to bed, those worries about him. Now an opportunity to shine in North America on a brand new team in a brand new region. And up against a brand new rookie roster team. He's having a good time with it.
This is the kind of, hey, we're winning, let's just see what crazy stuff we can do play that, you know, you do. And I'm all here for it. Spiker, hit that wall. That was some Baby Shark aim, unfortunately.
Okay.
I meant Baby Shark aim on the kitchen, not in general.
Yeah.
I Baby Shark. He's a great player. I was just dunking on him because he, you know, he missed a pretty obvious shot.
Baby Shark is one of my favorite players to join the Siege competitive scene over the last year, man. He's so fun to see at events.
He had a blast in Paris because obviously he's French, right? So he's walking around. He's in his home country. Most of the team doesn't speak French. He's walking around. He's got friends coming through. He's having a great time. He's not with Wildcard for the most part. And then he'll get in the game and he just absolutely lights it up. And I'm like, man, this guy's living the dream. Just living the dream, Jesse.
Well, currently living inside a bedroom, taking a bit of a snooze as the team continues to try to lock down things over towards the cash side of the map. Logger down at the bottom of East Stairs is trying to find some way to break open this defense. They really struggled with this last time, Parker. They sent all 5 players in and not one of them exited alive. I like the Capital play. The ace is starting to open things up, but Spiker, he's back for one. Looking for more.
I thought he got that one. He did not. Everybody else is getting one, though. Goodness gracious. Baby Shark, the man that you were touting so highly, absolutely slaughters them all. 5-1, and it really could have been a 6-0 first half. Wildcard will have to seed the single round, but I mean, they were playing with Outlast. They're a rough debut for these players, but again, you have to set expectations accordingly. Let's hear what our desk has to say about that first half.
Thanks, guys. It has been Indeed, a rough start for Outlast, but definitely not their most familiar territory. They're walking into a gauntlet. Wildcard are a well-trained professional team, adding the force of Adrian. Laxing, what do you make of Outlast so far? Do they look like a team that can bounce back in the second half?
I'm gonna be realistic here, Jonah. I don't think that they're going to be able to bounce back too heavy just from what I'm seeing on their attacking half. I mean, they look very, very disjointed. They don't really look in sync. As you've watched in a few of these rounds, one person is pushing while the other's holding an angle, then someone dies, someone then tries to rotate, the other pushes. There's just not a lot of communication that I can try to see and try to make use out of. It just kind of seems that they're moving with no purpose and seeing if they can get these picks. And, you know, I don't want to be too hard on them. That really is where the inexperience comes in from T2 to T1. That level itself really is being showcased here. And then for the side of Wildcard, I mean, they're just playing this to a T. I mean, there's very little mistakes on there, and they're doing what they need to, holding the control, playing the trades. It's just pretty pristine coming from them.
It's really that simple. It's a good takeaway for Outlast to go through a defeat like this, whether they bring a little bit of a comeback or not, because it really is an experience difference. That is the biggest thing. A lot of ways they're dying. I mean, we're seeing well-placed C4s from Wildcard, great flanks. These are very basic things that any team that is a top T1 level team that has had that experience would be able to watch. Outlast just finds themselves on the short end of the stick where they don't have that experience. So it's not necessarily their fault. You have to go through situations like this to get better. And that being said, with this potential first loss on their hands, there's a lot to learn from, a lot to take away, and I'm sure all of these players are learning as they're losing these rounds as well.
Definitely shouldn't.
Well, sounds like at the very least hopeful that the Outlast future looks a little bit better than this, but we know that everyone's got to have that welcome to the show moment, and this may very well be that for Outlast. Jesse, Parker, all you.
The one thing that I want anybody listening to this to take from it is that we do appreciate the newer players that have made their mark here in the NAL. Now, there's been a lot of players making their debut today. They have a lot of learning to do. They have a lot of growing to do, and some of them will immediately perform better than others. Some of them will have a hot start and then eventually regress because maybe they overperformed. The one thing that we as casters have to do is be ambassadors, frankly, for the esport and for the new players. So if we make jokes or if we say things, just know that it's always in jest. 5 players on the left side of your screen, they're having a rough debut, but they all earned their stripes. They are all in tier 1 because they are good enough to hang. And I don't want anybody thinking that we or anybody else look down on them for that. As with all the players that made their debut today, they have earned nothing but our respect and admiration, and we appreciate them stepping up, even if it is a welcome to the show moment where they end up going out in this matchup against Wildcard with some less than sexy stats and numbers. So just to go off of what Jonah said and just to kind of, you know, maybe try to help the community reaction here, because I saw some of EML and I saw some of SAL and I saw some of the way you people, yes, you the audience, talked about these players on social media. And I don't want that for our good friends here in the NA League, win or lose. That said,
cover me. Reload.
Wildcard's having a pretty easy day so far.
Yeah, I think for Outlast, you're looking forward beyond this game, most likely. You've got probably the hardest game up first. You're off tomorrow. You will be playing Dark Zero for your second match as a pro team, then Cloud9, and then Space Station Gaming. Kind of gets easier as you go on. I think for most people, the back half, Cloud9 and SSG, should be thought of as the 2 most winnable games for this squad, and that'll come when they've had the most amount of practice, the most experience as a roster. So it's just about learning everything you can in these tough early games that you're playing as a team. You got a chance to defend now, of course. First round since the side swap, going to gym and bedroom to try to lock this one down. Adrian, true to his word, jumping on Spiker's most common operator of Grim to try to make this attack work well.
And no shields being brought out in Kansan on the Blackbeard. None of the conventional shields, of course. We're talking Blitz and Monty. We've actually seen very little of those 2 operators today. If you come to think about it, the shields are nowhere near as potent as they used to be. Blackbeard obviously taking up a pretty big role, and we have seen Blitz and Monty, but not as much as I would have suspected. Again, information has been really, really powerful. Quite a bit of Snake, the newest operator added to the game. Obviously, a lot of Deimos, a lot of Dokkaebi, and even some Lion. Wildcard eschewing most of that, Jesse. This is just a pure pugilism lineup. Lots of fragging power, lots of explosives, lots of damage that can be done.
Yeah, they're getting ready for a really explosive execute, Parker. They haven't bothered with taking the cash side of the map. Instead, it's just Jacuzzi. You're on the highway windows. You've likely got the Logi hatch open as well. That's where Bay is currently playing towards. So you've got a lot of dimensions to this push. The question is going to be, how do you crack it open? How do you get that first frag to give yourself an opening? Because right now, Outlast can control every piece of the map control, and there's nothing really to force them out of it.
Down goes Veronix, down goes Millie. Wildcard's entry guns finding their targets. They narrowly miss out on one as there's a vault out over on the side of weight room. Trev Mack and Nesta last two alive. There goes Nesta. Kansan just demolishing him. This has been a rough round, but honestly a rough match so far for Outlast. Barring that one opportunity by Baby Shark, yeah, I mean, you might get tired of me saying this, but this honestly could have been a 7-0. 6-1 is what they'll have to settle for the time being. Wildcard could be one round away from our most dominant and fastest match so far in NAL Kickoff.
And again, I really liked Adrian's contributions in that round, Parker. While the rest of the team was focused over towards the windows, over towards Jacuzzi, Adrian was working his way up rafters. He eventually gets to the top of Garage. That's where he takes down Millie, who's trying to go for that peek on the CC window. If you choose not to take CCTV and cash on a gym bedroom attack, right, your biggest fear is that somebody's going to hop on that window. They're going to kill your players that are playing on the site windows instead, and it's a big disaster. But because Adrian was in there, coming from behind, getting those kills, it made all the difference in the world for Wildcard. The Jacuzzi push also went quite well. The play over around Logi went quite well for Bay too. So top to bottom, everything was working in their favor, and it just shows that coordination, that team play. Even though Adrian is the newest pickup for this Wildcard team, he's meshing right away with the rest of the core.
Yeah, I'm actually quite surprised with how well he's fit in. And you know, again, Spiker talked at length about the swap that he was making. I'm going to be honest, I really hate talking about my own podcast, but I do think it is relevant here, so forgive me. Spiker talked an awful lot about having to change roles and how comfortable he was calling on Hard Breach. He was still calling on Hard Breach. He played Hibana on that round. There wasn't really anything that abnormal about how Spiker approached that particular round. And now, unless they swap out their operators, it looks like Spiker's going to be playing very similarly to what he usually does. So maybe Wildcard have tinkered with things. Maybe it's more map dependent, or maybe they just are opting to not go with shields.
Yeah.
Or if I can, they might not see Outlast as an opponent that they necessarily need to strat to, and might just be using old and default strats just to try and keep things under lock and key for when they face up against opponents that they think might be tougher. And I don't say that to put down Outlast. I say that because teams literally will do that.
Yeah, I don't honestly think that's it. I think Wildcard, they have their new system. They want to play their new system. Spiker is traditionally on Clubhouse a Grim player. He doesn't play a ton of Hard Breach. He does play some, don't get me wrong. But historically, especially on that previous bomb site of Gym Bedroom, he is the guy on Grim. It was Adrian who took the mantle from it last time. I think they are trying to move these roles around, but the roles were never so cut and dry for a Wildcard, right? It's not like Spiker had to play Hard Breach every single round. There were always changes to the strats, and so I think we're just seeing that being reflected now here after things have changed. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's one. I mean, hey, you're gonna take kills when you get it. Logger with the environmental destruction manages to get away. That pipe blowing up will claim Bay. Baby Shark dead as well. Wildcard now in a bit of unfamiliar territory so far in this matchup. They are down in numbers.
Yeah, it was an early pick for with Nesta actually playing just at the very top of Dirt Tunnel that he manages to get the kill on the Baby Shark. I think they're saying, screw it, we're down 6-1. Let's play aggressive. Let's get fast against these opponents. Let's show Wildcard we're not just a team who are going to play defaults. We can be explosive and catch you off guard.
Wildcard attacking down numbers is where things will get particularly challenging. Spiker taking quite a beating. Adrian with 8 kills, chasing Kansan for Team League. What a debut for him on this squad. But I mean, if you watch that secret run, you know what Adrian can do. Finds one, finds two, breaks double digits. Kansan, you best watch behind you because Adrian could find another, but he's choked out by the gas of Nesta. Trev Mack and Nesta, last 2 remaining. Kansan and Spiker searching for these kills. Kansan knows that he's got the castle tucked into a corner. Trev Mack living on borrowed time, but he swings. The UMP shreds Kansan. Spiker will need to do something he's done many, many times before, and that's frag so effectively in his role, using the Wildcard skin on his F2. 2 targets to find, 50 seconds. Very doable for the captain of Wildcard. It would secure a 7-1 victory. He's switched between the bomb sites now, Jesse. Do they have any intel on him? Spiker knows that he can't get this diffuser down. He'll be spotted right away. Outlast very wisely have moved away from this part of the map and are giving him a ton of room. He was expecting another to play. TrevMac, really experienced, just playing around that bomb chassis. Spiker will now attempt to draw him out. 25 seconds on the clock. TrevMac will slowly make his way over. Spiker is not faking. He gets off. TrevMac tussling, tucked into a corner, surrounded by walls, but they might be closing in on him as now Spiker swings and wins it. Oh my word, Wildcard 7-1 in their first match here in Kickoff.
Welcome to the new season, Brady Lukens. It's a 1v2 clutch for the captain of Wildcard, and it happens just against the captain on the other side. Outlast, tough match to start things off for the NAL, but listen, it's all up from here. Beautifully done, top to bottom from Wildcard. They play so well, just as they have all year long.
Well, that's it for our first day of Kickoff for you and me, but there's still the rigmarole to close out the show. There were a bunch of highlights in this matchup. Let's take a look before our guest comes in to close things out.
Making their debut, they tried to hang, but Wildcard, they showed us that they are a well-rounded, clean team at the moment.
Yeah, this is definitely what's expected from this roster. I mean, you can clearly tell Adrian's settling in just fine. I mean, believe what, he dropped 11 or 10 to end it, and then we already know he dropped, wait, okay, it hasn't been updated yet. 10, yeah. I mean, this team is just pretty cut and clean. This is what I expect from this team. I said going into this map, if there was gonna be one team that was gonna be comfortable, that was gonna find success on, was going to be Wildcard. It is a little unfortunate that Trev and them couldn't find much success, but again, that's the biggest difference here, is the inexperience versus the experience. And when I already highlighted the teams that Wildcard has played numerous times on this map, a 7-1 isn't a surprise. And I do hope with what Jesse said that it is only up from here from Outlast, but we really have to see how they develop with each hurdle that gets placed in front of them, because it's not going to be an easy road for them by any means.
Not at all. I mean, every team that has had their first stage or first event when it comes to the NAL, they're always going to struggle. Unless you're Cruelty, then you struggle all the way through. But for Outlast, I mean, there's only up from here in high hopes, because these players are grinders. They grinded together till they get to Pro League in the first place. Absolutely. To get to this league. They're going to continue the trend to just keep playing and going further and further and passing their potential. As for the Wildcard guys, amazing. Really great start. Hit the ground running when it came to the Kickoff event. I'm excited to see more from them.
It's very clear that we've got quite a roster here, quite a lineup of teams in front of us. I mean, you open up the day with 5 Fears, safe to say, playing very well. I mean, 100 Thieves, maybe we didn't expect the most out of them, but 5 Fears played even better than we thought before that Dark Zero SSG match started to pick up the pace as we started to see a little bit more one-sided matchup towards the back half. I mean, what did you make of this slate of games today? I mean, we saw a little bit of everything, it felt like.
You know, I think this is gonna be the first time you hear me say this in a long time. You know, I typically have dogged on T2 players and say, you know, I'm not really impressed what you've done throughout your career up until what you do in T1. I am, however, impressed with this batch so far. I think for the most part, outside of Outlast, I'll give them a little bit of a break. You're going against Wildcard, which dominantly is the best international team out of NA. Everyone has been really impressive, and I think it really is showcasing, especially us, you know, forming this grassroots system for the T2 really is expanding the caliber of players we're getting out of T2, which is really going to make me look more at these T2 players from a completely different scope just from what I've seen today, because it really has been impressive. So I really want to give all these T2 players their flowers for their development and showing for their debut today.
They deserve it. All of the games that we thought were going to be so one-sided ended up not being one-sided. I'm excited. I'm happy that we saw the T2 scene, or the T2 scene. I mean, they're T1 now, but I'm happy to see the up-and-coming teams be able to at least script away rounds. 5 Fears got a whole win under their belt. It's going to make everything that much more competitive.
Well, let's remember what we're actually playing for here, right? Top 4 positioning in each group. We can see how things today have affected the standings in each group and where things shake up at the moment. 5 Fears, right? With that performance, they quickly put themselves atop the Group A standings above, yes, Lax, above the Rebellion, who came out of here with just an overtime win. So Group A already taking shape here, but definitely going to see M80 play their first game tomorrow, and that is where things shake up a bit. But we move on to Group B, and we see Wildcard, Dark Zero, clearly the 2 teams to watch for at this point, and obviously Outlast at the moment sitting in that 5th place position.
Yeah, it's definitely one to see for sure. No surprise for Wildcard, as we just watched. Dark Zero, I'm excited to see how that team starts to look again with the additions of NJR and Kino, and then we get to see what Cloud9 is going to look like. Completely brand new roster. It'll be the first time. I'm not going to jump into things just yet because we got that for tomorrow, but we do have another siblings in the scene, which is Surf's brother, if some people aren't aware, in center.
And well, also
tomorrow. Yep,
M80. They didn't get to play it. They didn't get to play.
No. We'll get to see how they open things up tomorrow. The schedule is what we will bring you next. M80, as we said, will make their debut here in Kickoff, as will, of course, we will see the rest of these guys go toe-to-toe. We open things up with SSG and Wildcard. Dark Zero, Cloud9 will get the second game of the day going. 100 Thieves, Shopify Rebellion, before we wrap things up with 1 of 30 and M80. Fox, what stands out to you here?
I mean, I think it has to be Dark Zero, Cloud9. Again, we only want to see more. I mean, wow, just absolute banger games. SSG Wildcard's going to be a great game. Dark Zero, Cloud9. For me, I really want to see if 100 Thieves can bounce back after such a loss. And both them and Shopify Rebellion did not look too hot today. So that'll be a great matchup. Everyone, except for maybe the last one, I feel like that should be a given that M80 should come out on top on it. But you never know, especially after how today went.
Well, today was a long one. We had some tech pauses in there. We had quite a bit of rookie debuts, and hopefully tomorrow will be smoother and just as exciting as we get the NAL kickoff underway. Thanks so much for sticking with us all day long. Thanks for tuning in to these 4 fantastic matches, and we will hope to see you as we continue the action tomorrow. For Foxay and Laxing, I'm Jonas Willinger saying thank you so much for watching, and we will see you tomorrow as the NAL kickoff rolls on. We go live at 5 p.m. Eastern. See you then.